Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag was released in 2013 as the sixth main installment of the Assassin's Creed series, and it was in many ways a turning point for the franchise. The last game, Assassin's Creed 3, had been a big distinction from its predecessors thanks to its brand new combat and parkour systems brought about by their new engine, the Anvil Next. Plot-wise, it also marked the end of Desmond's journey after 5 games, and whether people liked it or not, it's safe to say they were curious to see how Ubisoft would continue the story. To this day, Black Flag is considered as one of the best games in the series. On the other hand, it's not weird to hear the argument that Black Flag's more of a pirate game than an Assassin's Creed. Today I'll be taking a look at the entire game, start to finish including its DLCs, commentating on everything I find is worth noting. And as a fan of what this franchise once was, trust me, I'll have a lot to talk about. Before starting though, I feel like I should state some things going in. First, while this is first and foremost a Black Flag retrospective, I'll be comparing the game to the other entries in the franchise, especially the earlier ones, so expect spoilers. On that note, the final part of the video will be dedicated to talking about the franchise as a whole. As it will probably be relevant to the opinions I hold, I'll let you know that I dropped this franchise in 2014, Rogue and Unity being the last games I played. I've replayed some of the games here and there, but never touched any past Unity, and probably never will. Last but not least, I'll just get it out of the way. This retrospective is not objective. I dislike critics that feel like they have to clarify every 5 minutes that what they're saying is only in their opinion, so this is your warning. Chances are you'll disagree with a bunch of stuff I'll talk about, especially regarding the modern day. With all of that out of the way, let's start by talking a little bit about the game's creation. Development began in summer of 2011 at Ubisoft Montreal, by a separate team from the one on Assassin's Creed 3, with additional work done by other Ubisoft studios around the world alongside a band of developers from Far Cry 3, each studio focusing on different elements of the game. It was decided that the game would have a 4 in the title instead of being a spin-off like Brotherhood or Revelations, because in their eyes the feeling of the game was completely new, feeling very different from 3 and thus warranting the AC4 moniker. I can't help but find this incredibly funny looking back, as Black Flag was the last game with a number attached to it. From that point forward they'd all have nothing but a subtitle. Guess Ubisoft realized the games being numbered would turn people that haven't played the older ones away, and you can't have that in an annual franchise. If nothing else, this is a good example of the kind of decisions Ubisoft took, not only with Black Flag itself, but with the future of the franchise. Enough with the history lessons though, let's jump right in. The game starts during a sea battle in June of 1715. We play as Edward Kenway, a privateer turned pirate in a ship who's just lost its helmsman. Also, that guy doesn't look suspicious at all. Unlike all previous titles, we're thrown right into the middle of the action without ever being told the most basic of controls. As long as you've played a single game before and know how to move though, it shouldn't be a problem. Even when you're controlling the ship, the controls are intuitive, and with what little tutorial prompts you receive, blowing up the ships should be easy enough. This is not but a taste of things to come, and at the end of the day, what better way to start your pirate game than jumping straight to what people are hoping for. After dealing with the enemies, a cutscene shows how somehow the hooded person from the other ship got aboard yours and just killed your captain. No, it's not explained how a normal man managed to swim across 2 ships in the middle of a thunderstorm, and yes, it buggers me a lot. Before he can act any further though, the ship's magazine blows up and everyone ends up tossed into the sea. We cut away to a flashback, taking place before Edward sailed on to the West Indies. Edward's wife, Caroline, is discussing whether going away as a privateer is worth it or not, with Edward noting he wouldn't make a dime sailing under the king's men. Looking at the background of the scene, you can see how the shack they're in only has the most basic of commodities, and that, tied with their conversation, makes Edward's character motivation clear and gets out of the way his backstory in a simple, short and concise manner. The last thing we see is Caroline making Edward promise her he won't be away for more than 2 or 3 years. Between you and me, the fact that Edward's not a privateer anymore, but rather a pirate, shows us this soon into the story how for one reason or another he didn't keep his promise, although in a first playthrough you might not make the connection right away. You regain consciousness and swim ashore to find you and the hooded fellow as the only survivors of the whole ordeal. The man, called Duncan, is supposed to get to Havana as fast as possible and tries to convince Edward to take him there. After he realizes, however, that Edward can't summon a brand new ship out of nowhere, and that his powder is wet, he does what an assassin does best and runs the hell away. Most assassins tend to do that after killing their target, but we won't hold it against him. This is the first time you get to control Edward in relative calm. He can walk, run, and take out his swords. No other weapons or tools so far. Continuing on from the ship battle, this starting island acts like a short tutorial of sorts, where you get to stretch your legs or learn the controls, depending on whether or not you've played an Assassin's Creed game before. Edward has the same mobility as Connor, including the free running. Connor had the excuse of growing up in his native village and climbing trees all day long. We'll see Edward's excuse in a bit, and how it doesn't really work. The first environment you're shown in a game by the developers tends to be the most curated one, due to it being the one all players will experience, while later on people will either not do side content or maybe even drop the game. Not for its quality, but because it's a fact that people in general rarely finish the games they buy. You can see this perfectly with how much detail this starting island has compared to most of them later on. As an example, few areas in the game have a loading screen between the free roaming sea and the area you want to get off on, and this island is one of them. It's far more vibrant and lived in than any other I can remember. It's also a big departure from the last game's starting location of Boston, and helps reinforce the different tones these games have. Following in Duncan's footsteps, we get to our first viewpoint. Now, depending on Edward's job as a pirate, him climbing a viewpoint might actually make sense. Originally, the idea behind them was for an assassin to locate the important places in the city alongside the Assassin's Bureau for him to get to do his job. If Edward ever worked as the ship's navigator and got up high its mast, it might actually serve as a pretty good excuse to have him be good at it and do it naturally. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for the Leap of Faith, but at this point I feel like it's futile to complain about it when even Ezio himself was jumping off heights into carts full of flowers. The original idea for Leaps of Faith came from classic movies where heroes would fly off a catapult and over a castle wall, only to safely land on a bunch of hay. I guess at some point, if you suspend your disbelief enough for one game, you do it for all of them. Next area introduces the first few collectibles you can pick up in the game, and for some reason, a dead pig that's present in every single playthrough. Also, Edward skins it with a non-existent hidden blade. If you really think about it, Duncan wanted to pay Edward to take him to Havana, but had no money. Ignoring for a moment the lack of a functioning ship to get there, here we find a couple of chests with hundreds of reals in them. They're obviously not supposed to be taken at face value and are more of a gameplay mechanic, but even so we find ourselves with that dreaded word that is ludonarrative dissonance. Well anyway, Duncan has dried his gunpowder. Actually, didn't he throw his pistol away? And the absolute madman shoots at us. At this point you gotta wonder, why does Edward chase him at all? He already knows he has no money. I guess he's the kind of man that holds grudges, what with the earlier attempted murder and the killing of his captain. Even though I believe the novelization of the game makes a point of mentioning Edward disliked his captain and didn't mind his death. In any case, once we catch up with him, we start a boss fight. I had to contain my laughter while saying that because the only reason I'd even consider this as a boss fight is because Duncan has been portrayed so far as tougher than Edward. If only because we the players know he's a trained assassin and Edward a simple pirate, and also because of the health bar on the left. The truth of the matter though is that Duncan acts like a regular enemy, with no variation whatsoever besides a different NPC model. You can kill him in a single combo or counter. Common city guards in Assassin's Creed 1 posed more of threat. You couldn't mash attack to win, some would survive counters, and if you wanted to be effective in battle you actually had to chain attacks by attacking again when your blades collided. We'll talk more about the combat later, but for now know that even with the excuse of having just suffered a shipwreck, Duncan being such a joke presents the assassins as weak pushovers. The arena being this big doesn't make sense either, seeing how the battle unfolds. It would have been cool if, for example, the game had played with the expectations players had of an assassin. After all, the game had the upper hand in that the player was familiar with what Duncan was while Edward was not. It could have posed for an interesting idea for a boss where Duncan realized he was outmatched physically and thus would hide around the bushes and ambush the player and such. I mean, he did run away from Edward for starters. As it is in the final game, Duncan is a weak plot device, a reason for Edward, a random pirate, to get involved with the Assassin-Templar conflict. On that note, while looting the man, Edward finds out he belongs to some secret order and he was bringing a package to the governor of Havana for a hefty reward. Smelling money and realizing Duncan's clients have actually never met him and are expecting to recognize his outfit instead, Edward dresses as him and says a cool one-liner before posing and then dropping the hood because it is too hot. I get you were going for the cool camera angle and all, but him dropping it right after makes it very funny. Now we only have to worry about getting out of this place.
That schooner will do me just fine.
Never mind. Man, if it wasn't for the whole shipwrecking and almost drowning thing, this would actually be a pretty lucky day for Edward. I like how quickly we get the treasure behind the waterfall cliché out of the way. Shame about the minimap spoiling it. Turns out there's a bunch of British soldiers apprehending a pirate ship that survived the earlier skirmish. The problem? it's not actually a pirate ship, but rather a merchant one, unfortunately mixed in all of this. We overhear from its owner, a man named Steve Bonnet, that he's on his way to Havana, so we save his ass and bamboozle him into believing we're Duncan, the king's super spy, so he agrees to help us. Before leaving, we pick up our first treasure map, but second message in a bottle if you explored well enough a little bit earlier. These can be found scattered around the world on various isles and lead you to treasures that contain either big sums of money or unique modifications for your future ship. The first bottle we picked up though has a different type of collectible altogether, the first of 20 letters you can find throughout the game, of which we'll talk about way later as a whole. Anyway, seeing how the vessel's captain was killed, we take the reins and set sail on to Havana, leaving the island behind, the game making sure we remember how to pilot a ship. With that, the game's intro is complete, and we jump out of the simulation and on to a big disappointment.
Fantastic work! Very promising.
A woman makes us go through a mid-2000s camera check for inverted controls. We're a new employee being tested on how well we can kill a bunch of ones and zeros. This is Abstergo Entertainment. Not industries, those guys like their sanitized rooms and lab coats. You see, this Abstergo branch produces media, specifically movies and video games. The woman herself, our supervisor Melanie LeMay, references their first commercial product, a game called Liberation. Turns out we're gathering footage for a Pirates movie. Okay, well, there's a whole lot to unpack here, but let's do so in a couple of minutes. Hey there, Rebecca. So we're given a communicator, which is fancy for tablet, and that'll be our whole UI while in the present. Hello, Sean. Okay, I get that Abstergo are supposed to be the bad guys hell-bent on world domination, but they have an aquarium around the entire elevator. You gotta respect that. So we use the communicator to activate the elevator. I'm sure having an entire facility operating with nothing but wireless tablets is a great idea. I mean, I don't see any emergency buttons just in case, do you? And we get to our floor, the Sample 17 studio. I don't like that name. In the lobby we meet Olivier Garneau, the chief creative officer of the branch. We'll be seeing more of him later. I gotta say, this intro is fairly good in establishing the setting as a nice place to work in, with Olivier coming across as nerdy and somewhat cringe honestly, but well-meaning. Just like with Duncan, this contrasts what the in-universe character knows versus what we know, which is that Abstergo are the Templars. Then again, if it's our first time playing the game, we might not even be sure if the people working at the entertainment branch even know what their bosses are up to. Spoiler alert, the higher-ups do. With that, we move on to the offices, where Melanie explains how
We're diving into the memories of one very generous donor, Desmond Miles.
Okay. Yeah. Time to talk about all of this. But first, a short refreshment on the modern-day plot up until now. In Assassin's Creed 1 we play as Desmond Miles, a young man born into the Assassin Brotherhood, although he mentions how his parents did a fairly bad job at teaching him who they were and what they were doing, as he thought they were all a bunch of end-of-the-world nutjobs, living as hippies, and thus ran away from home. In early September of 2012, Desmond was kidnapped by Abstergo Industries, the primary front for the Templar Order. They strapped Desmond into the Animus to learn from his ancestor Altair the location of a bunch of apples of Eden. The one they had blew up, and they needed a new one to put on a satellite they wanted to launch the 21st of December of 2012, so they could control the entire world, the same way Al-Mualim controls Masyaf at the end of that game. Too bad this super important thing was retconned as failure, because you can't make annual games for over 15 years if your franchise ends. Got it all so far? Good. So due to the bleeding effect an Animus user suffers of while using the machine, Desmond unlocks his eagle vision and sees a bunch of markings made with blood around the room he's imprisoned in. Markings left by his predecessor, Subject 16. Oh, by the way, Desmond's referred to as Subject 17. Get it? Okay. So 16 is dead, and the too long didn't read of those markings is shit is gonna go down the 21st of December of 2012. Lucy, an assassin acting as a double agent in Abstergo, rescues Desmond and takes him to a hideout where he meets these two and relieves the life of Ezio Di Torre as a way of getting years of training in a few weeks thanks to the bleeding effect. The entire plot of Assassin's Creed 2 is to train Desmond on being an assassin. Meanwhile, Ezio makes contact with Minerva, one of those who came before, creators of the apples and humanity. She uses him to talk to Desmond in the future and warns him of the calamity that wiped them out happening again. Guess when? Then the Templars arrive and Desmond and company have to run away. In Brotherhood they visit more Ezio memories to find an apple of Eden he once had. They locate it under the Colosseum, go there, then when picked up, another precursor by the name of Juno forces Desmond to kill Lucy as he falls into a coma. While his body is limp, his mind is not, and he's hooked up to the Animus where he accesses its black room and finds the digital remains of Subject 16. Turns out bunny hopping between memories isn't a great idea for one's sense of self, and Desmond's mind is kind of breaking apart, which leads to Revelations' plot. He spends the entire game separating himself from Altair and Ezio by finishing their memories, and while we're at it, playing a DLC that retcons Lucy into being a Templar triple agent all along because why the hell not? After which he wakes up, knowing where he needs to go to stop the end of the world and defeat the Templars. Also, Desmond's dad is with us now, yay. In Assassin's Creed 3 we get to a precursor temple where we'll supposedly be able to save the world, but there's a small problem. A door inside the temple needs a key, so we spend the game looking for it. I mean, Desmond does. Connor looks for
Charles Lee.
So we find it, open what we know was Juno's prison, and surprise, turns out she can stop the global sunburn, but Desmond's gotta die. Which he does.
It is done. The world is saved. You played your part well, Desmond. But now it's time that I played mine.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. And here we are. Why was it important to know all that? Well, several reasons really. We've now moved from needing a descendant of whatever figure you're trying to see in the Animus to fuck it, anyone can visit anyone's memories. We have an entire floor digging into Desmond's DNA. Also, who are we playing as? Turns out we're playing as no one. Literally, with a camera without legs. And a hand, I guess, we're holding a tablet after all. According to the developers, the modern day protagonist is supposed to be us, the player. Which, I'm sorry but screw you. I want an actual protagonist in my video games. They don't have to be boys, that's perfectly fine, but give me someone. Literally, anyone. They say that actions speak louder than words, and in video games you have the chance to have the player be the front and center of said actions. So what actions do we do in the modern day of Black Flag? Walk around mostly, rarely interacting with stuff here or there. Now if we played with an actual character with a personality and an objective, that'd be fine. But we don't, so we end up with a style of protagonist that doesn't match well with the gameplay we're given, which makes the modern day plot yet another swing and a miss. Making us control an emotionless camera with no stakes whatsoever in any given situation isn't exactly an upgrade from Desmond, you know. Why should I be invested in the events at hand if they're happening to literally nobody? Who am I supposed to care about? The NPCs walking around the office? The woman we've talked to for like 30 seconds? John the IT guy? Yeah, don't worry, we'll talk about him in a bit. I think we all know why the modern day is the way it is. It's basically a result of the IP extending far beyond its original scope and goal. Desmond and his story were in the way of Ubisoft making money, so they kill him off. They're brave enough to get rid of him, but coward enough to not end the modern day, instead keeping it in suspended animation. To this day I don't understand why, and I can only guess that they believe for some reason that people like the direction it's going, and they'd drop the franchise if there's no modern day? Let's not kid ourselves, the modern day was a subject of debate ever since the first game. Some people liked it, some people were wrong. But what's clear is that you're not gonna win anyone over by killing its protagonist and artificially extending its length to however many games you feel like doing from now to 2089. Hey Ubisoft, check out my idea. How about changing Assassin's Creed 3 so Desmond wins the day and destroys the Templars? Then issue an official statement on how the main plot of Assassin's Creed is done, but there's still many more stories left untold. Boom, people that like the modern day are happy, and people that hate it can have historical climbing simulators from this point forward without anima in them. Hope I pronounced that well. If you feel like a single game wouldn't be enough to get a comprehensive ending, hell, repurpose Watch Dogs into a full modern day Assassin's Creed. I'm sure it couldn't have been worse than the game we did end up with. This way everybody's happy. Ubisoft had the choice to either continue the modern day as it was or end it and move forward without it, and yet they went for a third, worse choice. Now neither party likes where stuff is going. Those of us that like the modern day story get screwed over in obvious ways, those that disliked it still have it in the games. In fact, after stagnating it for 4 games, I believe Ubisoft gave a push to the modern day with Origins, so what the hell? Last but not least, let's talk about Desmond. I'm sure most of you know that Patrice Désilets, the creative director for Assassin's Creed 1, 2 and Brotherhood, left Ubisoft midway through the latter's development. It was his idea to have an overarching plot that would tie the historical stories together, and it was his idea for said plot to eventually get to a clear end. That obviously goes against the idea of annual video games making millions of dollars, so he had to go. And with him, it seems, Desmond. All that build-up, all that bleeding effect stuff, wasted. Because being a camera in a video game developer studio is more interesting, apparently. And talking about that, relax John, I'll be with you in a moment. How stupid is it for Abstergo to be making video games about their secret war? They're all about control. I get how making movies and video games with subliminal messages in them might be beneficial. But these aren't typical movies or video games, they're straight up talking about their millennia secret war. The video game we know as Assassin's Creed Liberation exists in a universe created by Abstergo Entertainment as Liberation. Sure, it tells an edited version of the real events, a version that makes the Templars sympathetic and the Assassins a bunch of crazy sociopaths, but it doesn't matter, you're revealing to the world your factions exist. You cannot do that and think it's a good idea in the 21st century. As if people would investigate a video game setting and backstory and maybe find out stuff. What's worse is that an in-game document the game is referred to not as Liberation, but Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation. And apparently Abstergo developed it in collaboration with major video game publisher Ubisoft? Okay, so what's the name of the game supposed to be? Because if it's called Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation, it means that in-universe, there's at the very least 2 other games if we assume that Liberation is not a spin-off of 3 like in real life, but rather 3 itself. And this also means they decided to name their video game franchise Assassin's Creed. Not a very intelligent move from a PR perspective, let me tell you. If you don't get it yet, I'm saying everything around this whole entertainment branch is pens-on-head retarded. Also, I want to imagine Ubisoft allying themselves with the bad guys of the setting was a Freudian slip. Okay, that was a long time coming, at least for me. Back on track for a while. Melanie leads us to our Animus and we see John the IT guy fixing some stuff in it. See, told you we wouldn't forget about him. Fun fact, you can actually find a message of his in the game's files where he taunts you for it.
Hey, you clever little hacker, you found me. Well, congratulations. I suppose you expect some sort of reward now, huh? Some sort of validation for having more free time than the rest of us. And now it's only a matter of time before you post this somewhere on the internet for all your little followers to hear, and you'll sit back and revel in their faint, slobbering praise while enjoying your 15 megabytes of fame, and then... What exactly? Huh? Nothing. Nothing at all. Because your life hasn't changed. And you're still a disgusting human. And you're gonna die. Eventually. And on your deathbed, you'll remember this message and think to yourself, by God, John was right. I should have been an astronaut. And you know what? You'll be right. You should have been an astronaut. For there's nothing worth seeing or saving down here. But out there, oh, so much possibility. Oh well. I hope it's painless.
So yeah, he's cool in my book. With all of these out of the way, we get the chance to roam around the office and make the best out of the situation we're in, I suppose. I'll drop the angry face and judge the modern Dane for what it is and what it has. I guess it's worth noting how, as I mentioned, this game wasn't made by the same team that made 3, so unless we're ever told by someone that worked on them, which will probably never happen, we'll never know how the continuation of the main plot went down. They must have known the rough layout at the very least before 4 started actual development so they could build this first-person Abstergo office thing. When it comes to said office, truth is it's very well decorated. It actually feels like a lived-in environment. It might even be nice to walk around it if it wasn't for the awful FOV that can't be changed. There's people working or placing around, action figures which you yourself will be able to end up getting in your workstation. Some of them even spoil the plot, like Punished Bonnet over here. Man, Abstergo is swimming in cash. You got Abstergo brand drinks, Abstergo brand caps, Abstergo brand scale model jets. The hell? Okay. Okay. You know what I find weird? This seems to be a great place to work in because people have no problem whatsoever leaving their phones and wallets around. Let me tell you, in most places those would mysteriously disappear in like 5 minutes. Part of the decoration of the place are very obviously artwork pieces reworked, and I kinda find it funny that Oliver implies the studio also visits other ancestors' memories like Hatham or Connor, because it just so happens that all the wallpapers in the office are about Edward, would you look at that? And would you look at that, weird QR stickies. Each sticky you pick up tells part of a full manifesto we'll talk about far later. It won't be long until you'll find your first locked door, and if you've played any video games before, you probably know how this will go down. There's a security number next to each door, and until you have that security clearance, you won't be able to get in, Metal Gear style.
I'll give you my card too. It'll open up all security level 2 doors.
If we access our communicator, we can read our employee passport, where there's a brief history lesson about Abstergo. Founded in 1937, first Animus in 1978. All this extended universe stuff makes me wonder just what does the public know about Abstergo. If we judged the company by what we could gather from the games alone up until now, it felt like they were simply known as a pharmaceutical company. Yet now it seems like the Animus is widely known and has been for a long time. Sure, they don't explain the specifics or the real reason they created it, but it still boggles my mind. Oh hey Warren, wonder if people know what happened to you. Does the public even know about you, or were you a secret cog in the machine? Anyway, not a lot more to explore. The bathrooms are cool, I guess. Before we get into the Animus again, I guess I'll mention what it's probably already obvious. After my first playthrough I completely ignored the modern day. To me it died with Desmond, and in a way I'm thankful the games up to Unity don't really have it in an obtrusive way, makes it easy to ignore. Now then, on to this game's version of the Animus Omega. What could be considered as the immediate tutorial of the game is now gone, and we're presented with the title screen, a feature present since the famous first implementation of Ezio's family in Assassin's Creed 2. The game wants us to know we're playing it, and really, who am I to disagree?
Lively Havana. I've been here once before. It was a truly awful pleasure.
Note the passage of time. When we left the island it was June, and we've now arrived to Havana in July. Bonnet's on his way to meet some merchants at the local pub, and Edward goes with him to unwind. On the way there we notice a group of prostitutes which will be used in the next mission. Edward, being the charming fellow he is, persuades Bonnet into buying him a new set of swords, and I actually have an issue with this. I dislike games that start you up with a weapon only to make you change it not even 5 minutes later. I somewhat feel like all the effort that went into making that first weapon was wasted, as no one will use it for longer than necessary, which in this case is the first mission. I know it's something bizarre to complain about, but I can't be the only one that feels like this. If you're going to give me a new sword quite literally right after starting the game, you might as well start the game with it. The only time we've used the old ones are against Duncan and maybe the English soldiers if you fought against them head on. Ubisoft did it this way to teach you about stores, but it's not like they function differently from any other video game store in existence. There's nothing wrong with letting the player find this stuff out on their own. Besides, the difference between weapons has been minimal ever since Brotherhood because of the counter kills. At least the sword was reused in Rogue. Hey, and there's the one we just bought. Rogue reuses a lot of Black Flag if you didn't get it by now. Also, fun fact, the weaker ones in Black Flag are the stronger ones in Rogue, would you look at that? So Bonnet gets lost even though we've walked for like 10 seconds. Seriously, look at this. This is the route we took, and this is where the tavern we're looking for is. We're not that far off, mate. Anyhow, Edward decides to climb a nearby church to get a lay of the land, and here is where Edward's climbing abilities are explained.
My goodness, you're an agile chap.
Every finger's a fishhook. That's how you tell a true sailor.
I already explained how the act of climbing up high to see further ahead fits with Edward spending time at sea, but climbing up ropes is very different to climbing man-made buildings. The whole point of the ropes being that way is to allow sailors to climb them in the first place. With buildings you have rigid walls instead of inclined slopes, not to mention how it'd be harder to actually grab ledges or windows or part of the walls that are broken off. I get that it's nitpicking, and that the alternative would be to have an Assassin's Creed game with nothing to climb, and that would be a pretty bad idea, wouldn't it? But if you think about it, Edward is the first protagonist for which we have no convincing explanation as to how he knows how to climb normal buildings like a madman. Altair was a member of the Brotherhood since he was a kid, grew up in it training as an assassin, that's as clear as it gets. The first few missions with Ezio present him as a very active teenager that's also a little bit mischievous when it comes to the more lawful side of things. He climbs into his girlfriend's room, then runs away from the guards, he gets into fights, then races his older brother through a bunch of rooftops. Hell, he climbs a viewpoint with his brother, then goes right back at climbing rooftops to find a bunch of feathers for Petruccia. Petruccia! Connor grew up in the forests, climbing up trees all day long. Now, you might compare knowing how to climb trees to ships, and that neither is representative of buildings. The difference here is that Connor ended up training as an assassin before heading on to the new world. He spent a long time with Achilles, so you can assume the guy taught him whatever was needed. Then we have Desmond, where the whole point of Assassin's Creed 2 was to train him as an assassin through the bleeding effect. In fact, there's a specific moment in 2 where Desmond gets out of the enemies and practices what he's learned. Compared to any of them, I can't help but find Edward's fishhook explanation weak when it comes to climbing anything that's not a ship. Now, I'll be the first to admit I know nothing about climbing up ships, or buildings for that matter. So if any of you do have real-life experience on it and can correct me, do it. The point of this retrospective is to cover any thought I ever had on this game, which will sometimes include arguably useless details or complaints like this one. Could it have been done differently? Well, you could say at least they're trying to give an explanation, it'd be worse if they didn't. What they could have done is have Edward have a very primitive way of climbing, worse than Connor's, like Altair's for example. Then at some point in the story he's taught better freerunning. I guess then you'd run into the issue of spending the first few hours of the game with a limited moveset because of story reasons, and not everyone would be okay with that. I wouldn't mind, but it's tricky either way. We find the tavern we're looking for, but Bonnet being Bonnet is getting robbed right under our feet. Chasing the thief serves as a sort of introduction to the courier side activity we'll see in a while, although having it integrated in a main mission instead of on its own as side content the player might choose to interact with or not is weird, because at this point we don't really have a reason to separate Edward from Bonnet. The contrary, in fact, as Edward has seen where the pub they're looking for is and hasn't been able to relay said information to Bonnet. Not that it matters, as he somehow found his way there regardless. I guess he simply walked around the area a little bit. If you were hoping for a relaxed cutscene where Edward gets to have a few drinks and think his next step, you're in for a disappointment. A patron recognized Edward from his time in Nassau, and we've already seen what the city thinks of pirates, so we shut him up the best way we know how.
Hey, I warned him.
The franchise has pretty much had the exact same tutorial when it comes to fist fighting forever, how to attack, block, throw, wound and counter. Weirdly enough, we're not told that if holding the counter button you can deflect attacks, something that was teached to you in earlier games. You can still do it in Black Flag, you just have to figure it out on your own. And honestly, why would you? The combat in this game is so easy you'll only ever try different moves to spice things up if you get bored. 90% of the time you'll kill anything that moves via chaining counter kills. The brawl attracts the attention of the guards, and Edward, very understandably not wanting to end like his friend at the docks, bails out of there. Although abandoning Bonnet in the process. Okay, where did Edward get those smoke grenades? In earlier games you were either given them or had to craft them. I'm okay with a pirate knowing how to climb stuff, contrary to what my earlier ramblings might make you think, but you better explain how he got a hold of those. Mention how Duncan had summoned him, you did have time to show how his hidden blades broke. Or better yet, have him steal some from Bonnet's cargo. You're telling me they materialized in Edward's pockets through sheer force of will? Anyway, first we lose sight of the guards and then we hide. Black Flag doesn't really have any new hiding mechanics compared to its predecessors. As for hiding spots, we have the typical ones from earlier games. Benches, haystacks, wells and foliage. The one new addition to this game are the wardrobes, which are basically this game's equivalent of the rooftop gardens, so it's not like we've won a new hiding spot, we've simply replaced one for the other. Nice hidden blade animation you got there, Edward. If pre-release footage is to be trusted, that is to say, if it wasn't scripted for this specific video and it truly existed back then during development, there was another hiding spot in the form of tavern counters. But given how few uses it would actually have in the final game, seeing how few targets, or random guards for that matter, are ever nearby a bar, it makes sense they ended up cutting it. We could start to free roam now if we wanted to, but Edward has a bloody nose until the next mission, and I don't really like that. You wouldn't want to walk around town with a bloody face, would you? So let's do one more mission, one that will teach us some core mechanics of the game for better or worse. Bonnet got both his sugar and Edward's maps and weird glass cube confiscated during the pub raid by Spanish soldiers. Why did Edward leave his stuff with Bonnet? How, even? At the end of this mission we'll see how it all fits in a small pouch. I find it hard to believe that Edward would leave it either with Bonnet or his ship. Understandably, Edward wants it back, not really caring about Bonnet's sugar, and so intends to find out where did the Spanish put it. This is the first required use of the Eagle Vision, a staple of the series. We know Edward is an ancestor of Desmond, and thus has high precursor DNA in his lineage, same as every other protagonist so far. Somewhat surprising though, Edward himself knows how to make use of the vision, even if he was never trained or told what it was. This is actually talked about and explained later down the line, so we'll leave it for then. This is also the introduction to optional objectives, which have been in the game since Brotherhood. The in-universe explanation behind them is that they're the specific way the ancestor did the thing back then. In this case, Edward paid a group of dancers to either distract guards or hide him. Sure, you can live through the memory without completing the optional objective, but as you're not doing things the same way the ancestor lived them, you won't attain 100% synchronization with him. It's a good explanation, and it holds up even when the memories you're living aren't your direct ancestors. You might know how a lot of people out there don't dislike the optional objectives, which I could understand, but actively hate them and would want them gone. And my question is, why? The only game where they're even remotely relevant is the game they were introduced in. Attaining 100% synchronization throughout Brotherhood would allow you to play the Cristina Vespuccio missions. In every game since then, they're completely, say it with me, optional. For those that like them, they're there, maybe even making you play certain missions in ways you wouldn't otherwise. Those that dislike them lose nothing in ignoring them. I just feel like wanting them cut out of the game when they don't impact anything at all unless you're looking to 100% the entire thing is just silly. In any case, the sugar must have been stolen because somehow we know out of all the cars in the city, these two are the ones that will lead us to it. And so we follow them. What's that? A tailing mission? Why yes, I sure hope you like them, because it won't be the last one. For now I'll just leave this over here. We hear from a conversation between a merchant and a guard how there's a captain named Mendoza who is overseeing a hanging, and who owes money to the merchant for some slaves. Seems the captain's happy with paying him back in goods, more specifically, Bonnet's sugar, which is located in a fort nearby. So we locate Captain Mendoza, we'll find where the sugar is, and alongside it our possessions. When we get near the hanging, we're presented for the first time with the one variant of the tailing missions, that is eavesdropping. This game has the same version of eavesdropping as Assassin's Creed 3, in which you need to remain in close physical proximity to hear the target. This will be easier in some missions more than others. When we get to the hanging, we find Captain Mendoza alongside El Tiburon, a man clad in armor who we hear is the governor's right-hand man. For now he's just a background NPC, but we'll see more of him later on. So we've located Captain Mendoza, we now need his key which will unlock the room in the fort where the sugar is located. Again, there will be several missions throughout the game where we'll have to pickpocket a key, but thankfully the game doesn't railroad us in doing so, and if you want to take down the target you can do so and loot the key from the body instead. The only thing left is infiltrating the fort and getting backwards hours. The fort is probably the first real contact players will have with this game's stealth, and it's not bad, it's not great either, and we'll talk about stealth in detail in a bit, but for now the optional objective of staying out of combat might make players plan their route both outside and inside the place. As for getting inside, there are 3 possible routes. I mean, sure, we could go through the front doors, but where's the fun in that? We can go through the right side, ending up in a pier with a direct entrance to the fort's stone corridors. The left side with a direct series of posts that'll take you around the fort's external wall and out the rampart. Or, for the more sharp-sighted out there, the tree near the main door can be used to climb up the frontal wall. The fort isn't really that heavily guarded, it's just that most enemies seem to be grouped together on the second floor where you need to go. It's not weird if trying to do this undetected takes you a couple of tries, but the thing you need the most is simply patience. Once at the storage room we get backwards hours and forget about the sugar. To be fair, Edward was right at the beginning of the mission, there's no feasible way we could transport it out of here without rousing suspicion. Back with Bonnet, he reminds us of our visit to the governor, but first, now that we've gotten used to this city and Edward doesn't have a bleeding nose anymore, let's take a step back on the plot and talk game mechanics. First of all, one thing I like to do in games in general is turn off whatever parts of the HUD aren't strictly necessary. In Black Flag we mainly have the character icon, health bar, minimap, puppeteer, and weapon indicator. There's also the social status indicator, or SSI, whose effect I'll explain in a bit. Health regenerates, and once you've learned the controls there's really no reason to have the puppeteer on screen, so those alongside the character icon can go. It's a matter of taste whether you want the minimap or not. With SSI turned on, whatever you mark on the map will appear in real time in the game, effectively making the minimap useless unless you really want to know where the enemies are, making the game easier than it already is. Turning most, if not all, the HUD elements off makes the game more, dare I say it, immersive, and like turning the HUD off in most games results in you paying more attention to your surroundings. A little fact I believe most people don't know is that Assassin's Creed 1 was designed without minimap, and that it was only added late into development. That's the reason viewpoints exist to begin with. They weren't there only to unlock parts of your map, you actually had to climb them and observe your surroundings, note landmarks and the like. That's the same reason the bureaus had the assassin logo and entrance on the rooftops, and why its leaders inside explained in detail where you'd need to go to dig up information. All cities were designed for you to explore them without the aid of a minimap, though it ended up being added for one reason or another, and with the release of the PC version of the game, new investigations were added which actually required the use of the minimap, rendering the original aim of the idea impossible. I was going to get in depth about it until I found out a blog that already did this years ago, so I'll link to it in the description if you're interested. All other Assassin's Creed games were built from the ground up with minimaps in them, which allowed the developers the luxury of creating cities without having to worry about the player getting lost in them. Black Flag isn't any different, which is why the SSI option allowing you to mark objects in the world in real time isn't the perfect solution, but at least somewhat alleviates the problem of having to have the minimap active at all time, at least when not at sea. Starting with the second game, that is if you don't count the flags from the first game which were put there precisely to mock people that wanted to collect useless tokens just because they're there, Assassin's Creed came up with the collectathon all Ubisoft games have been since then, and that continues on to Black Flag. We have chests with money in them, Animus fragments which do nothing but count towards 100% completion, Abstergo challenges which unlock cheats, manuscripts which simply add a codex entry, sea shanties which are this game's version of the AC3 almanac pages but are an actual useful collectible as they unlock new songs your crew can sing at sea, and the ever-present, already sort of mentioned viewpoints. This I believe is the highest viewpoint in Havana. Nice view, although I'd argue such a view is less and less impressive the more games into this franchise you're into. There's a reason climbing towers to unlock your map is kind of a meme at this point with Ubisoft games. They just don't know what else to do. And even when you're not climbing towers, you're still climbing towers. My point here being, the more games like this you play, the more you'll take climbing buildings as just a routine, and such views will stop being impressive and start being a monotonous task you just do so you have all the flashy icons appear on your map. What was once exciting is now part for the course, especially given how automatic climbing is. You might subconsciously realize how high you're climbing, or even say out loud how pretty this scenery is, but chances are if you've played every game prior in this franchise, let alone other Ubisoft titles, you've just become too accustomed to the notion of viewpoints. Let's talk combat now. In the first two Assassin's Creed, fights were a little bit more down to earth. You had access to your fists, sword, dagger and hidden blade, with two adding two-handed weapons like axes or buster swords, as well as actual combat capabilities for the hidden blade, unlike one where you could only counter with it. The way combat worked was enemies could deflect and counter your attacks at any strike. Likewise, they could grab you and throw you around, which you could also do to them, as well as dodging their strikes. The way to fight them was to either execute a combo while striking again once both your blades collided, or to wait for an attack and counter with your own. Higher tier enemies would survive more than one counter, as well as being generally harder to hit. In a one-on-one fight, a single guard was no problem, but if a group of them started attacking you, your best bet was to run away and hide. Not because they were difficult, mind you, but because it'd take longer to kill them than to hide and continue on your way. The different weapons also had different characteristics, with the sword being the all-around neutral option, the dagger being faster and thus better for combos but with a shorter counter window, and with the hidden blade being unable to attack or block, and having the shortest counter window, but being able to one-hit kill any enemy no matter how tough they were if you did do a successful counter. That is, in AC1. In 2 they made it a full weapon, which is a decision I disagree with, as I'll talk about later on. In AC1 the sync bar didn't regenerate while in combat, which made it so you could only make so many mistakes in the frantic heat of battle before they proved fatal. With every assassination, towns got more and more guards patrolling the streets at higher ranks. By the end of that game you wanted to be careful, lest you'd end up with half the city on your tail. Brotherhood introduced the ability to chain kills by pointing at an enemy and pressing the attack button while you were in the middle of executing another guard, and it was all downhill from there. With a revamping that was AC3, combat was made even easier by default, and even so it ended up being harder than Black Flag's. More on that in a bit. In Assassin's Creed 4, you can't choose your main weapon. Gone are the armories from AC2, Brotherhood, Revelations, and 3. Edward only ever has the dual swords equipped. Sure, you can steal the single sword or axe from enemies, but they're not permanent, and once the fight's done, so are said weapons, as you can't run around and hold on to them. There's no reason for that mechanic to be gone, especially seeing how later on we'll own a place similar to Monteriggioni or the Davenport homestead. Health regenerates both in combat and out of it, although the former will take longer. Can I complain about this too? Of course I can, it's my video. See, here's the thing. I like when games try and bridge the differences between gameplay and narrative. In AC1, the health bar isn't technically a health bar. I mean, sure, it is in gameplay terms, but in universe it's a synchronicity bar. It represents how strong synchronicity is between Desmond and his ancestor Altair. That's why you start the game with low synchronicity, that's why completing objectives that Altair did to improves synchronicity. Altair was never hit in combat, nor did he kill innocent civilians. Besides that one, I mean. That's why if you do either of those things, synchronicity with the ancestor is hurt, and thus it diminishes. When synchronicity is lost, you're desynchronized. It's a health bar, sure, but it's explained as if it wasn't. It's given a reason in universe to be there and act the way it does. Even if they thought it up in 5 minutes, it's already got more thought put into it than most cases. Well, lo and behold, that's lost as soon as AC2, when the game itself refers to it as a health bar numerous times. So is it no longer a synchronicity bar? Well, if you're defeated, you desynchronize anyway, so I guess it's both? If that's the case, how the hell can you mend your synchronicity with Ezio by making him take some medicine? Did Ezio back then in universe use those too? Does that mean he was canonically hurt several times during his adventures and had to visit the different doctors throughout Italy? How does him buying some leather bracers improve synchronicity? It doesn't, technically. It's a health bar now, except it's both. It's a stupid detail to complain about, but I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I made a video as long as this one, taking the opportunity to compare an Assassin's Creed game with the rest, and I didn't mention what's been nagging me for so long. For the record, if I had to choose between the synchronicity bar explanation or a non-regenerative health bar, I'd go for the latter any day of the week. It makes it so your mistakes are punished. Or at least it would if you weren't able to hold enough medicine to cure an entire regiment. Funnily enough, this makes AC1 harder than 2, as you can't spam healing items. There's a whole lot of talk of non-Black Flag titles in this Black Flag retrospective, isn't there? Well, get used to it, it's far from over. Both AC3 and 4 go with regenerative health. In both games, it's practically impossible to be defeated unless you seriously screw up. In fact, I'd wager the only times you'll ever see the desynchronization screen in Black Flag will be at sea if you're careless. You're simply too powerful for any enemy to pose a threat. Talking about enemies, the game has 5 enemy types. Regular soldiers, which are cannon fodder and can be killed quite literally by the dozens. Scouts, which are fast, one of the only 2 types of enemies that deflect your attacks and must be dealt with either a counter or by breaking their defense. Brutes, which do the most damage and are immune to standard attacks and counters. They also throw grenades and must be dealt with by breaking their defense. Gunners, which are usually found in rooftops or watchtowers, only ever fight with a musket and are actually helpful, because if they're about to shoot you, you can use any other enemy regardless of their archetype as a human shield, which results in an insta-kill. They behave just like regular soldiers and thus are easy to deal with. And last but not least, there's the captains. If you're looking at each archetype, they seem to be presented as the ultimate enemy, but they're no harder than the rest. They're immune to every melee technique, including trying to break their defense, and can also shoot their pistol, but a single counter will be enough for Edward to kick them in the nuts and for you to be able to combo the rest to death. While on paper it might sound like good enough enemy variety, the truth of the matter is that you'll be fighting regular soldiers and scouts for 90% of the game. Brutes are somewhat rare, gunners are only ever found in high places as sentries, and captains only ever appear as reinforcements on land or steering a ship's wheel at sea. If that wasn't enough, there's this little bugger. Remember that social status indicator option regarding the HUD? Well, it tackles any and all prompts on screen. That includes the already mentioned markings on the map, but also others like whenever you interact with the world, or, wouldn't you know it, the prompts you're given in battle from enemies, from attacks to incoming shots. This means the already small reason you had to pay attention to the combat is gone, and the game does all the work for you. Just keep mashing the attack button. In fact, seeing the red prompt actually rewards you, as now you'll be chaining kills and getting rid of the entire city guard on your own. I'll try to keep the SSI off, unless I'm collecting items around the map, so you shouldn't see the red prompts a lot during this video. Unfortunately, the SSI doesn't disable either the white enemy highlight or Edward being grayed out when hiding, which I would have liked, especially the latter, even if it is true that's been there since AC2. Unity's way of rectifying the combat was to replace the counter button with a parrying button. This made it so you wouldn't instantly kill an enemy, but rather only stop his attacks from harming you, after which if you wanted to you could keep attacking yourself. That, alongside that game's central mechanic of stat changing gear, makes it so you can basically spec yourself for your preferred field. Putting on stealth gear would make it so you suck at open combat, which alongside its just mentioned changes to the counter mechanic would pressure players into trying and avoid open conflict in favor of a stealthier approach, else they'd probably end up dead. As a side note, Unity allows you to spare the enemy's life after defeating them. If you stop attacking after depleting their health pool, they'll just drop down injured, while if you press the attack button once more, you'll execute them. I can't defend anything about Black Flag's combat style besides the animations look cool and it makes you feel powerful. On that note, it certainly fulfills a power fantasy. The animations make you feel like a god on the battlefield and you'll never get to see all the combat animations, if only due to a bunch of them being tied to double counter kills. Then there's the ones you can chain up, like disarming a gunner and proceeding to break his neck with his own musket. Combat doesn't entice you to try and explore said different animations, they're just fluff, and a bunch of them are reused from AC3. For some, this would be enough, but in a video game franchise where I'm supposed to hide in a crowd, take down my target and walk away, being a one-man army isn't the greatest idea they had. And what's worse is that, believe it or not, AC3 was harder than this. I didn't even realize until I replayed the game for a bit to gather footage for this video. At first it was simply to show how both games share some combat animations, but then I ended up getting in fights and realized how it's practically the same combat system, but 3's enemies are far more aggressive. Take a look at this. And now compare that to any of these.
vivido demasiado.
Enemies in 3 attack you in pairs and grab you from behind far more often than any from Black Flag, where it actually feels like you need to try and lead the AI along for it to try and do anything that's not stand there and attack every now and then if by then you haven't massacred them all. This ties to what I mentioned about weapons being useless. I'm doing all of this with the second pair of swords in the game, which means that combat will only ever get easier from this point forward. This and the unnecessary removal of weapon selection makes combat one of the lowest points of the game by far. I don't know if the game's release for the Wii U had something to do with this, maybe having to dumb down the AI for weaker hardware. It's the only explanation I can think of seeing how 3's combat was, besides the developers just wanting to make it brain dead easy. To make matters worse, Black Flag introduces a bug which I'm sure all of you are familiar with. Sometimes the finishing blow that ends combat won't be heard. It's easily noticeable and it probably happens about 50% of the time. How Ubisoft didn't realize it and fix it is beyond me. On the other extreme we have stealth, if you can call it that. When Assassin's Creed started, the idea behind the Assassins was that they didn't do conventional stealth, hiding in the shadows, around corners, that kind of stuff. They were more of a blade in the crowd, spurting out of it, striking their target down, then running away and blending back in.
There are multiple ways we could do this. We could blast down full speed, high profile, but what I'd like you to do this time is go slowly. We're going to show off something that we call social stealth. So this is an idea that you're not hidden when you're in shadows or light, you're hidden when you're doing things that are socially acceptable, and some people...
With each new game that feel has been left to the side more and more, and by Black Flag that pretense is not even there. The crowd mechanics from earlier games remain. Edward can hide among groups of people, although its only use really are tailing missions, as they're the only kind of mission that puts you anywhere near the street level in a situation where you must remain hidden. Then there's the already mentioned hiding places like benches or haystacks. Throwing knives make a return after being swapped with a bow for AC3, but with a small twist. They kill in one hit as they originally did, but you can only ever carry one at a time and can't be bought. They instead must be taken from a scout enemy, turns out it's the dagger they use in combat. If you don't have a knife in your inventory, you can straight up take it from their hands, if not just loot it after you deal with them. Stealth works solely on line of sight, and if you have the SSI active, you get to see when the enemy are suspicious and after which thresholds they start walking toward you. Thankfully they denote it with their body, so you can tell well enough with the SSI turned off. As with earlier games as well, you can remain underwater for a few seconds as a manner of stealth, and due to this game's nature, this ability will be far more useful now than in earlier games. You can hide in foliage like in AC3. Unlike AC3, you can also whistle from them, which will often prove to be the most useful tactic at any given time. Something I like to do, and some might find irrelevant, is take down people non-lethally. The only game as far as I know that actually recognizes non-lethality as a thing is Unity, in which there are non-lethal specific weapons. How a mace or a hammer doesn't kill a person when you bash their skull in, I don't know. Starting with Chu, if you defeat an enemy with your fists instead of ragdolling on the floor, they'll play an animation in which they're in pain but alive. That plays even when the animation very clearly shows you stomping their head in or breaking their neck. The game doesn't really differentiate their state and treats them as if they died for all intents and purposes, but it's still fun to make it so Edward knocks people out instead of killing them by the hundreds. As a side note, the animation for making an enemy unconscious is the same one from 3, but speeded up. While this is convenient, it's also pretty funny seeing someone go down in less than 3 seconds. I have no problem with the speeded up animation, but if I had to choose, I'd prefer they had kept it as lengthy as before. While for some it means fists would be objectively worse than any other type of weapon and thus they've never used them, I'd argue it would add a simple layer on how far an immersed player is willing to go for his experience. I know I'd go through with it if I knew at the end of the day my Edward wasn't turning 3/4 of Havana's women into widows. It would also mean the high-profile version of the fists would have a more tactical use, as it'd be noisy, sure, but faster. More on this profile thing in a bit. It's funny seeing just how much of this was present in a more primitive state in the very first game of the franchise, with Chu refining it by adding the kills from hiding places. Black Flag is the 6th main installment and stealth is as bare bones as day one. At least with the first game they had the excuse of having to create a final product that could be called a brand new IP, alongside all the, at the time, new technologies for next gen like crowds of NPCs or being able to climb any building in a city in a believable manner. Every game since had the opportunity to innovate, but after 2 we've gotten either retreads or quote-unquote innovation in the wrong departments, like being able to chain kill or kill 2 enemies at the same time. The closest example to the type of stealth AC1 was going for is the Hitman franchise. Besides a bump on the road, every Hitman game has tried to innovate on the basic formula that makes a Hitman game a Hitman game. Assassin's Creed had 2 options: refine its original formula and go the Hitman route with its social stealth, where you'd have to plan your approach to the target, stalk him through the rooftops, using distractions to get near, dealing the killing blow, then running away and hiding in the crowd, or go the normal stealth route of hiding in the shadows and crouching behind walls. Just like with the modern day, Ubisoft had 2 options, and just like with the modern day, they chose neither. It wouldn't be until Unity when a crouch button would be added, and that part would be short-lived, as while the crouching would remain, Assassin's Creed would soon become a shadow of its former self. As for the other end of the spectrum, with each game the social stealth aspect would be abandoned more and more, with some remnants of it persisting here and there. Tell me, did you ever use the ability to throw money in Black Flag? Why would you? I can't think of a single instance in the entire game where throwing money would be a better idea than anything else at your disposal. It's there in the tool menu, never to be used, because in the kind of game that Black Flag is, it's quite literally useless. At this point, the only difference I can see between stealth in this game and something like Uncharted or any other AAA game with stealth shoehorned in is that in those ones enemies see you instantly. You can run at top speed towards an enemy flailing your swords around and he won't care. You can take down an entire platoon one by one and no one will ever wonder where the guards that were supposed to be there went. Just like with the combat, it's certainly fun to play around with the AI, alternating weapons and kill moves, and that's its one saving grace. But if you try and look for something more, you'll realize there's nothing. We've explored 2 of the 3 main pillars of an Assassin's Creed, and they are both shallow. You'll only have so much fun with them depending on how other parts of the game interact with them at any given time. I know I might have sounded overly negative so far in pretty much all aspects of the game, and it might be difficult to believe I really do like this title, but you gotta understand a big part of a retrospective is looking back on something in the most honest way you can. And as a game under the Assassin's Creed banner, Black Flag falls short in a lot of aspects. AC never reached the heights it could have with its original premise, yet even so, each game dwindled its gameplay features until this supposedly stealth-focused franchise became a run-of-the-mill generic AAA annual feature. Its saving grace for a while there were its original settings, with Black Flag pretty much being the poster child, but even that ended, and what we have now is, well, a completely different franchise wearing the Assassin's Creed name like a party mask. That's the bad news. The good ones is that now that I've talked about the worse than average stuff, only nice things remain. So let's talk about the third and final pillar, movement and parkour. Edward's abilities are basically Connor's. He moves the same, climbs the same. AC3 changed the movement scheme the previous 4 games used and sort of streamlined it. Now there's no need to push away civilians else you fall down, Edward will do it himself. By sprinting you'll be able to get where you wanna go automatically, although if you want to fine-tune your movement you can press either the jump button or the interact button to force Edward to free run up or down respectively. Sometimes making so makes Edward's animations change. Free running up might make him vault over obstacles completely instead of stepping on them first, and free running down will make him drop off wherever he is at the time without worrying about him jumping onto another obstacle on his own. For the more casual player, simply sprinting and moving forward will be enough, but for those that want to get the most out of the control scheme, they can. Fluent animations are very important for third-person games. Really, I can't state enough how much I like Edward's walking animation, especially the way his legs act independently if you move slightly left or right while walking. Makes it so every now and then you might slow down and walk around appreciating the view. I genuinely believe a big reason people like going back to this game and replay it is because of how good it feels to control Edward, and his animations are half the work in that regard. The sprinting button doubles as the high profile button, if you can still call it that, or at least this game's iteration of it. Pressing it while executing some actions will change them. For example, with whatever weapon you have equipped at the time, Edward will perform a more brutal takedown that will alert enemies nearby. Or if performing a ledge kill, Edward will actually climb on the platform the enemy is in instead of throwing the enemy off the rail. Finding all the alternative versions of actions is fun in its own way, and sometimes it actually has a practical use. The just mentioned high-profile ledge assassination leaves the body up in the rooftop instead of throwing it down below where it might be found by some patrolling guards. We already went over the normal and high-profile unarmed takedown and why you'd want to use each, and the high-profile sword assassination can kill 2 enemies at the same time, to mention some. Mind you, all this talk of high and low profile is just a convenient way to categorize the different actions Edward can do. Obviously enough, following in 3's footsteps, there's no actual profile system, unlike earlier games, which is yet another loss of a recognizable system the first few games in the franchise had. Low-profile actions were socially acceptable, while high-profile actions were not. And what this meant is if guards saw you in a high-profile situation, they'd start watching you or even straight up jump into combat as they recognized you as an assassin. With 3 this was abandoned, and while it is true that the system would need to adapt to 3 and in this case 4's unusual protagonist and setting combination, Ubisoft instead decided to just disregard it, like many other things along the way. As mentioned, parkour is pretty much the same as the last game. We already talked about Edward being great at climbing buildings even though he's been a sailor for the last few years. As many changes as these last 2 games brought to the franchise, manual jumping remained as useful as ever. Just like free running up or down, manual jumping is there for those that want to speed things up and be faster and more effective at moving through the city. Sure, I could keep moving right along the edge, or I could manually jump right and not only be faster, but also automatically climb up and continue on my way. This is admittedly the easiest example possible, but it is true that once you learn to regularly use it alongside manual grabbing, the entire city becomes your playground. Unity reworked the free running system in a way that the options to free run up or down were integral to it. And while it allowed for faster, more focused climbing or descending of buildings, it also lost the manual jump that was used in all previous games until then. In an ideal world you'd have both, but besides the different control scheme, I really have no problem going back and forth between the different climbing methods, as they all have their pros and cons. I have one last thing to talk about regarding Black Flag's climbing, but I feel like it'll make more sense to wait until we're on the open world, as there are some climbable structures in there that I want to refer to. That and this point of discussion has to do with the hidden blades, which we don't have yet. Beyond the collectibles, the city of Havana also has a bunch of activities for us to partake in. For example, when roaming around you might find a group of pirates in trouble. This Save Pirates side activity has 2 versions. In one of them the pirates are fighting a group of guards and you gotta help them make it out of there alive. In the other, they're about to be executed and you gotta rescue them without alerting the guards, else they'll be shot dead. After completing either version of the activity, they'll give you their hands and refer to you as
Pull me from the deep there, Captain.
Even though we don't have a ship yet. This activity shouldn't be able to be completed until after this prologue of sorts, yet here we are. On a similar note, there's assassination contracts, which don't really need an introduction. They've been in the franchise since AC2, and from a certain point of view is what you do through the entirety of AC1, really. The only problem is, Edward isn't really an assassin. He's just a guy, a random pirate who stole someone's outfit under the promise of a reward. He knows nothing about assassins or templars, and the contracts are actually explained to you later down the line, so the fact they're available right now is, just like saving the pirates, nonsensical. It'd be as if they were available at the beginning of AC2 while Ezio is a normal teenager. Ever since my first playthrough I waited until they were explained in universe for Edward to complete them, and I'll do the same this time around, so let's ignore them for now. Hey cat. Last place to visit in town is the tavern. The ambience is fairly nice, you can take a drink if you want, as well as play checkers, just like in the last game. Besides checkers, there's Fanorona and 9 Men's Morris as board games you can play throughout the world, each of them having a beginner, intermediate and expert opponent. I've heard the AI in Black Flag is very hard to beat, but believe it or not I actually managed to do it, too bad I didn't bet any money. And on that note, even if I had, it wouldn't have really changed anything. There are no large quantities of money to be made with these minigames and they have no quests tied to them. So really, they're just there as realism flavor, which is good enough for me and a good point for the devs. Here you can also speak with a pirate to buy crew members for your ship. Too bad we don't have one, eh? You can also bribe the varman so he tells you the location of something. You can do this with any varman in the world and they'll mark the location of a random point of interest on your map, be it a naval convoy like in this case, or a map in a random island, stuff like that. While we're in the subject of the city and its citizens, I can't talk for other languages, but if you've played this game in English and seeing how Havana is the first city you play in, you've probably noticed this.
Cebos a granel para cañas de pescar o para estofados. Esturión recién pescado y de oferta. El pescado más fresco de la ciudad. Vengan si no se lo creen. Va a ser mi último servicio durante un tiempo. Aún no he visto a mi hijo que va a cumplir 3 años. Y echo de menos la granja. Mi mujer. Bueno.
Obviously enough, this is Spanish. Havana was founded by the Spanish, and if you haven't noticed, all the enemies we've been fighting so far are soldiers of the Spanish Empire. The reason I bring this up is because it's surprisingly enough hard to find actual Spanish from Spain dialect in media in general. Resident Evil 4 took place in Spain, yet the Ganados spoke in a weird-ass dialect. Hell, Ubisoft themselves screwed up in Brotherhood. The last Ezio memory in that game takes place in Spain, and this is how a Spanish peasant sounds.
¡Ayúdenme! ¡Mi hijo! ¡Mi hijo está herido!
Others did a far better job, although you can still somewhat slightly tell the actor isn't actually Spanish.
Nos habéis arrebatado nuestra edad de oro.
What I mean by all of this is that because Ubisoft dubs all their games in different languages, they were able to use lines from the Spanish dub in the English one and reinforce immersion and believability in the historical setting by using honest-to-God Spanish-speaking people from Spain, because unlike Brotherhood, Spain and its citizens form a far bigger part of Black Flag's West Indies setting. And as someone from Spain myself, hearing these same voice actors in other video game and movie dubs before and now in a production like this, well, it's pretty cool.
Echa un buen vistazo. Seguro que encuentras lo que andas buscando. Si no, dímelo. A lo mejor tengo más guardado.
Sí, señor Walpole. Entre, por favor.
Oh yeah, we did have to talk with the governor, didn't we? Before meeting him, we introduced ourselves to two other Templars-to-be, called Woods Rogers and Julian Ducasse. Seems like Duncan was defecting from the Assassins to the other side. Woods Rogers was a sea captain and privateer, and later the first royal governor of the Bahamas. Julian Ducasse is a fictional character created for the game, but he's supposed to be the nephew of Jean-Baptiste Ducasse, a French buccaneer who would go on to be the governor of what is nowadays known as Haiti. Rogers mentions how his wife met Duncan a while back and described him as handsome, something Rogers doesn't really see. I always found it a nice detail how Edward follows along until Rogers turns back, at which point he looks angry at him. It's subtle and I'm sure a lot of people missed it, but it's small things like this that add a lot of characterization. Ducasse provides weaponry to the Templars, and he gives us a pistol to test it. Shooting works the exact same as AC3, with the addition of being able to free aim, that's really it. While shooting, Rogers mentions to Ducasse how he knows a man in England by the name of James Puckle, who's working on something that the latter might be interested in. This is a reference to an invention Puckle will make 3 years after this conversation, the Puckle gun. If that name rings a bell, it's because it's the cannon you have mounted on your ship in Rogue. After a shooting contest, our hosts realized we're a badly equipped assassin and gifted us a pair of hidden blades from other fallen assassins, aren't they nice? Are you ready for another big complaint coming your way? Well, ready or not, here it is. I don't like how easy it is for Edward to learn how to use the blades. I'm not talking about their activation, none of the games ever got into specifics and different side media or books differ on whether there's a button on the palm of the hand, a ring with a rope attached to it that triggers the mechanism, or something else that activates it with a flick of the wrist. Honestly, it doesn't matter. What does matter, however, is how Edward manages to perfect their use in a matter of minutes. It's already moronic enough that the Templars are the ones telling you what to do next.
A blade in a crowd is always the simplest. Nothing grandiose, just quick and clean. Quite ingenious to use bales of hay for cover, don't you think? The advantage of surprise cannot be overstated, isn't that so? Especially around a blind corner.
Your aerial kills have a poetic beauty, despite their conspicuous quality. Would you show us? Is it also possible to deliver a killing blow at high speed?
But Edward easily goes along with it, proving his skill with prowess. Yet again, Altair's whole life in the Order, Ezio training first under Leonardo da Vinci and then under Mario, Desmond with the bleeding effect and Connor training under Achilles all explain how they learned their skills with the iconic tool of the trade for the assassins, while I guess Edward just kinda winged it? I'm sure tons of people just don't care, same with the climbing, but here's the deal for me. Edward was the man that introduced the Kenway bloodline to the Assassin-Templar conflict. He is the beginning. Haytham, Connor, and thus the future of the American Brotherhood wouldn't have happened, or would have happened far different if it wasn't for him. This right here is the source of it all, the explanation of how a random pirate managed to get involved in a war where both his son and grandson would participate in on opposing sides. The thing is, there's just no explanation. Yeah, sure, they go over how he got the outfit and in contact with the Templars, but it turns out he already had the skills to be an assassin. He knew how to climb, how to tail targets, and how to perfectly move and deal with enemies with a brand new weird-as-hell weapon that consists of a tiny retractable blade hidden under his arm he didn't even need to be explained how to activate for the first time. This is a peasant turned privateer in the early 18th century, mind you. I'm just asking for a differently directed scene where Edward has to bullshit his way around the Templars, because this thing he's been given is completely foreign and he has no idea what it even is besides it having a pointy end. Oh well. Maybe it was the power of knowing how to pull his hood down, something no assassin up to this point seemingly knew how to do. Yeah, let's go with that. We've wasted enough time screwing around, and so the governor is ready to meet with us. On the way there, Rogers mentions how he's been hunting pirates in Madagascar the past year, and he will next move on to Nassau, a place Edward knows well and has friends in, so that will be worth keeping in mind. At last we meet with the Grand Master of the West Indies Rite of the Templar Order, the Governor of Cuba, Laureano de Torres y Ayala. And there's El Tiburon as his bodyguard. Duncan was bringing him a certain weird-looking crystal cube as a peace offering to change sides, as well as a list with the name of different assassin hideouts in the West Indies. Way to go, Edward! Next, Torres inducts us into the Templar Order, I'm sure adult Haytham would be proud, and explains his objective as Grand Master, and how decades before he was entrusted with the task of locating a place left behind by those who came before called the Observatory. By the way, this part of the mission's optional objective is to pickpocket all 3 Templars, which I absolutely love. As a reminder, in canon, optional objectives are ways the ancestor did the deed. In other words, this is something Edward actually did back then, and it informs you via gameplay of his personality and priorities better than any cutscene could have. He's being bombarded with information no normal person should know, about a secret ongoing war between 2 ancient orders for the control of mankind's free will, and good old Edward here only gives a damn about coin. Anyway, apparently this observatory is a place that contains a device that gives one the ability to locate and monitor any one person on the face of the earth. A precursor version of cameras and personal registry, if you would. That's a fairly big deal, especially for control-hungry people like the Templars. As Torres himself says,
"With this device, there will be no secrets among men, no lies, no trickery, only justice, pure justice."
So the observatory is this game's MacGuffin, following the apples in the Altair and Ezio games or the Grand Temple Key in Connor's game. Thankfully they don't know its location yet, but they have in their custody a man who does, a man they call a sage. Everyone but Edward knows what that means, and so they decide to meet again the day after to meet the sage and take him to the governor's manor. Being the scoundrel he is, Edward steals one of the documents about the observatory, and so far everyone's happy.
Governor Torres requests your presence at the docks near the Castillo. First thing tomorrow morning.
Alright, now we have a gun! The next morning we bullshit our way around Bonnet saying our real name and meet with the so-called sage at the docks, fresh off whatever the Templars managed to find him. Torres puts his blood inside the cube, which apparently activates it as a key. Now they only need to find the location of the observatory, which they intend to get out of the sage. If you have a keen eye, you can actually start seeing assassins observing you and killing guards, or at least hear the sound their hidden blades do.
Right. I see.
Going back to Duncan's quote-unquote boss fight, something like this is what I would have liked. Soon enough you're attacked and gotta defend your Templar allies, as well as make sure they don't get away with your main asset. Again, the distinction between Edward and the player is prevalent, in that you're killing the man and woman you fought side by side with in the last 5 games, him being none the wiser. The assassins are of the soldier and scout variety, that is to say they are complete pushovers that at most will block your attack once or twice with their daggers and that's it. A short trek later and a cutscene shows their use of a blowpipe, which in time Edward himself will get a hold of. It's of note that the sage kills his rescuers and makes off on his own, making it clear he's an ally to no one but himself. Chasing the sage is harder if you don't have the SSI or minimap active, as you truly have no idea where he is unless you keep your eye on him, which makes this part actually interesting. I'm not sure you'd be able to keep up with him this way in a first playthrough though. With the attack over and as the victors, Rogers mentions leaving for England, Edward knowing Nassau will sooner or later be in his sights. Finally, our Duncan is paid for bringing the map and cube to the governor. Which doesn't seem to be enough for Edward.
God sink me for this pittance. 1,000 reals for those maps. That's what? £100 at most. How's a man supposed to become rich in these times with a miser like Torres running the world?
His objective is to end up a rich man and return to Caroline, but it's been years and he's no closer to that goal than he was when he left England. He decides rather foolishly to bail the sage out for the observatory's location. Short-sighted as he is, Edward believes he'll be able to sell the observatory to someone and become the richest man alive, not even thinking about the consequences. He doesn't have an actual plan, mind you, he's just going to waltz in, somehow carry him all the way out and try and question him? I don't know. Infiltrating the governor's mansion is the second stealth sense you carry after the Sugar Fort, and while the latter was in broad daylight without a lot of hiding spots in the open, this one's in nighttime with lots of foliage. We gotta locate the warden for the key to the cell. Just like with the earlier fort, the Eagle Vision somehow tells you what guard has a key in their pockets. Not the first time it happens in the franchise, but it's weird nonetheless, as the eagle vision is described time and time again as a feeling or a sense. It's just translated to the player as highlighting enemies with flashing colors. So I guess Edward had a feeling this guy had the key. So we get it, and it turns out we didn't even need to. The sage escaped, alone. What's worse, the Templars figured out you're not Duncan. So, remember El Tiburon? While tracking down Bonnet Sugar, we saw him overseeing a hanging, and he's accompanied us so far, with Torres and protecting the sage. According to the main writer, there was supposed to be a boss fight with him here that was cut because it was, quote, too easy to exploit and also a forced fail. His point was that you'd end up liking the cutscene regardless, so all in all it was replaced by him simply punching the crap out of you. Forced fails in boss fights are tricky, but vary from boss to boss depending on how easy or hard they are, and the repercussions of said loss. They should be judged in a one-to-one basis, and we will never know whether this boss would have been good or not. For what is worth, the fight is present in the novelization. Instead of killing you, Laureano orders to take you to a boat to Sevilla, not before Edward reminisces some more about his wife. While the first flashback painted Edward as a good husband really caring about Caroline's needs, this one shows us another aspect of him, that of a drunkard with illusions of greatness whose father-in-law despises. The first memory makes Edward's motivations clear, and you might even agree with him. With this one you can't help but look back at the fact that by the time the game starts, Edward's job as a privateer was already over, and he had already turned into the pirate life, supposedly because he did not get enough money to go home rich with his wife. By now it's been 3 years since Edward left Caroline, effectively breaking his promise to her. Also, why can't we see Edward's flashback? We're in the Animus, watching a memory that takes place in 1715. How does the program know to show us this random scene from his past? Guess you can see what the historical figure was thinking about at the time? Let's be honest, they didn't think about it this hard. Oh, and if you pay attention to Caroline's father's model, it's actually just Governor Torres. Which isn't bad, on the contrary, clever reuse of existing assets. So we find ourselves at sea en route to Spain. Not that it matters, as we escape easily enough with the men next to us. They didn't even bother to come up with a good excuse for us to escape, it's hilarious. A short stealth section, if you can even call it that, later, we get our gear back, plus some leather bracers and vest, which Edward decides to use to fashion himself a modified outfit from Duncan's, one more suited to his style and needs. I have absolutely no idea how you get from one to the other in a feasible manner, and how you do it fast enough and on the fly as Edward has, so what can I say? The guy incarcerated with us knows the rest of the ships in the convoy are filled with prisoners, so we decide to rescue them and find a fast ship to run away in, with them as crew. First of all, we learn later on that the Templars in this era are against slavery, so if none of us prisoners were going to be sold as slaves, what's the reason behind taking us to Spain? What use would any of us have? To simply rot away in a prison? Then why do it in Spain and not here? Especially Edward, why not kill him? Why go the Bond villain route? What's Laureano thinking? Well, I doubt he's thinking anything, as the reason we're here is a meta one. We're in the middle of a real-life event, the destruction of the 1715 treasure fleet, where 11 of the 12 ships were lost in a hurricane. Guess who will command the 12th ship in this game? On that note, the game tells us we need a fast ship to outrun the storm, which is its excuse for not taking the ones filled with gold. Also kind of funny how the one ship we take is the one with no gold in it. Sure, it's the reason why it's fast, but guess it'd be too lucky for Edward. It's the first time at sea since the beginning of the game, and unlike then, now you get to somewhat calmly explore the deck without an ongoing sea battle. Or decks, should I say, as you jump from ship to ship to save your future crew. While it might not seem like it, it's one of the most impressive set pieces in the game, with a convoy of ships close together while the sea shakes with fury and alters the sea level the ships are at, all the while you can move, swim and parkour around them, changing between weapons and dealing with the soldiers. Might even feel like some sort of combat gauntlet. Also of note that the name of our future ship is right now El Dorado. We find ourselves for the first time with a problem that will be prevalent throughout the entire game, which is that if you play like I do, whenever you go from land to the ship, you'll have to go to the options menu and activate the minimap for sea travel. Making you run away from hurricanes and try and survive while remembering the controls the game taught you a while ago makes this situation not hard, but frenetic and fun, and the controls themselves are so intuitive you will most likely have no problem whatsoever figuring them all out. This is also the game's introduction to natural disasters at sea, like hurricanes or big waves, which can damage your ship and crew. These don't actually happen that often in free roam, so you can easily forget they're even in the game at all. The hurricane ends rather abruptly when the mission script tells it we've arrived to our destination. The man we were chained with reveals himself as Adewale, and Edward mentions keeping the ship and wanting to go to Nassau. The Animus jumps to some time later where Edward has decided to name the ship the Jackdaw. this will be our vessel for the remainder of the game. Note that the game has already been perfectly changed on the back of the ship, even though we haven't docked on land yet. I get most players probably wouldn't realize it or care, but it makes more sense for this to be the case after we get to Nassau. Aita and Edward don't take long to warm to each other, and thus we get a quartermaster. Other reasons: the men need food and rest, and we need hunting provisions for repairs. The ship is also screwed up and some stuff corroded beyond repair. Why a ship from the Spanish Empire fleet was this destroyed even before the hurricane destroyed it even more is beyond me. Once we get control of Edward, we go on a hunt for materials to craft a second holster and health upgrade, as the game now demands us to partake in its crafting system tutorial. Then go on directly to Nassau, completely forgetting about the food, water and crew rest part of the conversation. I can get behind the food from the animals Edward hunts for the holster, sure, but what about the other two? I spent a grand total of 5 minutes in the island, not a whole lot of rest before Nassau, even though the cutscene disagrees. Also, wasn't the health upgrade enough to showcase the crafting system? I mean, this is being nitpicky, but what if I want to play the game with a single pistol? I might actually want to impose a challenge or make the game harder, or simply because I believe Edward looks cooler with one gun. But just like we can't equip Duncan's outfit after Havana, this will be the last time we'll roam around with a single pistol. With that out of the way, we can use boats around the world to fast travel back to the Jackdaw, and so finally Edward goes on to Nassau. We arrive at the self-proclaimed Republic of Pirates in September, moving a month and a half ahead in time. Edward mentions the men by the shore as fellow privateers he fought alongside with during the war. The game has 3 main cities besides the smaller islands, fishing villages and the like, and if Nassau is not the smallest one of the 3, then it sure feels like it. Coming from Havana, Nassau is disappointing visually, and it's probably the city, if you can call it that, you'll spend the least amount of time in. It might have been a month ago for Edward, but for us it's been a hot minute since we almost died in a thunderstorm. So I go ahead and give him a little reward in the form of a pair of new swords. Nothing to do with the fact I found the ones I used until now ugly as hell, not at all. At the tavern, Edward introduces Adewale to the Republic's 3 founders: Edward Thatch, who will later on go by the name of Blackbeard, Benjamin Hornigold, and James Kidd, the illegitimate son of the famous pirate William Kidd. Edward shows them the map he stole from the Templars and his idea of finding the observatory for its riches, but none of them seem to believe what seems like a fairy tale. Nice blade, kid. Edward's looking for crew members to fill the Jackdaw, and there's plenty of men around, but some British soldiers came not that long ago and are hassling the local populace. This is the game's official introduction to the Saving Pirates activity, which is why having it unlocked back in Havana, just like with the assassin contracts, made no sense. This also marks our first dealings with the British, not counting our first encounter with Bonnet, after all the enemies in Havana being Spanish guards. As a side note, muskets here have 10 bullets instead of Havana's having 1 for some reason. With our ship as ready as it might get for the moment, Benjamin Hornigold decides to teach Edward how to plunder the booty. Edward should know how to plunder a ship, given he was a privateer and later on was and still is a pirate. Not a lot changes regardless of whether or not you're behind the wheel, but the game's gotta give you them tutorials, I guess. And you know what? Fine, let's play to the game's tune. I'll explain stuff while the game demonstrates it. When out at sea, you'll preferably want to use a spyglass so the game tells you the cargo ships have. You'll need different cargo to upgrade the Jackdaw, so be it metal, cloth or others, you find them, then you attack. When you've damaged it enough, the ship ends up incapacitated, after which if you attack it again you sink it, giving you next to nothing in resources. If you get near enough to it, you'll be able to board it. Boarding means attacking its crew head-on, and the bigger the ship, the more requirements a successful boarding will have. So far it's as simple as killing enough crew members, something you can sometimes do from the Jackdaw itself with a swivel gun. Later on, bigger ships at higher levels will require you to do other things like kill the captain, the gunners up high at the masts, cutting the flag or others. Once the boarding's been successful, a menu will appear recounting the gained loot and prompting you with one of several options. So far the only one locked is to use the other ship to repair the Jackdaw's health, so might as well. With enough loot plundered, Hornigold takes us to a nearby fishing village, where we buy an upgrade to the ship's armor from the harbour master. To put it simply, what the general shop is to Edward, the harbour master is to the Jackdaw, although as you'll see in a bit, we really won't be visiting it much after this. With the first impressions out of the way, the boys go on an inspiring speech about freedom, and the Jackdaw gets a new black flag with a skull in it. The next step is to show us how the wanted system works, which in a way is this game's version of notoriety. In previous games, starting with 2, you gained notoriety when caught doing socially unacceptable deeds. With high notoriety, guards would recognize you immediately and jump into combat. To remove notoriety, you'd have to bribe town criers or tear down wanted posters. Black Flag made away with notoriety for the main character, instead sort of relegating it to the ship in the shape of the wanted system. When you go around the world plundering ships, your wanted status will escalate gradually, rising by one level at a time up to a maximum level of 4. The moment you reach level 1, the Jackdaw is wanted, and a hunter ship is sent after you. As your wanted level increases, more and more dangerous types of ships will be dispatched to engage you. To reduce your wanted level, you have to bribe a local officer in one of the ports in the world. This sounds fine on paper, but the problem is, as with the Harbor Master, you will never ever pay for getting rid of your wanted level. First of all, the synchronizing gets rid of it completely, which means that if you don't want to deal with it and don't mind taking the coward's way out, you can just climb up high the Jackdaw, jump down, and you're free to go. Even better though, you know that menu we talked about that appears after boarding a ship? Yeah, well, you can also use it to reduce your wanted level, regardless of the type of ship you board, might I add. In other words, even if you have level 20 brigs after you, you can board a level 1 gunboat and it will reduce your wanted level all the same. What's worse, or better depending on how you look at it, having bounty hunters after you is actually beneficial in the long run. You see, hunter ships also carry cargo, which means by having a high wanted level, ships with resources will be the ones coming to you. And then you can just take them out, get their supplies, and use them to lower your wanted level. So we can add the officers to the list of things that will never be used again, like the Harbor Masters. Hornigold and Thatch bid us farewell, and we hear from our crew that James Kidd is planning a raid on a sugar plantation, which sounds like fun, doesn't it? In the island he's staying, we find our first locked tavern. There's a total of 8 in the entire map, and it's as easy as walking up to the barkeeper, watching a short cutscene, and beating up the thugs. Kidd is nice enough to let us raid the plantation in his stead, in what's yet another tutorial mission, so we need to follow a guy from the island we're in to the one the plantation is located. Yeah, you heard that right. Once there, Black Flag wants to make sure you haven't forgotten the mission structure you've done twice already, so you guessed it, you gotta steal a key from someone. Something that puzzles me is Havana also has a warehouse you can plunder, but the mission wasn't unlocked because it made no sense back then, and rightfully so. But then why was that locked, but saving pirates and assassination contracts weren't? Again, it's bizarre, it's as if they just forgot about them. As said, this mission unlocks the warehouse side activity. Pilfering supplies from a warehouse performs a similar function to plundering a ship, but usually with larger payouts in terms of money and materials. Some restricted areas in the game might have alarm bells, and if you're seen, a guard will run to it and call for reinforcements, though you can deal with him before he reaches it. You can also sabotage the bell so it doesn't work. Yeah, that's right, an actual addition that favors stealth, not even I can believe it. But again, as long as you sabotage it, you can then fight everyone you feel like in open combat, and even if they ring it, you're an unstoppable killing machine, so whatever. A different animation for when you loot a warehouse after being seen would have been nice. No reason for Edward and crew to act sneaky if you've just killed a handful of guards right outside the door. With the plantation raided, the mission's done, but this island has one more secret for us in the form of a new collectible, the Mayan Stellae.
Stellae or E.
Yeah, whatever. These are stone slabs you can climb and use your eagle vision on top of to find hidden Mayan stones. There are 16 in total and we'll be told their use later on in the plot. Returning to the boys with another side activity tutorial under our belt, they discuss how Nassau has over 500 people pledging allegiance, yet they lack proper defenses from an attack from the law. Edward claims that finding the observatory would make them invincible, but Thatch doesn't believe his babble and instead gets the idea to steal a galleon, shift all the cannons to one side and park it at the docks as a deterrent. Having thought about his plan for a while, Thatch has a specific vessel in mind, so we go take a look at it. We spot it and tail it for a while, and watch dumbfounded as another pirate, Charles Vane, tries and fails in attacking it. This is our introduction to Vane, though he won't be physically seen for a while. He screwed up enough that the galleon noticed us, so we evade its mortar fire, fight off a bunch of smaller ships, and see the big one dock in a cove. This is a good example of how important it is to upgrade your Jackdaw, by the way. Look at all that carnage. Thatch knows who the cove belongs to, and it just so happens to be our good old friend Julian Ducasse. We want that ship, and Ducasse could tell Torres we're alive, so might as well kill two birds with one stone. The first thing on the island is a hidden treasure off the beaten path on the right of where you start. You pick it up and oh, what's that? Edward Kenway's unique swords. That's a bold name. So these are Edward's canonical swords? Well, they're the ones he used in the E3 2013 official gameplay demo, as well as being the ones that appear in the main menu of the shops. So why is the way you find them so random? Because if you forgot for a second that this game was made by Ubisoft, the only way to officially get the swords is to buy an action figure and redeem the code you're given. I'll repeat. The swords that appear in the weapon's main menu during the entire game, the ones straight up called Edward Kenway's unique swords, can't be obtained in the game unless you buy a stupid action figure. Officially. Way to go, Ubisoft. What's next, microtransactions? Oh wait. What I mentioned about the island where we killed Duncan remains true. This place, called Great Inagua, has a loading screen when entering it, and it's far more detailed than any random island or fishing village you'll visit in the game. It has Mayan structures, scripted platform destruction, lush jungles, and what I consider to be the single most beautiful view the game will ever offer you. The jungle is full of soldiers, and when you finally cross it and get to the cove, it's a mostly straight line to the galleon, and to Ducasse, who Edward kills without a problem, smugly remarking it's just business. Ducasse is insulted with Edward's fleshly goals and his inability to think beyond his personal gain, while the Templars aim for something higher, the common good and for humanity to live in peace. Both factions have changed over the ages, and more specifically over the games. Most of the targets in Ezio's games were more often than not almost cartoonishly evil, and I haven't heard a lot of good things about the main baddie in Syndicate. But I gotta say, most main Templar targets in Black Flag do keep at the very least the veil of not being a Saturday morning villain. As far as goals go, theirs are sound. If the observatory allows one to monitor any one person on the face of the earth on every second of their life, the power you'd be able to hold over them would be immeasurable. No lies, no deceit, no rulers opposing you, or one another if you control both. The Templars' goals summarized have always been peace through absolute order, bordering on slavery, and the observatory offers just that. Edward takes a peculiar-looking key from Ducasse, who succumbs to his injuries. With a cry of victory, Edward remarks the galleon and cove are theirs for the taking, as we log off from the Animus. Just in time too, as it seems Olivier wants to see us. On the way there, John contacts us, but realizes we're on our way to see the boss, so he'll wait for a bit. Olivier mentions how the higher-ups at the Industries branch are interested in the observatory memories we're exploring, and urges us to try and find more about them. He himself says he really doesn't understand why, which puzzles me. The main writer of the game confirmed he's a Templar, and he knows who Abstergo really are. Yet in this conversation he acts like he doesn't, discussing on the phone as to why the memories they're researching should be used for movies, not knowing what the Templars' real goals are, or saying,
"If it were up to me, on s'en crisse. I wouldn't bother. But some bigwigs at Abstergo Industries have been hounding me for days."
Is it me or is there a disconnect here? Mind you, in that same Q&A the writer very specifically says Olivier is the only Templar in the entertainment branch. So that means Melanie is a normal employer, right? Except she isn't, she's also a Templar. And believe me, this is far from the only irregularity having to do with Garneau. I'm not saying not even the devs had a single clue on the modern day and they didn't give an actual damn about it, it's just that... No, wait, that actually is what I'm saying. On the way down, John tells us what he wanted. Turns out a colleague of ours had to give him a file but went on vacation, so he asks us to please access his computer and download the file for him. Sounds simple enough, it's not like he gives us security clearance we shouldn't have and the way we access the other Animus is by outright hacking it. The file we find is... well, see for yourself.
December 23rd, 2012. Sample Recovery Unit Team Lead Fisher Case reporting on Subject 17, Desmond Miles. The subject was deceased and unattended. Time of death was placed around 0000 hours and 7 minutes, with conditions favorable for DNA sample recovery. I hand-selected recovery agents to retrieve fluid samples, blood and saliva. Data analysis and sequencing is already underway, and I'm told proceeding with exceptional ease thanks to the cloud database and the work of Abstergo Sample Recovery Unit 3. The legacy of Subject 17 will continue uninhibited as Sample 17.
By the way, no, it's not explained why this random Animus had what could be considered as one of the most important files Abstergo has, or why it was here in the entertainment branch to begin with. He asks us to deliver the file to Sean and Rebecca, for if you still didn't get they were in the game and undercover, and we can now return to our Animus if we feel like it. This also informs the player that John the IT guy is working with the assassins, so that'll be worth keeping in mind. The level clearance allows us to hack other computers behind level 1 doors, which aren't a lot. A couple of things we can find are recordings Desmond made in his phone during the events of AC3, and it shows the level of ineptitude Ubisoft suffers from by doing nothing with the main character of their game for 5 consecutive titles only to finally give him characterization posthumously. Nolan North, Desmond's voice actor, said it better than anyone else could have.
I think somehow Desmond's character just hit a fork in the road that unfortunately was dead end on both of them. He had nowhere to go, and then I remember the last sessions I ever did were the the voice messages to his father. Anybody remembers those?
Yeah, Black Flag?
Yeah, and he just, so the voice messages to his father, that was just written to kind of wrap things up. And the one thing I don't like in any kind of project I do is exposition for exposition's sake. It's like, I'm just going to tell you everything that I could show you, but I don't have enough money and time.
With all of that done, returning to the Animus, we're greeted with yet another one of Edward's flashbacks, one where Caroline has had enough of her husband and goes back to her parents' house. Every flashback so far has changed the way we perceive their relationship. With the first one, it seemed like Edward left for the West Indies with her wife's blessing, while now we're shown the two of them were stranded when Edward became a privateer. Back in the present, or past, whatever, it's now March of the next year. We obviously haven't spent the last 6 months sleeping, so the game kind of keeps track of the amount of free roaming the player normally does. While going from Nassau to the different fishing villages and back and the like takes a few minutes in gameplay, in universe the Jackdaw spends months at sea, so all in all it's now 1716. Seems like we're keeping Reitinawa as a stronghold, and Keith shows us weird things he's found throughout the island, including one of the Mayan stelae.
Stelae or E.
I mentioned a while back how they'd explain Edward's eagle vision, and here you have it.
Ah, right, I know this feeling. I have since I was a lad. It's like using every sense of one system.
See sounds and hear shapes isn't the clearest of explanations, but the eagle vision was always treated as a sixth sense, remainings of strong first civilization DNA. Edward has had it since he was a kid, using it almost without even realizing it. Kid knows about the Mayan stones and implies finding them all will lead Edward to a grand prize. It's obvious from the get-go given the not-so-hidden blades, but Kid is leading Edward along. On that note, next we enter the Coast Mansion and get to its main studio, where Kid urges us to try the key we found on Ducasse on a barred door with an impressive set of ropes on the other side of it. 1 down, 4 to go, and a map nearby reveals there's 4 Templars assigned to kill 4 different assassins in their outposts, thanks to the maps Edward sold Torres. Kid is not happy. But be it because we want the armor, or because we truly do feel bad for them, we can now go and help them with the Templar problem, and hopefully get the keys at the same time. With the Cove's most important aspects covered, Kid leaves with his ship, telling Edward to go see him in a few weeks, not before the latter tells him he knows there's something Kid is keeping from him. Guess Edward clever enough to figure out James knows more about the observatory than he lets on, but not clever enough to look at his arms. A while back I mentioned we'd own a place similar to Monteriggioni or Achilles' homestead, and this is it, or at least the closest to it. You can upgrade different areas in Great Inagua, which can end up affecting gameplay, like allowing you to hire dancers or mercenaries for free. These groups, just like throwing money, are remnants of earlier games that don't make sense as they're presented in this one. The likes of mercenaries, prostitutes or thieves were presented in earlier games as accomplices of the Brotherhood, with the beginning of Chu having a young Ezio deliver messages to each group in his assassin father's name. While thieves are gone, mercenaries and prostitutes, dancers, remain, with their mechanics intact. That means if guards are pursuing you in the city, both of these groups will help you out against them, even though there's no reason for them to fight the city guards in favor of a random nobody they have no connection with. I might even understand their mercenaries, as they're called the drunken pirates in this game and rum might make them do silly things, but it's not a great way for the dancers to earn their keep. In any case, as mentioned before, there's little reason in general to ever pay for any of their services, and that doesn't change even if you can now hire them for free. The mansion upgrades are solely aesthetic, and as mentioned before, this game has no armory, so at the end of the day, while the narrative will treat this place like a home, in gameplay terms you'll have no reason to ever come back here. Not to rest, not to change your equipment. Right after leaving the cove for good, Ada informs you of a bunch of nautical maps they found on it. Edward gets the idea to put them to use, which unlocks the Kenway's Fleet activity. Because Ubisoft are allergic to taking risks and love to play it safe, Kenway's Fleet is just this game's equivalent of the guild management from Brotherhood and Revelations, or the assassin contracts from 3, with ships instead of assassins this time around. You're still sending units out around the world to complete timed missions in the background, with rewards ranging from money to outfits or decorations for Great Inagua's mention. There's also a minigame where you can fight other ships to decrease the risk of taking missions to begin with. And how do you add more ships to your fleet? By recruiting them, as the third and last option you can choose after a successful boarding. Sounds like a nice enough side distraction while you're playing the real game, and I guess it is, but I never partake in it. You can play the entire game without ever feeling like you're short on cash, and the rest of the rewards are honestly inconsequential. My biggest problem with it is how disconnected it is from the plot. Ubisoft tends to have this problem where the way they frame some of the side content makes it out to be fairly important when it's actually ignored by the rest of the game the second it's been explained to you. You can play the entirety of Brotherhood and Revelations without building up your assassins, yet the plot still treats Ezio as a great mentor who rebuilt 2 Brotherhoods from the ground up, same with AC3 and the Homestead. With Black Flag we're not talking about a couple of ships trading cargo between ports, we're talking about an honest-to-god fleet with capital letters. Kenway's fleet makes it seem like Edward becomes one of the biggest pirates of all time, with a reach all over the globe and dozens of ships under his name, while in truth, once you exit that menu and leave your ship's cabin, none of that ever happened. There's zero mention in the plot of how Edward has amassed what might very well be a small army that controls the 7 seas, you never get to see said fleet physically after you initially capture the vessels, and all in all it ends up being consequential. At least in previous games, assisting the Brotherhood rewarded you with recruits you could call in gameplay, made you feel like an actual master assassin, a teacher with underlings. Black Flag's plot treats Edward like just another pirate, with only the jackdaw under his name, and narrative and mechanically that might as well be the case. Being able to see your fleet parked at Great Inagua, or being able to call one of the ships during a naval battle as reinforcements would have gone a long way in trying to bridge the gap. With that explanation out of the way, we are finally done with tutorials for a while. We need to meet with Kid on the other side of the map, which means we'll have plenty of time to pilot our way there and engage in whatever we find along the way. We are now truly free to start seriously engaging with the game's primary gameplay loop. You go out and scout for ships, battle them, get resources, you yourself never having to pay for reducing notoriety or repairing the jackdaw because the system is broken and doing both via ships you defeat at sea is way too easy and convenient. If you dabble in the Kenway's fleet minigame, you might send some ships that way, and at the end of the day you sell your merchandise and upgrade yourself and the jackdaw. Oh yeah, I guess I haven't touched on this yet, have I? The reason I said you would never visit a Harbour Master is because you can upgrade the jackdaw from the ship itself. Yeah, you heard that right. You can buy and sell cargo, as well as upgrade the ship, from inside the ship, from the get-go, and no matter where you are. It's by far the most convenient way to have it, but the ability to do it is unlocked from the very beginning instead of being something you could buy as a tangible upgrade. So what that means is that at most you'll use the Harbour Master whenever you're in one of the big cities like Havana and just so happen to run past one. It loses its charm when you can give the jackdaw a different hull and a dozen more cannons while in the middle of nowhere. When it comes to boarding enemy ships, there's a bug where if you manage to get aboard their ship yourself and kill everyone, returning to the jackdaw and damaging the vessel in any way will automatically deplete its health and prompt it for boarding. The developers kind of anticipated this, so if you swim towards an enemy ship, an invisible sniper will start shooting at you. It's programmed to kill you before you get near, but funnily enough it can't hit you if you swim underwater, so a mix of luck, jumping off the jackdaw as close to the other vessel as possible, and alternating between swimming over and under the water will probably get you aboard alive. Then there's the aforementioned selling of cargo. While metal, wood and cloth can be used for upgrades, sugar and rum are there solely as a monetary value you can, again, sell from anywhere on the map. Given you spend most of the game at sea, and it's at the core of Edward's character and the gameplay to be a pirate and thus pillage stuff from others, having it pretty simple to sell cargo is a big missed opportunity. On that note, Pirates of the Caribbean comes to mind. No, not that one. The 2003 game that was developed as its own thing but was then given the Pirates of the Caribbean title late into development when Disney offered a big pile of money to the developers just so they could stick the name in the cover. Yeah, so in that game you can buy and sell tons of different cargo to merchants, with supply and demand dictating where you might want to sell each type of goods. Leather, cotton, oil, there's tons of different merchandise, so you enter into this mindset of what goods are worth buying here to sell at a profit there, and which ones are better to just plunder from unsuspecting ships at sea. I'm not asking for an exact copy for Black Flag, but I do think the system in place is too simple for a game where you spend most of your playtime plundering materials. Giving Edward a basic inventory system would go a long way, I feel. I mean, Far Cry 3 had one, and I think Black Flag would have a greater use for it than that game. For example, when you loot a chest, some fluff text appears telling you the item you've collected and how much money it costs. There's no actual item, of course, it's useless information, just that instead of giving you 100 reals directly, it ties said value to a cross or a necklace. Well, what if those items actually existed? What if they were added to your inventory, after which you'd have to sell them in a shop? Some might think it would add a useless middle step, but would it really be useless if half the point of the charm of the romanticized idea of pirates is getting rich by finding old treasures? It could even enhance the world by giving the items a model, like the ones already in the game you can buy to decorate Great Inagua's mansion. Think the treasures from Uncharted, specifically the first one given its setting. So we've got a ship and have been blowing up other vessels left and right while piloting around the West Indies. Is there anything else to do? Well, yes there is, glad you asked. We're already familiar with pirate islands, fishing villages and plantations. Naval convoys, like the one Havana's innkeeper marked on our map way back when, are small merchant fleets that reward you with a considerable amount of money when taken out. Sometimes you'll come across a single burning ship, presumably following a naval battle. Boarding it will initiate a countdown, during which you must loot as many resources as you can before the whole thing sinks. There are random pieces of land here and there, with a single chest or animus fragment, which I'm convinced were put there solely to waste your time. In specific spots on the map, you'll be able to partake on the harpooning minigame, where you'll hunt different types of sharks and whales for their pelts used in crafting. I remember back in the day PETA issued a statement against Ubisoft, saying this minigame glorified the killing of animals. It's no different from when Fox News thought Mass Effect promoted pornography, or the controversies GTA and Call of Duty's No Russian sparked on national television, mainly in America. I share my opinion on all of these points and their accusers, that is to say, they're fucking idiots. We have to unlock the diving well to access the underwater wreckages, so we'll skip them for now. Then there's the Smuggler's Den, which are short outposts you access by swimming and have a few chests and enemies. One of my favorite missions in the game is a Smuggler's Den, but it can't be accessed until we get to the diving well, so I'll leave that one for later on. Conquering naval forts serves to unlock parts of your map, because of course it does. You must first destroy their defenses, after which you fight your way inside the forts themselves. Running around a place you were blowing up a few minutes earlier is more fun than expected, and enemies infinitely respawn here, so you can stay and fight for as long as you feel like it. The attack ends when you make your way to the fort commander and teach him who's boss, claiming the place for the pirates. Seizing a fort unlocks its naval contracts, which are the Jackdaw's equivalent to Edward's assassination contracts, except it actually makes sense to do the former right now. Most contracts are as simple as finding and destroying a ship, while others are escort missions. The reward for completing all contracts is kind of tight with the reward for completing all assassinations, so we'll leave it for later. You might think we could go ahead and start the hunt for the 4 Templar keys to unlock the armor back in Great Inagua, but while we could do some right now, others will take us to places we haven't visited yet, like the 3rd and last main city in the game. And we're in no rush, so might as well show it to you later at a slower pace. Last but definitely not least, we have the Mayan ruins. I left these last for a reason. Mechanically they bring nothing new to the table, their tileset might be different but you'll climb them all the same and they have the same collectibles you'll be bored of by now. So what's important about them? Honestly, nothing at all, it's what they could have been. I mentioned a while back I didn't like the changes the Hidden Blade suffered from being predominantly a tool for a very specific purpose to an all-out weapon for battle. I feel like it diminished its impact and its role in the narrative. It wasn't supposed to be a stiletto-like dagger you could use to fight soldiers, it was a brittle blade that produced powerful stabs but couldn't block strikes or be used in open combat. It reinforced its existence as a gadget for a specific purpose. With AC2 they decided to give Ezio 2 hidden blades, the reasoning being as simple as it's the second game, so of course we'll have 2 blades. It was something unique to him, even if in-universe lore said the contrary, with a lot of the marketing focusing around it. In Brotherhood it was established that the right to bear 2 blades was reserved for those who had earned the rank of Master Assassin, which is an explanation I'm okay with. It meant most assassins would have 1 blade for most of their lives, getting 2 as a show of their abilities. But then that was kind of lost? Haytham had dual blades, so did Connor, Evelyn, Duncan Walpole, Edward, James Kidd, Shay. You get 2 blades, and you get 2 blades. And you get 2 blades, and you... Having dual retractable daggers under your arms to use in combat became the norm, and it thus lost its specificity. It doesn't help that Edward's blades look awful. This is how Altair's looked like. Now Ezio's in each one of his games. Haytham's, Connor's. Even in the games where you could fight with them, they were long and thin. Hell, you could see the tip of the blade coming out the other side of a guard's chest when you stabbed at them. Those things were long enough to pierce across a man's torso. Now look at Edward's. The blades are both thicker and shorter, which makes them look less like sharp daggers and more like butter knives. It's such a weird design change for no practical reason at all. Now you might be asking, that's all fine and dandy, but what the hell does any of that have to do with Mayan ruins? I just felt like they'd be the perfect example for a point related to Edward's Hidden Blade. During Black Flag's development there were talks about reintroducing the hook blade from Revelations, but the main writer rejected the idea under the pretense that giving pirates hooks would be too cliché, and I can't emphasize enough how bad a decision I think this was. I've already gone over how automatic climbing is, and I feel like the introduction of the hook blade could have alleviated the problem. Let's be honest, it wouldn't have, because Ubisoft is scared shitless of offering players anything that even remotely looks like a challenge that's not just brain deadly pushing the movement keys forward and letting the game climb for you. But if they weren't, Ubisoft, the hookblade could open the door to a myriad of possibilities. If we establish that the hookblade was used by the West Indies Brotherhood, then the blades Dukas gave Edward could have been from other assassins around the world that didn't have it. I mean, Duncan himself was part of the British Brotherhood. At some point in the game, Edward would be given the hookblade as an upgrade, which would naturally unlock a number of climbable structures you could access beforehand, but not climb. Going back to my argument that a man like Edward shouldn't know how to climb as fast as an assassin, the hookblade could give him said narrative edge, just like it did with Ezio in Revelations and how old he was in that game. On a similar note, just get rid of the dual blades entirely. It seems that 3 consecutive games with Ezio fried Ubisoft's brain, so now everyone must have 2 blades regardless of rank and use them in combat. They should have remained the Master Assassin thing only. Going back to my initial point about the Mayan ruins, they are ancient, decayed, and the perfect example of what the thrill of being a pirate adventurer entails, exploring long-lost vestiges of bygone civilizations. In a game where the hookblade had been implemented, these ruins could have been treated as a challenge with interesting rewards behind them, where you'd have to make use of the hook to climb up the Brig. Instead of having the same old collectibles as the rest of the game, have a unique reason for the player to have to explore them, and I mean really explore them. Not simple free-running like in the final game, but something that distinguished them from all the climbing you've done up until this point in civilized areas like cities. It would also give a reason for the Brotherhood here to adopt the hookblade to begin with, given how we'll see their headquarters are located in a Mayan city. And what's that stupid reasoning about pirates with hooks being a red flag? I thought Assassin's Creed used to revel on playing around and twisting folklore in a way that would fit the Assassin-Templar plot. You know, historical figures being part of the conflict, gods from our different pantheons being in reality members of the first civilization, Adam and Eve being the first of the humans that rebelled against their masters. Biddick's conversations in the first game are all about how stuff from our legends and history books happened, just not the way we think they did. If that's the case, wouldn't it make sense that recounts of the hookblade is precisely what centuries later produced the cliched idea of pirates with hook hands? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only pirates we see using hidden blades are Edward and James Kidd, so I fail to see how adding hook blades into the game would somehow reinforce the stereotype of hook-handed pirates. I think dismissing it was a horrible idea that hurt exploration. To wrap things up, I'll bring up how stupid it was to start making the blades visible on their characters' arms. Altair's was a simple leather bracer with the blade's workings protected with a metal cover. Then, with AC2 and every subsequent game besides some exceptions, the blade's mechanisms were exposed for the world to see. Pre-release material in Assassin's Creed 2 showed Ezio's right-hand blade coming off a normal glove, but no such thing exists in the game. The whole point of the cape is to hide the left arm, so we'll let that one slide. Thankfully you can get the glove in Brotherhood, when Leonardo creates the second hidden blade for you. The glove is lost as soon as you buy any one piece of armor for the vambrace, which sucks, but at least it's there at first. And I mean, look at the bloody thing, it's still twice as long as Edward's and actually hidden. Connor's isn't, Duncan's isn't, Edward's isn't, Kidd's isn't, so on and so forth. Everyone talks about how nonsensical it is for the assassins to have an implied dress code when it comes to wearing white and hoods, but no one talks about the fact that the hidden blades are more often than not hidden at all. The aforementioned exceptions like Brotherhood's glove, Haytham's robes, or Shay's Versailles outfit shows it can be done, but the rule of cool is too strong, and so we have the likes of James Kidd walking around with two bracers attached to his arms on top of his jacket that everyone is too blind to see, apparently. On the topic of clothing, and I swear this is the last tangent I'll talk about, you can get different outfits by buying them off the general shops, except you really can't. There are 4 variations of outfits besides the truly unique ones like the Templar armor or DLC. Edward's pirate outfit, Duncan's outfit, Edward's assassin outfit, and Edward's assassin outfit with a cloak. I sure hope you like how they look, because that's how you'll dress for the entirety of the game. Oh sure, they try to sell you the outfits as if they were more than they actually are, with a neat description and all, but anyone can see right through it. The clothes you can craft from animal pelts just so happen to look very similar to Edward's outfit as a pirate. The only difference between the cloaks is the texture. This isn't how a merchant dresses like, it's just Edward's outfit recolored yellowish brown, and no British officer in the game dresses like Duncan, assassin symbol and all. They're palette swaps, nothing more. They're more akin to the system from previous games, where you had one outfit but could dye it different colors. It works mainly the same way too, so dyes, clothing, who cares about the wording, right? Well, that goes both ways. Why change the words if the mechanics are the same? Both mean different things, and thus your expectations for either is different. If you're told a game has 4 outfits with 16 color variations altogether, you expect one thing. Now, if you're told a game has 16 different outfits? That sounds way better, doesn't it? Makes it seem like there's far more variation, like each outfit will look completely different. But they don't, because no matter how the game likes to phrase it, these aren't different outfits, they are different dice. With all that exploration under our belt, we might as well finally go where James Kidd told us to meet. And it turns out it's a bunch of Mayan ruins crawling with assassins. Edward must truly know where James is coming from, because he goes deep into enemy territory looking for him. Hey there, mate. You know, you'd think you'd wait for me at the shore? With that, we're presented with Aita, the leader of the assassins here in the West Indies. He scolds us for our dealings with the Templars and our motivation for nothing but coin, until James tells him we have the eagle vision. With that, we're sent on a short expedition regarding the Sage, with Kidd at our side. The next mission is more of an exposition dump for Edward than anything else, with James talking about the Brotherhood and the Creed. As with any other main mission set pieces, these ruins are far more curated than the generic Mayan ruins. And if you'll allow me to mention it one final time, this would be a great way to introduce players to the HUD-less. Besides that, it's all a straight hallway until you get to a very simple puzzle that reveals the Sage's face engraved in stone. Given these ruins are thousands of years old, the implications are palpable. Back on the surface, the maps Edward sold to the Templars strike again as a bunch of British soldiers have captured both assassins and Edward's crew. Kidd gives us a blowpipe with which to deal with the guards in a silent manner, and we're thus given one more tool for our arsenal. Again, if you've played previous games, this isn't anything new. The tool might have changed, but the ability to poison enemies has been present ever since the second game. There are sleeping darts and berserk turrets, both being self-explanatory. This mission is more about training grounds for the blowpipe than anything else, and when done, Kidd notices a Dutch labor called Lawrence Prince leaving the island. Aita forgives Edward for his past wrongdoings, which is honestly more than he deserves, but forbids him from ever coming back. James corners Edward some more, and as with the Templar keys, asks him to help out the weakened Brotherhood if he wants to try and be a little bit less of a self-centered asshole. Ladies and gentlemen, we made it. We've been officially introduced to the assassination contracts. And to get it out of the way, Kidd also shows us the locked door the Mayan
Stela or E
opens. He says it's a centuries-old treasure, so I guess we'll have to trust him on that. Right, so, assassination contracts. As with a lot of things in this game, the description for each contract might make it seem like it's more than it actually is, when in truth all of them follow the exact same structure. Locate target with eagle vision, kill target, you're done. You don't even have to leave the area, the second the target dies the contract is fulfilled and you're rewarded with a bunch of money. At least they're scattered all over the map, which means there are plenty of diverse locations they take place in. Other than that, and maybe a couple gimmicks like the target arriving on a ship, or there being more than one objective to kill, they're all the exact same. There's a stealth bonus you can achieve by not triggering any alarms from the moment you've accepted the contract to the moment you kill your target. What this means though is that you can shoot your target in the head or blow him up with an explosive barrel alerting the entire city, but as long as you weren't seen the microsecond his health reached 0, the game will count you as a sneaky silent assassin. There are 30 contracts in the entire game, and completing half of them will reward you with a stealth outfit, a set of robes almost identical to those of Aita. Their descriptions say they improve the chances the wearer remains undetected, which I guess means the enemy's detection meter takes longer to fill up. There's another reward when you complete them all, but as I said, it's kind of tied with a reward for completing all the naval contracts, so let's not overwhelm poor Edward as of now. Talking about, he seems to have a lot on his plate. A bunch of contracts all over the West Indies, keeping his crew happy, taking loot around the sea, upgrading the Jackdaw, all while searching for the observatory. It's now January of 1717, and Nassau is graced by the presence of 2 new characters, Charles Vane, remember him, and Jack Rackham. Also, Thatch has decided to grow a long, black beard, wonder what that's about. But yeah, Vane and Rackham are here because they've heard a rumor about the governor staying on a fort nearby to collect a large sum of money for some reason. We're practically friends with Torres already, and a bunch of gold is as good a motivation as any for us to assault said fort and say hello. Right before the attack, there's a neat little scene with Adewale. I really haven't talked about him, but he's been a constant presence both in plot and gameplay, always by Edward's side, opening up about his past as a slave and his freedom, alongside the crew of the Jackdaw. He's a cool guy, hope nothing bad happens to him. Once we've blown up the fort, we meet with Torres, who reveals he was collecting the gold to pay Lawrence Prince, the same slaver that attacked Tulum, for the Sage. That's right, turns out the Sage has appeared once more after 2 years, and just like back then, we're going to get in the way. As Kid revealed a while back, Prince lives in Jamaica, which means it's time for us to visit the third and final city in the game, Kingston. There's really not much to talk about it, as with Havana and Nassau, different coat of paint, exact same activities to partake in. Each of the cities has a different feel due to the factions governing it, the Spanish, Pirates and British respectively, so at least there's enough visual distinction to differentiate them while free-running around. When you're ready, it's revealed you somehow coerced Torres into setting up the deal so you can get to the Sage. It's not really explained, the last cutscene ends with Torres in the fort and now we're all here reunited at the beach. Anyway, Kid is also here, looking to kill Prince, and today is his lucky day, as Edward has given him the Grand Master of the Templars on a silver platter. We talk with him, tell him to stay his blade for a while, as the Sage is also in town, to which he agrees. What's that? You haven't done a tailing mission for a while because you've been free roaming in between main quests? Don't you worry, Ubisoft is here to fix that right up. Another thing Ubisoft is great at is wasting the player's time, as after tailing and eavesdropping your targets for 5 minutes, Prince invokes his old fart superpowers and somehow notices us, sending guards our way and running away. See you, Torres. Kid is tired of Edward's shenanigans and seeing how the whole thing blew up, might as well go with his original plan and kill Prince. Which we stop. We're really not giving the assassins as a whole a great reason to trust us, are we? We next meet with James in front of the manor Prince lives in, planning his assassination, and oh boy, this cutscene. I like the build-up while they're talking. Pipe ash as eyeshadow and blood as lipstick. James Kidd is no more, here comes Mary Reed. It's a cool reveal. Both Benjamin Hornigold and Edward Thatch were real people. For the third founder of Nassau to be made up might have come across as weird, so they tied him to William Kidd. Mary Reed was a real pirate, so having her undercover both as a man as an assassin is an easy way to bring her into the plot. A whole bunch of sneaking later will locate Prince and help with his retirement. Turns out the Sage, going by the name of Roberts, was working for Prince and didn't know the old man was planning to sell him off to the Templars.
Oh, you can't trust anyone, it seems.
Roberts!
A short escape sequence later, we find ourselves without a Sage, but with the main target dead. Back in Nassau, it's now January of 1718. Yep, that's right, a whole year has gone by since Vane and Rackham told us about Torres in the fort. Due to the way I'm explaining things, it might seem too big a jump, but I guess the idea is you'll do a whole lot of exploring, collecting, upgrading, contracts and the like in between every major main mission. The boys are talking about the official pardons the king is issuing to whichever pirates choose to abandon their bad ways and go back home free, exactly what Woodes Rogers was talking about 3 years prior. You yourself can see the state Nassau is in while conversing with Hornigold and Thatch. Mostly a bunch of vagrants sleeping, drinking or puking around. Thatch defends the place, saying how at the end of the day they are still free men bowing to no one, while Hornigold declares that the Republic has rotten to the core, and at this pace no one will be able to save it. And sadly I have to agree with Ben on this one. Throughout all of the cutscenes taking place here, we've seen Edward and company do nothing but sit around and drink. The idea of a free republic is a nice thought, and I'm not saying it couldn't work, but you do need some sense of law and order, else you end up with people pissing on your soup bowl. Edward recalls seeing crates with medicine in the Spanish fleet he got the jackdaw from, and not wanting to piss off the British any further, we decide to dive down there to try and get it free of charge. With that, the game unlocks the diving bell for us to buy and use, and while Blackbeard might be waiting for us, I did promise you I'd talk about one of my favorite missions in the game, which has been locked until now, didn't I? Said mission is a smuggler's den named Ambergris Quay. While it is true there's another 2 dens that require the diving bell, this one in particular is the one that stood out to me, and the one my brain remembers even after not playing the game for a long while. I'm getting slightly ahead of myself, for we have to present the diving bell. It's nothing too special. Seriously. Sure, pretty to look at, some even damn impressive in their presentation, but again, Ubisoft are a one-trick pony, so you'll be running, or I guess swimming around collecting chests and enemy fragments all the same. Sharks can detect and attack you, so you'll have to use the foliage around to hide because the game didn't have enough with ship stealth, now we have underwater stealth. Your crew throws down one-time use air barrels and once you're done, you leave. Going back to Ambergris Quay, the reason I like this location has, again, more to do with the idea of what it could have been than the way it plays out in the final game itself. After the underwater section you needed the bell for, you arrive at a complex of abandoned Mayan ruins, carved into a large cavern filled with smugglers, and as you might have noticed, we don't have our gear. This is great! We're naked, almost literally too. There's a grotto full of armed enemies and we're now the underdog. We should try and make ample use of stealth and on-site procurement when it comes to weapons to defend ourselves with, right? I mean, screwing up would mean certain death. They have swords and axes and firearms and we don't even have our hidden blades. Well, remember the game we're playing. You can block any one attack no matter what, even if you're doing so with your naked arms. A single counter or breaking of the fence will take them out all the same. This situation is nothing new. Once more, the tileset might have changed, but the gameplay remains the same, and a situation that might have been unique or, God forbid, made you think your approach for more than 5 seconds, turns into yet another checkmark in the map to be completed. Back on track and en route to the sunken fleet, we meet with Blackbeard and his ship, the Queen Anne's Revenge, with Steve Bonnet of all people there with him. Guess Edward's words rang true and he's trying out the pirate life. I'm sure his life will go just fine. So we dive down, explore the wreckage a bit, find a chest full of medicine and take one bottle as proof. Which doesn't turn out too well. Wasn't that kind of obvious? I mean, the fleet sank in July of 1715 and we're now in early 1718. Those medicines have been a bazillion meters underwater for years. I really don't understand what they were expecting. This does mean the medicine problem is still pending, and Thudge might start looking for other, less conformist solutions to the problem. Case in point, a while later we find Hornigold at sea repairing his ship after a battle Blackbeard started, while looking for said medicine. Way to keep a low profile in the eyes of the British, huh? We locate the Queen Anne's Revenge as well as the fight Blackbeard has involved himself and Bonnet in at the shore of a small island. He did find a galleon with the cargo in it, but it's escaping, so we jump aboard Thudge's ship in what amounts to be a short power trip where we get to pilot the frigate ourselves. By now you will probably have boarded several dozen ships, and statistically speaking the Jackdaw will be far stronger than the Queen Anne's Revenge, but the build up in the music, the 3-combo cannon barrage and Blackbeard shouting at your side will not fail in hyping you up considerably. With the vessel taken, Thudge's crew loots what amounts to a small box of medicine. Good for a start, but definitely not enough. The crate carries a Charlestown imprint, which is how the city of Charleston used to be called before 1783. You know what that means, we're going on a little trip up north, with Blackbeard telling us to meet him there in a month. This sounds like a good moment to take a step back for a while and hunt for a certain set of keys that keep a cool looking armor locked away in our hideout. I'm sure Blackbeard can't wait for it. There are 4 Templar keys, and they all follow the same formula. We meet with an assassin whose goal is to deal with a specific Templar, we help them in their task, learn more about the character at play, and it all ends up with Edward getting hold of the key from the target. Following in the footsteps of Brotherhood and Revelations, 3 of the 4 targets are also playable avatars in the multiplayer, so that's cool, I guess. There's really nothing special about these missions, but they do help characterize Edward a little bit more, as well as giving faces to other assassins that aren't Atabai or Mary, which is always a good idea. In the order I played them, first we have Opia Apito, the indigenous bureau leader of the Cayman Islands that doesn't trust us. I have to wonder if it has anything to do with the fact we sold a map with her location in it to her sworn enemies. Oh well. She challenges us to a hunting contest, having to skin more animals than her. Killing a white jaguar impresses her so much she accepts our help. We meet again in a fishing village the Templars are apparently doing business in, and we overhear a fisherman talking about having sold his stock to a woman named Marquez, after which we steal his ledger, pointing to her employer. The planned ambush strategy doesn't work, so we chase the lad at sea and teach him why it's bad manners to not open the door when someone knocks. He tells of Lucia Marquez's hideout, where we tail one of her men to her location and kill her, helping Opia and gaining the first of the remaining keys. Fun fact, a number of Abstergo Entertainment researchers speculate Opia and Lucia had the same father, which, if true, would make them half-sisters, and make their interactions take an ironic twist. Next we have Rona Dinsmore, the leader of the Havana Bureau of Assassins. She's pretty nice to Edward, given the assassins he killed back when he was posing as Duncan were probably her men. I guess she didn't put 2 and 2 together? I don't know. This first mission is a simple defend your position section with normal enemies, nothing special. The dialogue between Edward and Rona is weird though. He opens up with,
"It's Rona, right?"
as if this was the first time they met, and it's supposed to be, but then you have other lines like,
"So you haven't lost your charm."
And you're still boozy as a swilter. What do you want? So, is this your new persona? Sir Edward of Havana rescues damsels in distress.
And does it suit me, Mopsy?
Better than your old personality. Really, Edward, why are you here?
Which makes it seem like they knew each other from before, which makes absolutely no sense no matter how you try to spin it. And my only guess is there were parts of the script that changed after the voiceover was recorded, so they had to glue together what they had. Rona does appear in the main plot, but later in the game, by the point Edward has canonically already gotten the Templar armor, so I guess it'll remain a mystery. She's noticed a series of thefts started at the same time as the attacks on the Bureau, and she's a little bit indisposed, what with the bleeding arm and all, so we go ahead and investigate it ourselves. Find a thief, catch a thief. He has a map on him with the location of a bunch of storehouses marked. Returning to Rona, she pieces together that the attacks are ordered by a Templar called Hilary Flint, who's trying to eliminate the Havana assassins by running an arms race, funded by thieves and pickpockets. With a map, we now have the location to Flint's weapon stores, and with that, well... With that armament, all that remains is Flint himself, and Rona seems uneasy with the idea of killing him. It's revealed why when we go ahead and kill him anyway. Turns out these two had a thing going on. Okay? This kinda came out of left field, didn't it? I guess I get what they were trying to do, but we've known Rona for like 10 minutes and Flint for 10 seconds. They are their own people with their own lives outside of Edward, so it's not really that bad, it's just odd. Also, they turned this into a meme in Rogue, where yet another Templar sleeps with her, only this time around she's 63 years old and the Templar that bones her is this guy from AC Liberation, so yeah. Next key. In the Kingston Bureau we meet with Anto, its leader, who wants us to mingle with some guards to try and find out where some slaves are being held. You know, I probably should have started an eavesdropping counter as well. Ah well, this one counts as tailing too. As does this one. We interrogate one of the guards who tells us where they are being held, so we go and rescue them. Next time we meet at the Bureau, we're attacked. Again. And we gotta defend it. Again. Apparently Anto knows these attacks are being perpetrated by a Templar named Kenneth Abraham, and his plan is to, wait for it, tail one of Kenneth's men to find out where he's hiding. We find him, we kill him, blah blah blah, next. Last but not least we meet with Vance Travers, the leader of the Bureau in Nassau. He informs us of some suspicious fellows roaming around who he believes work for a Templar named Upton. We locate them, we eavesdrop and tail them because of course we bloody do, and we kill Upton. That was easy enough. Oh wait, his name is Upton Travers and he's actually Vance's brother as well as fellow Bureau leader? Huh. The plot thickens. Turns out they recently made business with a pirate lady from the east called Jing Lang, and Vance fell for her. On top of that, each brother has a half of a map that supposedly leads to a hidden treasure, which might explain the motive behind the betrayal. Oh golly gee, I wonder what the next mission will have us do. Why, tail the two brothers, of course. While killing thieves trying to steal their map without Vance noticing. The two argue, Vance is willing to kill his brother for Jing, then they go their separate ways and we must tail Vance to Jing. Look, it's garbage, okay? We kill a guy Vance sent to murder Upton and the mission's finally over. Next, Upton is drinking his ass off because his brother wants him dead and Jing Lang is a Templar, all very tragic, yes. We defend him from a brawl and escort him to relative safety. Upton's voice actor is funny enough delivering drunken lines, but there's really nothing to do in this mission. And finally, for the last mission of the last Templar hunt, a sober Upton tells us Jing Lang must die, obviously enough, but his brother must too, given his betrayal of the Brotherhood. It was the obvious conclusion, but again, seeing these characters for a grand total of 5 minutes might make this feel like busy work, when for Upton it should be anything but. Both brothers are in their late 20s, early 30s, depending on when you decide to play the missions. They've spent 3 decades together, they are family, and now one of them wants to murder the other. A little bit more than a 6-second sentence is all I ask for. I mean, hell, he said this at the end of the last mission.
I'm so afraid for him. Oh, please help keep him safe.
Sober up, mate. We'll finish this in the morning.
Anyway, we locate Vance's camp in the swamps next to Nassau, kill him and take his half of the map. Jing Lang is there with him and tries to run away, to no avail. In her final moments, she reveals she's already stolen both halves of the treasure map herself, and that the half Edward took from Vance's body was a mere forgery. Its location? At the hands of Jing Lang's husband, presumably back in China, away from us all. And with that, the mission ends. No returning to Upton, no telling him about the maps, we're just done. It feels like all these Templar hunts had originally more going on for them, if not during development, then surely during their conception in the writer's room. Some, like Opia's or Anto's, are well enough as they are, Upton's had a neat twist they really don't do anything with, and Rona's initial dialogue stinks of cat content. But none of that matters anymore, as we have the long yearned for Templar keys, and with that, access to the Templar armor. It's cool. The franchise isn't unfamiliar with the concept of late-game armors that offer added protection against damage. As with many things, it started with Assassin's Creed 2 and Altair's armor. Then we had Brutus's armor in Brotherhood and the armor of Ishak Pasha in Revelations. After a leave of absence for AC3, the concept returned in Black Flag somewhat. Blacksmiths are gone, and with them the need to repair armors, so their unbreakable feature is just how everything is by default this time around. The robes look cool, but they also look heavy, far bulkier than Edward's normal robes. What that means is that if you're like me, you'll only wear the armor in missions where it feels appropriate for Edward to get geared up, as I can't imagine swimming around with this many garments to be pleasant. At least that's one big thing off the list, but there's another. 3 other, in fact. If it wasn't clear by now that Ubisoft have no problem with the most scummy practices the industry is known for, here's a mission pack you can play through in half an hour at most, that'll be $7. These missions take you to 3 different islands that aren't part of the main map, rather you teleport there. All 3 islands have the most minimal of care put into them, even if they will still look like any other plantation island you've been in. The islands harbor the hidden treasures of 3 different pirates: Henry Morgan, Francis Drake, and Stede Bonnet. Yeah, that's Stede Bonnet. The way you access this DLC is so disconnected from the rest of the game it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't canon, but unless specifically stated I have to assume it is, so in that regard we're accessing Stede's island ahead of time given Bonnet is still roaming around out there and very much not naked. He's such a weird choice for the 3rd island too. The other 2 are well-known folklore pirates that died before the events of Black Flag started, with Drake dying a whole century beforehand. But then you have Stede, I guess. Just odd. The islands have a bunch of enemies and a half a dozen chests scattered around. Some generic ones with money, some with the contents of the DLC, weapons, outfits and jackdaw customization items. When done, you leave with a ship, no story, no nothing. Unimaginative and definitely not worth $7. With that, I do feel like we've wasted enough time for Blackbeard to get to Charlestown, so we follow him up north and see how he's doing. And as if he had heard us talking shit about him, Bonnet meets us halfway, telling us how his island is very cool, thank you very much, oh, and that Blackbeard let him go from under his wing to have a go at the whole pirate thing by himself. While the player doesn't know it yet, this will be the last time we'll ever see Bonnet, for a reason that will be revealed to us in time. The developers knew it, and with us get the closest thing Edward and Stede will ever have to a farewell. While he was gone for a while there with Nassau and Great Inagua, Stede has been part of Edward's adventures from the start, obviously written to make the players like him from the get-go. He was just so nice, polite, and gentle and social, and if historians are to be believed, and why wouldn't they, so was the real Stede Bonnet, who ended up being nicknamed the Gentleman Pirate. And yet throughout all of this, there's something nagging me in the back of my head. This doesn't apply to the real-life Stede Bonnet, but I don't think he minds what with having been dead for more than 300 years and all. You see, Bonnet was a wealthy landowner and father to 4 children, though one of them died before 1715. He had a normal life, something to care about, to go home to. Again, this has nothing to do with the real-life events, but in Black Flag it was Edward the one that convinced him to become a pirate and sail for Nassau. And he certainly looked happy, sure, but leaving aside the fact Black Flag tells a semi-romanticized version of events and real-life Bonnet didn't have nearly as much of a good time sailing as a pirate, he also left behind his life, the people that cared about him. For what? To try and get rich? Why bring this up? Because deep down, Edward is the exact same. Remember Caroline? Edward left her in 1712. We're now in May of 1718. It's been 6 whole years. And is Edward a single step closer to his goal? He keeps marching on, first helping some Templars for coin, then obsessing over the observatory, now trying to help Nassau out with medicines. But whatever he does, he walks in circles, never accomplishing anything worthwhile for either him or his loved ones. It's as if he isn't trying to reflect about it, thinking if he just keeps moving forward a little bit more, he'll make it. Just one more score. Just one discovery and he'll go back home rich. But it's been 6 years, and he's accomplished nothing. Arriving at Charlestown, we see Blackbeard has blockaded the port after the man in charge refused his terms and to give him the medicine. Again, as with many of the missions in this game, the Charleston blockade is something that actually happened. Thatch has been waiting for a week, so Edward takes it upon himself to investigate. If you thought stealthing around ships in open sea was incredulous, we're now doing so in a quiet swamp. Oh, and we're tailing a target, can't forget about that. Double tailing, in fact, as we end up leaving the jackdaw behind and following on foot. If the mechanic hadn't been so overused by now, I would actually like this tailing because it's fairly dynamic, having to both follow a boat and to free run around a bunch of ruins and guard outposts without alerting them. I'd joke about it, but I've already done so before and I'm not Ubisoft, so yeah, there's an eavesdropping after a tailing, whatever. The jackdaw is discovered and the captain in charge of the medicines tries to run away, to no avail. With the keys to the storage, we make away with 2 crates full of medicine plus the means to create more for ourselves. We return to sad news though, as Thatch has made up his mind to retire and leave the West Indies behind. I can't help but feel deep down he knows Hornigold was right, and their dream for Nassau was done for. And as he himself puts it,
"Look, lad. I'm late into my 4th decade on this earth. And if I don't find some means to make the 5th quiet and cozy voyage, I'd rather sink to the devil's doorstep than call myself captain another year. We'll meet again, lad. In this world. Or the one below."
We leave the Animus to stretch our legs a little bit, and are contacted by Melanie. Apparently Olivier wants to talk with us about putting a trailer together from the footage we've been recording. They first have to talk about some private business, which just so happens to be when John the IT guy contacts us about helping him link some security cameras together. What can go wrong? Another locked door, another security level added to our repertoire. We access the cameras and... oh, what's that? Olivier and Melanie talking with an Abstergo higher-up about the Templars and the observatory? Wait, but I thought the writer of this very game said the only Templar in the entertainment range was Olivier? What's Melanie doing there? Surely it's not because they wrote the modern day plot in a weekend, right? Also, I guess they forgot how I was waiting for them because they just leave. Which makes this the perfect opportunity for John to ask me to break into Olivier's office and hack his computer, with his usual charm, that is.
I own you!
There's a whole lot of files to go through, so let's skim over them. Olivier will go to a Chicago shareholders meeting, I wonder what will happen there. And there's a bunch of talking about where to set future Abstergo products in, obviously a meta-commentary on historical settings in Assassin's Creed games, which would be cute if the ones developing the games weren't fucking Ubisoft. Also, one of the notes has this picture, featuring the same character from this leaked screenshot from August of 2012, before even AC3 came out. While at first glance it might seem like Assassin's Creed Origins, and maybe it is, the rumors back then was that it was a Prince of Persia reboot. Another one! Whatever it was, this picture proved the leak was legit, and that was a game Ubisoft was working on. Whether it really was a Prince of Persia game that never saw the light of day, or a very different pre-alpha look at what would become Origins, we'll never know, and it doesn't matter. We do our job, we give it to Sean and Rebecca, and we start hacking our colleagues' computers with our level 2 security clearance. Oh, what's that? Bloom? The bad guys from Watch Dogs? Just don't think about it. We return to our Animus for the 4th and final flashback with Caroline at her parents' home, right before Edward leaves for the West Indies. She's scared for his life, while he assures her once he's made enough coin he'll send for her. Distraught and distanced, this was the last time they saw each other before the start of the game. We return to Nassau in July of the same year, with Edward writing a letter home. Apparently he's been doing so every year, though this is the first time we see it ourselves. It better be a damn long letter every time, because you have a lot of explaining to do. The only thing of note in this cutscene is Jack Rackham giving the bartender that's been seen in quite a few cutscenes so far, named Dan Bonnie, a pistol, which we'll see, or rather hear about, being developed further. We hear the sound of cannons coming from the shore, so we get up and investigate with Rackham. Turns out our good old friend Woods Rogers is here, asking to talk with Nassau's representatives, to which Hornigold obliges. This is one long tailing mission, where we follow the entourage formed by Woods Rogers and a British Commodore all the way to the fort, infiltrate it and listen in on their demands. As Rogers mentioned years ago back in Havana, their way of dealing with pirates is to promise them a pardon to be able to go home as free men of the law or be hunted down like dogs. Bain and Rackham dislike the idea, but Hornigold puts it like this.
Check your head, Vane. We had here a rare opportunity, a chance to take something base and shape it into a government made and maintained by men of vision. But in 2 years we pissed it away. I won't make that mistake again.
And again, it's clear everyone, Edward included, disagree with him, but I can't help but feel he's in the right. Nassau is nothing but a bunch of shags and drunkards barely sticking together and not cutting each other's throats for a bottle of rum. Whatever dream, whatever vision there was for this place, it's gone down the toilet, or it would have if they even had toilets. True enough, if we decide to go to the Jackdaw, we'll see we can't leave because the British have blockaded us as in the bastards. We're trapped here in Nassau for the next 3 missions. They're rather short, but still. Huh, you know what I'm thinking? 3 missions, 3 DLC islands... We start planning a way to leave Nassau with Bain. The British have brought their supplies ashore, which means we could steal some of their gunpowder and build a fire ship to ram into the blockade, leaving us enough time to escape. The mission doesn't really have anything to it. There are certain areas in the island that are restricted, you need to steal some powder kegs, and the mission ends without you even needing to drop them off with Bane. Next mission, we overhear how the Commodore that accompanied Rogers is paranoid about us pirates and wants to blow up every one of our ships out in the harbor, which means not only would they destroy the fire ship, they'd also blow up my dear Jackdaw, and that's not happening. The Commodore hasn't barked the direct orders yet, so unfortunately for him, he has to die. How do we get to him, you might ask? We follow them through half of Nassau, board the ship the Commodore is at, kill him, done. We regroup one last time and have to protect the fire ship while it gets to the blockade proper. If you've kept up with the Jackdaw's upgrades, it should be fairly easy, if chaotic. And with that, we're free, although the technicalities of just how free we actually are right now are up for debate. We wake up in Great Inawa in October of the same year, after what I'm guessing have been nothing but drunken parties ever since we escaped Nassau. Edward tells Mary Vane has gone up north to try and convince Thatch to come back, with Edward sailing after him in a short beat. Whatever situation they thought they had going on has spiraled out of control, and at this point they're really just winging it, whenever they're sober enough, that is. Mary is not happy with this, and honestly, she's given Edward far too many opportunities for 3 years to try and be a better person, to care for more than his final objective of going back home rich, something that seems more and more like a dream with every passing day. I want to bring your attention to the fact Edward wakes up with a girl in his arms. Now, I'm not an expert in social interactions, else I wouldn't be making this video, but something tells me they did more than just sleep side by side. In fact, at any point in the game there's a woman standing next to Edward's bed in the manor, and if you interact with her, there's a time skip after which she is relocated to the bed. Yeah, wonder what happened there. What I mean is, it's obvious Edward loves Caroline, and even though he's making a fairly bad job at it, his plan is to go back home to her or bring her down here and live a better life. But they've been separated for 6 years now, Edward being 19 when he left home. It's obvious he gave in to his bodily desires at times, with no feelings attached, only pleasure. It's something players would be forgiven for not thinking about, or even realizing, and the main writer himself said he agrees with the notion of Edward being unfaithful at some point, but that he didn't know about the woman you can bet in the hideout, so he doesn't consider that canonical? Wait, what? But yeah, it's part of his character. I think I would have liked it if they had dwelt in it ever so slightly, have at least a single conversation, someone confronting Edward about it, seeing how he'd react or rationalize it. I find it could have made for a very interesting character moment, given Caroline is the only reason Edward is living this life to begin with, but at the end of the day he's still human, and this is the 18th century. If a loved one lived away, you could spend months or years without seeing them, only keeping up via letters. And in Edward's line of work, living as dangerously as he does, being able to rest your head in an ample bosom before going to sleep could be at times the only respite life gave you, especially if you spent who knows how many months sailing the seas. Speaking about sailing the seas, that's what we should do next, go up north to try and convince Thatch to come back. Don't really know why, given we screwed up everything there is to screw up in here, but sure I guess. Although, as with Charlestown, we have some time to kill before sailing north, so how about we finish a couple things we have pending. Completing every assassination contract rewards you with the pistol swords, the best swords in the game. Likewise, if you finish every single naval contract, you're given the golden flintlock pistols, the best pistols in the game. They are the ones that appeared in the menu all this time, and look at that, you didn't have to pay for an action figure to get them. The swords have unique combat animations, similar to the Dagger of Brutus and Vlad Tepes's sword from previous games, although in some cases that might actually be for the worst. Unlike the golden pistols, there's another pair of swords, the most expensive ones in the game, that have the exact same statistics as these ones, and the unique combat animations, while cool looking, are longer than the normal animations, and leave you open for attacks. Meaning, technically speaking, the normal swords you can buy are better than the unique ones that are given to you as a reward, funnily enough. In my case though, I think I've made it clear how simple I find combat in this game, and given their uniqueness and how they've been a reward for a series of missions, I'll keep them equipped. As for the Mayan Stela,
Stelae or E,
we're missing a couple stones located in plot-related islands we can't access yet, so that'll have to wait. Such a shame too, I really gotta wonder what's behind that door, it's a mystery that we have no way of finding out. Anyway, we gear up and head off to North Carolina, just in time to see Vane leaving after fruitlessly trying to convince Blackbeard to come back. Edward knows better than to try and change his mind, so the two enjoy a moment of peace sitting and drinking as good friends. Thatch informs Edward he heard of a man named Roberts piloting a ship called the Princess, which might be a lit, and at this point Edward will take any help he can get, really. Celebrations are cut short, however, as Edward notices a man in the crowd acting strange and walking away in a hurry. Leaving aside the fact we need to tail his ass, a modified, cut-short version of this mission was shown in the E3 of 2013, and what better moment to compare both. Taken at face value, gameplay demos and previews showed the game the developers want to make, not the ones they might end up having to do, be it due to hardware limitations or otherwise. There's a few surface level changes in this demo, like Edward interacting with NPCs whenever he's hiding. The one for sitting in a bench is completely absent from the final product, while the one where you mingle with a group of DICE players is still there. Mind you, this is the only place in the entire game where there's such a hiding place, which explains why it's the only one to retain the animation. As far as I know, the only other one that still exists is Edward acting drunk when around pirates. Moving on, we follow the man to the jungle, revealing he was a spy for the Navy who infiltrated Blackbeard's crew, and follow him and his commander for a while. Back at the E3 demo, and what's probably the biggest pre-release change people can remember, you used to be able to crouch at will. This was a literal game changer, and if we're to believe the devs, they cut it because it caused too many problems, as the detection system allegedly works from Edward's eyes to the guard's eyes, meaning some walls would have Edward's eyes poking over the top, nullifying the mechanic. The thing with that is, well, you can still kinda crouch in the game, if you hold the jump button down while in high profile, and it works too. So excuse me if I don't believe creating a cover animation for when Edward was near a wall if crouched was a big ordeal for a company like Ubisoft. Regardless, we follow the soldiers to a clearing from which they launch a flare we're too late to stop, signaling the beginning of an attack by the Royal Navy to obliterate any and all pirates ashore, with Blackbeard as top priority. We rush among the carnage to the Jackdaw, with Thatch safely aboard, and take the fight to them. We incapacitate the man of war but board it instead of simply sinking it, which proves to be our downfall. There's far too many soldiers prepared for this attack, and Blackbeard, spouting his most famous line from this game, falls.
In a world without gold, we might have been heroes!
Devil curse me. Where's the Jackdaw?
What of Thatch, sir? Did he fall? Captain?
He drinks damnation.
Now for a little bit of a history lesson. Blackbeard accepted a royal pardon, but was soon back at sea, where he attracted the attention of the governor of Virginia, who was the one that arranged for the party of soldiers to capture him the 22nd of November of 1718. In real life, the ship Blackbeard and his crew boarded was apparently empty, when in reality the soldiers were hidden under the deck for a surprise attack that proved successful. Blackbeard was slashed across the neck by one soldier, then attacked and killed by several more. When his body was examined later, it was noted that it had been shot 5 times and cut about 20. Thatch's corpse was thrown overboard, and his severed head was suspended from the bowsprit of the ship. Edward and Vane discuss what to do next, with Rackham sleeping in the background. This is probably the most characterization Vane gets, and he's gonna need it. Given everything else has gone to hell, he's on board with a plan to find the observatory. For that, we need Roberts, and for that we need to find his slave ship, the Princess, which is part of the Royal African Company. So, as Vane puts it,
Find one of their ships and start asking some questions.
nothing ever goes as planned though, and our target sees us and destroys Vane's ship. We rescue him and continue our pursuit, boarding the vessel and finding out the Princess sails from the Kingston every few months. The worst has already passed, right? Yeah, well, remember Rackham? He's realized he hasn't done anything interesting in the plot yet, so he organizes a mutiny. I guess most members of my crew just go with it. Thanks, lads. Says he might sell Ade off to a slaver or something, and leaves us in the destroyed ship. As if we didn't have bloody enough. We find ourselves on a marooned island, probably been there for a few days already, and Vane has completely lost it. I mean, he's gone, he's a fucking loony. He argues it's because of Edward's fixation with the Sage that they went after the slaver ship to begin with, and thus Rackham turned his crew against him, but, you know, it's not like he was the first to ask and agreed to come. The only thing worse than a crazy dude is a crazy dude with guns, and he's found some on some mine ruins. If you wanna know why I said it was nice for the devs to finally give Vane some actual characterization, here's the answer. He disappears from the narrative after this mission. We don't kill him, mind you, but still his character is done. I can excuse the stupid decision to shoot Edward by accepting that he's gone mad in the island, but that doesn't mean it doesn't come across as abrupt, especially coming so soon after Blackbeard's death. Charles Vane actually was marooned by Jack Rackham, and I understand they wanted to show that as well as trying to go the no honor among thieves route. But it all happens way too fast, and we're off the island a few seconds later, so who cares anyway? If one thing will become clear from now to the end of the game is that they had to rush the final quarter of the plot, and a bunch of characters suffered from it, as we'll keep seeing. Case in point, maybe. It's now May of 1719, and we find ourselves in Great Inawa with Mary, Adewale, and the Jackdaw, with Rackham as a prisoner, all off screen. I'm actually not sure this was a result of cut content, and I don't think so, because it ties to Rogers and the pardons the pirates are getting, as well as never having been mentioned by the game's developers when talking about what scenes they had to change or cut to release it on time. In Kingston we find a man that knows about the princess, and tells us others, who he describes as Ben Hornigold and Woods Rogers, also asked about it. By this point Tara is losing confidence in Edward. It's not the first time he confronts him regarding his incessant search for the Sage, and he's right in that, for a pirate captain, he seems to impose his personal wants over those of the entire crew, leading them on errand search after errand search, looking for what for most of them sounds as mumbo jumbo. More interesting than that though, Hornigold and Rogers seems to have gotten close, doesn't it? That can't be good. Following them, we overhear their conversation, and from what we can make out of it, Hornigold has joined the Templars. A shame, but something that shouldn't come across as a surprise if we paid attention to his character. He was one of the founders of Nassau, and saw it go to shit firsthand. With the Templars, he's finally found a way to keep men free while not completely abandoning order, which is what he had hoped for his pirate republic. The shame of it all is that if he had known of Mary and the assassins first, for all we know he would have joined them, but now it's too late. They meet with Torres and discuss what we were here for, the princess. Far as they know, it was taken by pirates a few weeks back, with Roberts still on board, and it's now located in Africa. Back when talking with Lawrence Prince, Torres explained his disdain for slavery, and he does the same to Rogers here, offering the same explanation.
I fail to see the difference between enslaving some men and all men. Our aim is to steer the entire course of civilization, is it not?
A body enslaved inspires the mind to revolt. But enslave a man's mind, and his body will follow up. Natural, efficient.
A fair point, Grandmaster.
This puts a spin to the Templar ideology we've seen in previous games, as they weren't always against slavery, the contrary in fact. And now we have the Grandmaster himself looking down on it, in an era where slavery was perhaps more widespread than ever before. Not only does it make Torres and this era's Templars that much more interesting, it also shows how men and women might serve an ideology across centuries where the finer details are constantly changing, and so a Templar today might actually disagree entirely with a Templar from a few centuries ago, even though both technically want the same thing. We're found out, and Hornigold mentions why he joined the Templars, and again, I'm sorry, but I can't entirely disagree with him, seeing what we've seen of his past and the fuck up that was Nassau. In any case, we escape, knowing our next priority destination to be Africa. There we travel to the island of Principe, where we find the princess's captain dead, and the sage Roberts there to greet us. We finally convince him to ally himself with us, given the Templars won't give up in hunting him down, so we decide to rescue whatever crew members are still alive, as well as kill Burgess and Cockram, the Templars that are leading the operation, who just so happen to also be a pair of pirates from Nassau that followed in Hornigold's footsteps. When done, we see the sage crowned the new captain of his crew, and he gives us his full name as that of Bartholomew Roberts, which is so clever it surprises me Ubisoft of all people thought of it. We've been looking for the sage pretty much the entire game. He's been the single most important man in the narrative all along due to his connection with the observatory, and only now do we find out his full name. Historically, Bartholomew Roberts went down as the single most successful pirate of the golden age of piracy, and his death officially marked the end of that era, so for him and the sage to be one and the same is nothing short of genius. 3 months later, back home, Roberts tells Edward where to sail next, where he'll have something for him. Roberts is now a pirate, through and through. He wants to steal a bunch of blood vials that somehow found their way to a Portuguese ship, but will need to get the corresponding flag to get near without arousing suspicion, so we intercept another vessel halfway, sneak aboard, and get its flag. By now Roberts has ample showed his personality, seeing himself as a wolf, and his crew, hell, the rest of humanity, as sheep who want to be guided. He doesn't believe in any creed besides his own might and will to rule, and he shows it all throughout the mission with how he takes control of the situation and orders Edward around like a lapdog. We sneak aboard our target ship and escape in a blaze of cannon fire. The vials contain the blood of the Templars that wanted to find the observatory, as we could hear Hornigold and Rogers discussing a while back. This means we now have the blood of both of them, plus Torres. And while Edward and Robert still don't see eye to eye completely, the latter agrees to finally lead him to the observatory. When we next meet Roberts though, Ben Hornigold has followed us here. It's time to deal with him. Adewale reaches what's almost the peak of his character arc by claiming Edward is no more worthy of the observatory's contents than the Templars, and that the right thing to do would be to give it to the assassins for safekeeping. But Edward has none of it, and given his situation it's understandable in character. He's betting everything on the observatory, on its contents somehow resolving all the problems in his life and allowing him to swim in riches, too blind to see the damage he may be causing on the way. We capsize Ben's ship and follow him to a bunch of ruins, where we take him out of the picture once and for all.
You could have been a man who stood for something, but you've a killer's heart now, with nothing but metal to show for all your blunders.
Damn sight better than you, Ben. The heart of a traitor, who thinks himself better than his mates.
Aye, and proven true. What have you done since Nassau fell, huh? Nothing but murder and mayhem.
You threw in with the very kind we once hated!
No! These Templars are different. I wish you could see that. But if you continue on your present course, you'll find you're the only one walking it. With the gallows at its end.
It may be. But now the world has one less snake in it. And that's enough for me.
After 4 years, we're finally about to enter the observatory. But as Roberts puts it,
The men native to this land will put up a fight. Are you willing to push back if necessary, huh? To kill if needed?
I mean, not if the game has anything to say about it, mate. The natives shoot you with poison darts and hide around bushes, but the eagle vision reveals them all the same and you have regenerating health, so try and guess who comes out the winner. We clear out every area one by one, and finally, after all this time, there it is, the observatory, made out of first civilization construction. And Roberts, the first to open its doors in who knows how long, and as the wolf he is, he slaughters the sheep he deems unworthy. We travel inside with a chest full of blood vials as Roberts remembers things from lives long past. That's his blessing and his curse. It's why he knew the observatory's location to begin with. It's why there was a centuries-old statue of him in Tulum. But I digress. Once at the main chamber, we try out the observatory's device, a crystal skull that when paired with someone's blood can show you through their eyes at that exact moment. As an example, we're shown that of Jack Rackham, just in time to see Aunt Bonnie and Mary Reed talking after going through some tense negotiations.
Hey, that's my lasso making love to.
Right. Remember Rackham giving Bonnie a pistol? In real life, Jack Rackham, Aunt Bonnie and Mary Reed were all part of the same crew during the closing days of the Golden Age of Piracy, and during Black Flag's development you were supposed to be able to witness it firsthand. But the last few sequences had to be rushed, and thus we unfortunately only ever get to hear about it. Roberts takes the skull out of its pedestal to take it with him, not before giving us a first-hand taste of it. We escape however we can, and end up falling down a cliff, stabbing ourselves with a branch along the way. They wanted the next cutscene to have a weekend Edward, I get it, but the way it's done is nothing short of forced, especially given the worst things you've survived in earlier missions. Doesn't matter though, because Adewale will rescue us and oh wait, the Jack decided to leave us behind. Bummer. Well, seeing how we escaped the observatory, Roberts has new plans for us. We have a bounty on our head, a rather large one I hope, so he'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. We get off the Animus rather dizzy, only to realize we're not in our comfy gamer chair, but rather locked in a bunker cell. Abstergo has finally realized they have a hacker, and this is a preventive measure while they try and find it. Thank fuck it's not us, huh? On top of that, Melanie tells us Olivier left for Chicago a couple days back and he disappeared shortly thereafter, which finally leads us to the elephant in the room I've been hinting at for a while. Okay, so Watch Dogs takes place in Chicago, and there's a series of side quests called Criminal Convoys, where the player has to take down a vehicle driving around with an armed escort. Some allow you to completely destroy the target, while others force you to take him out non-lethally. Well, the very last criminal convoy is called Requiescat in Pace, Ezio's famous quote, and in it you're hired by the assassins to take out one Olivier Carnot, who's driving to the shareholders meeting talked about earlier on in Black Flag. So, where's the problem? It's kind of neat, right? And not the first time Ubisoft IPs cross over. I mean hell, there's mentions of Bloom and CTOS in Black Flag itself. Well, according to Ubisoft devs, this is just a silly reference and not canon. I repeat, you're not supposed to see this entire quest as canon. But that comes with a huge can of worms, because if we trust the developers, then Olivier is a huge threat that's never resolved. Black Flag came out in 2013, and they've done nothing with the character since, the last time he was mentioned in that game being how he disappeared in Chicago. You know why they haven't done anything with him? Because he's fucking dead, and you deal with him in Watch Dogs, yet they insist it's not canon without offering an alternate solution that closes that gaping narrative hole. Wanna know something even more funny? You know this picture I've been using up until now? It's from Assassin's Creed Origins, released in 2017. While in Watch Dogs you must take Olivier out non-lethally to finish the mission, this picture shows Aiden shooting Olivier, effectively ending all discussion about him. But again, not canon, just don't think about it, it's an Easter egg. Black Flag's writer thinks he defected to the Assassins, which would at least mean his non-lethal takedown makes sense. But he wrote that before Origins even came out, and he didn't write that game, so yet again, no conclusion. My point is, I have no idea why the hell Ubisoft refused to say Watch Dogs' dealing of Olivier is canon, because they very clearly keep it into account when making new games. As it stands, if we believe their official word, then Olivier simply disappears one day, never to be heard from again, and every reference they make to his character since 2013 are just Easter eggs you shouldn't think about. If we don't, and actually look at things as they are, every tangible piece of evidence points to his death via a hitman in Chicago. That's it, case closed. You choose which one to believe. I know which one I do. We're contacted by John the IT guy, who gives us level 3 security clearance to escape our cell and find the building's server room where we can erase all the evidence incriminating us. There's something else he didn't tell us about though, as Juno appears from within the server announcing her presence and her plans, telling us,
"My strength is not sufficient to inhabit an organic vessel."
And that her children, her
instruments,
need to recover more precursor artifacts to bring her back to life. Turns out, John wanted to betray us and give Juno our body. Oh no, what a revelation. And we return to the animus. The reason I'm dismissive is what I talked about the first time we were introduced to this game's modern day narrative. This is happening to no one, so why should I care? We're not talking about a Gordon Freeman situation, where he's a mute protagonist and we play as him, yet he's his own character. The modern protagonist of Black Flag is literally the player themselves, without an in-universe avatar, so I know nothing bad will happen to me, because Ubisoft wouldn't harm or kill the player. If we played as an actual character with actual stakes, this could be interesting. In fact, we're now trapped against our will while we use the Animus, pretty much the same situation Desmond was in the very first game. But back then Desmond had a name, a face, a voice, and a personality to carry him through, and Lucy and Vidic were there as foils to his character, as well as the answers to his questions. In Black Flag none of it matters, because it's both happening to no one and to ourselves, and with us know nothing drastic will come of it. Back inside the Animus, it's now April of 1720, and we're being judged for piracy alongside Anne Bonny and Mary Read. Again, originally we would have been witness to their feats at sea as well as how they ended up being caught, but game development not always goes like you'd want it to. Here we're met by Torres and Woods Rogers, who know we've been with the Sage and want to get the observatory's location out from us. Right before being sentenced to hanging, both of the girls claim being pregnant, which saves them for the time being. During the next 4 months, we're subjected to suffering by Rogers' orders, given we're not telling of the observatory, the knowledge of which might be the only thing keeping us alive. Suddenly, the guards around us die by the hands of Atabai, who's here to rescue Mary and Bonnie, and just so happened to find us first. We're another able-bodied man though, so if we promise him our help, he'll see us out of here. Again, far more kindness than Edward showed in the past. Another stealth section with bushes and alarm bells, been there, done that. What's special about this mission, however, is how it encapsulates the fate of most of Edward's friends, a couple of which are optional for the player to miss. For example, Jack Rackham.
You weren't much of a friend, Jack Rackham, nor an able sailor neither. But you were strange and lively, and you made me laugh more than once. And that's enough to make me sorry for seeing you like this. I hope you found a lasting peace, down there among the dead.
Steve Bonnet.
Maybe he has friends looking out for him.
Or money, like Steve Bonnet from Barbados.
No, they hanged him too.
Did they?
Aye. Blubbering and bawling, he collapsed at the gallows, weeping like a little lamb.
Serves the bastard right.
Or Charles Vane.
Hello, Vane. I'd caught wind you'd been discovered and brought here. Didn't hear what happened after, though.
Don't be!
Best of luck to you, mate. I wish we'd parted as friends.
We find Bonnie and Mary, the former still pregnant, the latter with the child taken from her and extremely ill. We escape, but not fast enough for Mary to make it alive. Atavai gives us back our robes as we depart, and while this mission is charged with things to talk about, I think it's best if we leave it for later, as we first confront Edward's demons.
More? Bring a bottle.
I see some color first.
Will this do? In all your years out here, you could never achieve what I've done in 1/5 the time. Because you're a good man, Edward, see? Goodness is your disease.
That's my prize, Roberts. Now give it here!
Remember my creed, boy. A short life and a merry one, that is all. The world owes us nothing more than this. So take what you will, and then die before you live to see yourself made a fool.
Give it here.
That's right, boy, take it.
I'll sweeten you, maggot. I'll cut you down! Ugh.
Calm, little puppy, and slink back to your kennel. You haven't the mettle for my brand of madness.
Roberts!
Welcome aboard, Kenway. It's prizes, plunder, and adventure ahead. Are you game?
Out of my way, Ben. Raise a glass to freedom, lads. Here's to gentlemen of fortune and women of leisure.
To a world full of rogues, better than all the kings and queens that kick us about.
As gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. What man with a sensible mind would choose the former life? For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and, withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man!
The jackdaw came down swiftly and clutched at the coat of a large ram. But when he tried to fly away, he found he could not lift the animal, for his size and strength were not up to the task. And even as the jackdaw struggled, the ram hardly noticed he was there. Nearby, just across the field, the shepherd saw the fluttering bird and was quite amused. Running up, he captured the jackdaw and clipped its wings. That evening, he gave the jackdaw to his children as a gift. What an odd little bird this is, Father, they laughed and shouted. What do you call him? This is a jackdaw, the father said. But if you should ask him, he's going to be dead.
No more than 2 years! You promised me!
You left! When I needed you the most!
But you had me! What keeps you wondering? Do I not make you happy?
I'm so close, Caroline! Please! Just let me do this!
Is everything you do out spy, Edward?
It's not spite that's driving me, Mary! It's courage!
Courage for what, man? There's no one left in your life to care.
I can handle this.
Loud. Always tearing down when you could be building things up, or building yourself up if nothing else.
Just leave me be!
Change course, Edward! Change your bloody course before it's too late!
Edward wakes up near Kingston's shore to find that the Wale giving him the jackdaw back, and telling him to seek the assassins when his heart is ready. There's a reason I showed the entirety of the last mission without commentary, and more than due to its brevity, it's due to its impact when experienced like so. A while back I argued Black Flag plays around with a sense of adventure and freedom that permeates our idea of pirates, but I failed to mention how the last handful of missions completely breaks that notion down to show the reality of things. For while it is true pirates were free from any rules, it's also true they didn't build or create anything. And while they had lives full of adventure and fun, they were often short and would end with a rope around their neck. The destruction the search for the observatory left in its wake and all the people that died along the way are things that Edward can't take back. The only thing he can try and do now is make things right. It's in Tulum where the next important point of discussion shines bright, and this time around it's Edward himself. The gameplay side of the mission is nothing important enough to warrant talking about it. The place is attacked again by soldiers, so we fight them back. It's just an excuse to be given the rope dart, returning from AC3, which I find to be a weird addition given just how late into the game it is. To tell you the truth, I often forget the game even has it, and even the more casual of players will have completed most of the side content by the time they get to this point, so why even include it? Edward realizes the attacks Tulum went through all those years back never stopped, and it's all due to him. This is the culmination of Edward's arc. Only now, at the end of the road, does he realize the words Mary spoke were true, and he should have had his sights set on more noble goals. He was presented multiple times with the opportunity to use his abilities for something more than personal gain, and even saw what happened to those that didn't. Yet his obsession with the need to prove himself, to Caroline, to his crew, to himself, is what made him waste the last 9 years in a fool's errand. He's finally facing the truth of his actions, and coming to terms with how horrible a person he was, and deciding whether that is who he wants to keep on being. At the very beginning of this retrospective I mentioned how Black Flag is more often than not seen as more of a pirates game than an Assassin's Creed, and I couldn't disagree more. All Assassin's Creed games have gameplay mechanics tied directly to the historical setting they're taking place in, like having to travel between kingdoms in the Holy Land of AC1 or claiming war forts in the American Revolution of AC3. Black Flags was obviously an open world mostly covered with ocean and a focus on boarding other ships, which some people mistakenly believe is the only thing the game offers you. Far be it for me to assume how others play their video games, but something tells me most people that think this way have either not replayed the game in a long time, or only ever play in free roam ignoring the context of everything around it. The game opens with the introduction of Duncan, an assassin. A few minutes later Edward learns of the Templars, and the next few missions involve meeting with and working for them. Later on he starts searching for the observatory and the Sage, soon after dealing with Ducasse and meeting the assassins firsthand. The meeting with the Governor? He's the Templar Grand Master, and puts us on the Sage's trail once more, which besides giving us more interaction with Mary as an assassin, in time leads Edward to meet Roberts face to face and enter the observatory. And along the way, assassin contracts tied to one faction, the Templar are more tied to the other. You can't escape it, most everything is tied to the central conflict between orders, and if nothing else it's the pirate stuff that's the set dressing. All protagonists, or at least those of the Assassin's Creed I've played, go through a character arc during their games, and they're all tied, in grand part, to the creed itself, and the way its outlook impacts them. As a couple examples, Altair starts the first game as an egotist brat, believing himself to be better than his peers and above the order itself, and it's only through the humbling he goes over the entire game that he realizes not only the error of his ways, but also the meaning of the creed, and just what he is fighting for. Ezio spends many years of his life blinded by revenge, yet 2 decades later he decides to spare the main perpetrator of his family's murder, with his speech at the end of the Bonfire of the Vanities putting his new perspective into words. Both characters were shaped by their lives in the Assassin's Order, and both talk about the meaning of the creed and what they think it signifies, just like Edward does with Aita in this very mission. And just like a while back I mentioned Templars seeing slavery in different ways throughout the ages, so do different assassins interpret the creed that guides their lives in different ways. Edward hasn't been an assassin up until now, but he dressed the part and mostly acted the part. And to be completely honest, you also played 12 years of Ezio's life with him not being an official assassin either. Point is, he's been surrounded by the Order and the Creed pretty much since 1715, and just like previous protagonists, they affected the person he finally turned into. Altair had Al-Mualim, Ezio had Mario, Machiavelli and the others, and Connor had Achilles. For Edward, the personification of the Creed nagging at his thoughts wasn't Atabai, but rather Mary. She tried to change him for years, to make him see the capability for goodness he had in him, and ironically enough it was her dying words that finally made him see the error of his ways. After repelling the attack, Atava informs us Vonnie has lost her child. Edward sits next to her, the two of them contemplating the friends they've lost. It's May of 1721 when Edward sails as an assassin in search of his targets, Woods Rogers, Laureano de Torres y Ayala, and Bartholomew Roberts. Adewale has found his life's calling in the assassins, and the Jackdaw is graced by the presence of a new quartermaster. Before any of that though, the island where we marooned with Vane and the one with the observatory had the final Mayan
Stelae or E
in them, which means we can finally open the door in Tulum and claim our reward, a Mayan armor made out of fragments of precursor material which can deflect bullets. Pretty nifty, not gonna lie. In the observatory there was also the very last message in a bottle, though we'll talk about that in a little bit. For the moment, we've had these 4 red icons on the map ever since we unlocked Great Inagua, and it's time to do something about them. These are what could be considered to be the game's final bosses, what are referred to as legendary ships. Even though they've been unlocked for a while, it's practically suicide to raise them without a fully upgraded Jackdaw, and each one has a unique feature that makes them ever so slightly harder. They're also the only enemies I'd even remotely consider turning the Jackdaw's health bar on for, as you'll really want to be tactical on this one, taking your time, flanking them as much as you can, protecting against their attacks, and crossing your fingers so as to not die. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, you can still perform that glitch where you board the ship yourself, kill all its crew, and then destroy it with a single attack. Mind you, it's way harder to do on this, but it's doable if you feel like it. Besides being rewarded with ample coin, defeating all 4 of them will unlock a unique charged ram attack for the Jackdaw, which is cool but useless at this point of the game, because if you think about it, to unlock it you had to defeat the most difficult foes in the entire game, so what will you use this new attack for now? Same with the coin, you'll have a fully upgraded Jackdaw already and it's not like weapons, outfits and Great Inagua's upgrades cost that much. I mean, it's nice and all, but I think I would have preferred it if we had been rewarded with some unique customization options for your crew, for example, something more tangible. With that, we've done everything there is to do besides the aforementioned final message in a bottle. Now comes the question I've been leading to during this entire retrospective. Why is this game good? What do I mean by that? Well, I've explored and talked you through every mechanic of the game, and I've hopefully shown you how they're not really that good. Combat is brain-dead easy, stealth is barely a thing, free running is automated, there's a huge disconnect between gameplay and story, the mission variety, oh god, the mission variety. No sense of player progression given the entire game can be easily beaten with your starting equipment, a considerable lack of customization options besides palette swaps, and all manner of exploration boiling down to collecting the next shiny thing on your map, no matter if it's a random island, a major city, or underwater, to mention some. So why is this game so loved? It's not weird to see it time and again as people's favorite Assassin's Creed, or at least up there. What makes it special? I think the answer is this. Black Flag is more than the sum of its parts. While on their own most parts of the game are terribly implemented, as a whole it just falls into place, if nothing else due to the sheer quantity of content. Movement is key, and moving Edward around feels great, so jumping around structures, be it to collect items, escape guards or simply for fun, feels good. Collectibles are always close together enough that you'll have your next objective on the minimap by the time you've finished collecting the current one. What about side activities? Saving pirates, taking a drink in a tavern, or killing an assassination target? Well, what about the sea? Here's a giant ocean for you to track down chests and hidden treasures and board other ships in spectacular ship battles to further upgrade your own. Don't forget to visit fishing villages every now and then to change environments, collect some valuables, and maybe hunt for personal upgrades. Oh hey, the plantation is near enough, better go stealth around and get some free cargo. Also, I just noticed there's one of those Mayan stones in the island, better pick it up for that final dopamine reward. We're bloody pirates, so here, have jungles to explore, underwater ruins to conquer, sharks to hunt, forts to vanquish. It's not deep, but it's plentiful. Every Assassin's Creed has been tied to a historical setting that draws people in, and for Black Flag that's the golden age of piracy. More than most other periods, this was an era of discovery, both ancient and technological. Ubisoft were able to feed directly from that and tie it to our monkey brains and our need to explore, to fill that number up, to get the shiny golden guns at the end of the game. You can get high-level weapons and vehicles in Watch Dogs or Far Cry or plenty of other games taking place in contemporary settings, but part of the magic just isn't there. The West Indies in the early 18th century were a place of wonder, the start of a melting pot between the natives and 2 of the biggest empires on the earth fighting for territory and riches. And in the middle of all that you had rogue elements, freelancer gold seekers and of course, pirates. It's a place you want to explore, it's a place you want to conquer, and I believe that is what makes Black Flag such a cherished game for many. That and the music. The original soundtrack was composed by Brian Tyler, who also made Far Cry 3's, as well as that of a myriad of movies, among others. It's my firm belief that the soundtrack does more than half the job when it comes to AC4 sticking on people's minds years after they've played it. And both the calm and serene background songs playing on cities or villages and the big, epic confrontation tracks as you're boarding ships with fire and smoke all around you do their job flawlessly. But when it comes to Black Flag and music, there's yet another aspect to it. The shanties.
Now you're ready to sail for the Horn. Way, roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the Horn. To me rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a port, oh, heave away. Way, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To me rollicking randy dandy, oh.
Come all you young sailormen, listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea, and it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she go. Up jumps the ale with a slippery tail, climbs up aloft and reefs the topsail, and it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she go.
I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
I dreamed a dream the other night. Lowlands, lowlands, away, John.
As with most open world games, you need to visit a place for the first time in order to fast travel to it, not to mention the need to board ships for materials, meaning you'll spend a lot of time at sea. You know who else spent a lot of time at sea? Actual real-life sailors. Shocking, I know. The sea shanties came as a solution to that, folklore songs that keep the crew busy or help increase their productivity. If some of your players would rather spend the extra time sailing around instead of fast traveling anywhere in a game as accessible as this one, it means you did something right. In Kingston we meet with the local bureau's leader, good old Anto, who's tracked Rogers down to a local party for which we'll dress up as an Italian diplomat, after tailing him for a while of course. As a nod to fans, he's voiced by Roger Craig Smith, aka Ezio's voice actor.
You walk your streets like animals, like cattle with no sense of decorum.
So we dress up as him, get to the party, and deal with Rogers easy as that. It's in his final moments that in a twist of fate we're both enemies of the Sage. If the Templars can't have the observatory, Roberts sure as hell won't enjoy its contents either is Roger's idea, and so he tells us of his alleged location in Príncipe, back again, in Africa. We get there, we infiltrate Roberts' hideout and hunt him down to his ship, continuing our chase at sea where we're joined by a bunch of Spanish and British frigates in an all-out fight. In real life it was here where Roberts lost his life, though it was due to a cannon barrage from a British ship, and the Spanish were not involved at all. In any case, when killing him, Roberts gives us the crystal skull and asks us to destroy his body, else the Templars might use it for their nefarious plans, and Edward complies. It's also of note that Roberts claims he was born too soon to see her again, to
open the door of the temple and hear her speak my name once more. Aita.
It's here where the messages in bottles finally get their opportunity to shine. All 20 of them tell the story of one Tom Kavanagh Jr. of Boston, a previous Sage. Unlike Roberts, he was kind and sympathetic, writing out his life from early childhood all the way to his death, and how he coped with his memories. The messages were thrown at sea with the hope that they'd be in time found by other sages, and they'd help to better their lives. In his final years, he retired to the observatory, where he made friends and was protected by its guardians, the final message found next to his grave. It's kind of funny to think about how different Black Flag's plot would have been if he had been the sage alive during Edward's time, and not Roberts. In any case, both Roberts' final words and Kavanagh's letters finally unravel the mystery. Sages are human reincarnations of a member of the first civilization by the name of Aita, who just so happened to be Juno's husband. They're born with the same face, same eyes, and memories from their life as a precursor, though their human side is always different, as evident by Roberts and Kavanagh being unlike one another. Aita actually first appeared in Assassin's Creed 3. Throughout that game, Desmond returns power to the temple Juno is imprisoned in, and by exploring it she tells of the history of the first civilization, and the myriad of tests they tried to save themselves before the catastrophe that mostly wiped them out. One said retelling is of her husband transferring his mind via machine as an experiment. The sages are the result. All of them trying to reunite with their beloved Juno, all of them being born too soon to see it through. With 2 of our 3 targets down, we head to Havana where we meet with Rona, using Torres' blood with a skull to project his current location. As with Rogers and Anto, we've met with the city's bureau leader, but they don't really do much. That's because these missions were originally longer. In the same bit where the Kat, Rackham, Mary and Bonnie mission was mentioned, so was the idea for these assassinations to call back to the investigations from AC1. If it's been a hot minute since you played at that game, the first thing Altair did after arriving in town was visit the local bureau, whose leader would tell him about places or people that could be important for his investigation, after which you actually had to go and, well, investigate. Finding out where your target was, how many guards were with him, how to approach him without raising suspicion, etc. It was one of the best parts of that game, and it is a shame that it had to be cut. By approaching the location of the skull's projection, we find not Torres, but rather his bodyguard, El Tiburon. Yeah, remember him? He's nice enough to introduce us to the very last tailing mission in the game. Again. There's a reason I started the tailing counter, and it should be obvious enough by now. Half of Black Flag's missions, optional or not, are tailing missions. Be it on foot, on a ship, or both at the same time, it's always the same, and almost always followed by an eavesdropping. Previous games also had tailing missions. The thing with those is they were minimal, not half of the bloody game. It's easily the game's biggest problem, or at least up there depending on your opinion on the easy combat and stealth. It was so bad and so disliked by players that Rogue only offers 1 tailing mission in the entire game early on, and Unity's developers outright stated before the game's release that no, their tailing missions wouldn't be like Black Flag's. The worst thing is, they had better examples of mission structure in previous games, and with Havana, Kingston and Nassau existing as central cities, they don't have the excuse of saying the entire game takes place solely in a giant open sea. I actually can't think of a good reason from the developer's point of view as to why they made so many tailing missions. With other developer studios, I could think that maybe they spent so much time working on pirate-related gameplay that they just didn't have enough time to think up fun and diverse mission objectives, but this is Ubisoft. They have a bazillion different studios working on their games at the same time, each of them working on completely different parts, so theoretically those that developed the sea battles, for example, had nothing to do with creating the game's quests. As it stands, even by casual standards, the tailing missions remain one of, if not the, game's biggest weakness, and it wouldn't surprise me if it stopped more than one person from replaying it. We follow El Tiburon to Torres, only to find out it's a body double, and the reason the skull led us to his bodyguard halfway across town is because the Templar Grandmaster practiced the good old do as I say, not as I do, meaning the blood cube labeled with his name actually had that of El Tiburon. This is the closest to a human boss fight the game has, and honestly it's not that great. He's clad in armor and immune to physical attacks, so you need to shoot him with your handguns, and if fully upgraded it'll only take 5 body shots. Reuniting with Rona, she reveals she's just found out Torres left this morning, sailing in a direction Edward recognizes as that of the observatory. Seems like after 7 years he was able to brute force his way into finding its location with or without a sage. We've made it, lads. Black Flag's last mission. We arrive at the observatory's location to find it filled with Spanish troops, its guardians killed or captured. We help those we can along the way and make our way inside the structure proper. The first time we were here, a security measure was automatically triggered, which only Roberts could deactivate. With the sage dead, no one can do so now, and when Edward enters the observatory he's greeted by shifting corridors, walls of lightning, and the screaming sound of dying soldiers. It seems that as many flaws as this game has, they at least remembered one of the pillars of what constitutes as an Assassin's Creed, and this final dungeon of sorts has thankfully more to do with climbing than it does with fighting. After all of that is said and done though, as an assassin, only one thing remains.
Captain Kenway, ever a splinter in my side. Does this murder fulfill you?
I'm only seeing a job done, Torres. As you'd have done with me.
As we have done, I think. You have no family anymore, no friends, no future. Your losses are far greater than ours.
That may be. But killing you rights a far greater wrong than ever I did.
You honestly believe that?
You would see all of mankind corralled into a neatly furnished prison, safe and sober, yet dulled beyond reason and sapped of all spirit. So with everything I've seen and learned in these last years, I do believe it.
You wear your convictions well. They suit you.
Atabai brings the skull back, which appeases the temple, and promises for the assassins to watch over the observatory until a new sage appears, in time. Remember all those blood vials we saw the first time here? They're gone, taken, unknown if by Roberts, Torres, or both. Edward agrees to look for them alongside the rest of the Order, as a lifetime commitment if need be, as an assassin. When he mentions his wish to go back home and make amends, Atabai gives him a letter that arrived a week earlier, with Edward's face turning pale when reading its contents. We wake up one final time from the Animus, and to no one's surprise if you paid attention to the plot, it turns out our nice friend John the IT guy is the modern day sage, who earlier on tried to put Juno inside our body, and is now going to try again by injecting us with a poison in the hopes that it'll weaken our body enough to allow his wife to assume control. Unfortunately for him, security shows up. This does nothing but make me wonder how the hell did no one at Abstergo figure out the head of their IT department was a sage after seeing the recordings of what we went through in the Animus. Again, same eyes, same face. They should have caught wind of something weird when Roberts first appeared, and then again in Tulum, but fuck me, I guess. Turns out Abstergo did think I was the hacker, but John's little stunt helped in shifting all the blame over, and now I'm free. When we leave Melanie's office, we're contacted by Sean and Rebecca, who mention how John was their insider, but they had no idea of his true plans, and to please have no hard feelings and keep helping them if we can. And again, we're playing as no one, a camera with no feelings or stakes in this situation, so sure, I guess. Our next objective is to enter the Animus one final time, but before that we'll talk about the very last collectible in the game, the QR stickies scattered all over the office. They're the manifesto of the Instruments of the First Will, a third faction just introduced who worship the first civilization and want to resurrect Juno. Sounds like it's setting up a future conflict, right? The next step on the modern day, a faction that's neither the Assassins nor the Templars and wants to ally themselves with the crazy bitch currently floating around the internet. I don't know if you remember my use of this picture very early into the video, but it's a comic book by the name of Assassin's Creed Uprising, and it tells the story of the Assassins and Templars fighting the instruments of the First Wheel, so we're off to a great start already. As well as... okay, I'm sorry. As well as the story of, wait for it, Desmond's secret sage son. I repeat, one of the worst riding crutches you could ever use, that is, he had a son he didn't know about in a one-night stand or whatever, is not only used here, it's somehow even more retarded when said son just so happens to also be a bloody sage. But wait, because it gets even better. You know Juno, the threat looming ever since the end of Brotherhood? The central premise behind the modern day of Assassin's Creed 3 and 4? The whole reason Desmond is fucking dead? They kill her in the comic. They kill her. In the comic. They kill her in the comic. Any words I type at this point would fail to get across my thoughts regarding this, and I've hopefully done a good enough job when talking about the modern day up until now, so you understand what I think and why I think it, so let's move on and re-enter the animus. In our final sequence with Edward, it's now October of 1722, 7 years and 4 months after we killed Duncan Walpole. After all this time, he's sailing back to England, giving Great Inagua off to the Assassins as their new headquarters. After a forced reference to Altair, Adewale informs us of Woodes Rogers surviving our assassination and returning to England. This is mainly so he dies in the time and place the real Rogers did, as it happened a whole decade after the ending of this game. In Black Flag's novelization, he shares a farewell kiss with Anne Bonny, though in the game we get something arguably better, something I don't want to ruin with my dumb boys in the background.
Sail ho! Coming into the cove!
You're a good man, Edward. And if you learn to keep settled in one place for more than a week, you'll make a fine father too. Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company, and all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory now I can't. So felt me a parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Oh, all that e'er I had, they're sorry for my going away, and all that e'er I've loved, they wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night and joy be with you all. Good night and joy be with you all.
Talking about the whole he had a son he didn't know trope, guess who was pregnant when Edward left for the West Indies? During the credits sequence, Edward and 9-year-old Jennifer talk us through the contents of the letter the former received. Long story short, Caroline spent the years after Edward's departure in relative happiness with her daughter, but fell prey to a disease in early 1720 and died that same year. The year Edward mostly spent in prison at his lowest point, the year he decided to turn his life around, was the same year the reason of his 7-year adventure at the time had passed away. And so, a rich Edward Kenway, member of the Assassin Order, sails back home, to live the rest of his life, having lost most everyone he cared about along the way, yet having found something and someone worth fighting for. In the post-credit sequence, we move 11 years ahead in time to what will become the Royal Opera House in London, the same place Assassin's Creed 3 stars in. In that game, Haytham meets with the Templar Grand Master Reginald Birch and mentions how he saw the same performance once as a child with his father. And as a game featuring Haytham's father and Connor's grandfather as its protagonist, well, it couldn't end any other way. As part of AC3's backstory, Edward's ultimate fate was set in stone a year before his game even came out, which makes his story even more tragic. Long story short, Edward continued being an assassin during his whole life, starting to train Haytham in subliminal ways early on. Reginald Birch, the same dude from AC3's intro, managed to gain Edward's favor, and the night of Haytham's 10th birthday, a group of masked men infiltrated Kenway Manor, killing Edward and kidnapping Jennifer, after which Birch inducted a young Haytham into the Templar Order. Assassin's Creed 3's novelization is written from the point of view of Haytham's journal, and in it is detailed how, in time, he killed Birch and got revenge for Edward's death and Jennifer's kidnapping, but by then he had lived 2 decades of his life as a Templar, believing in its ideals, and it was simply too late to back down on them, leaving the redemption of the Kenway bloodline to the 3rd generation of the conflict. And that concludes Black Flag's campaign! It's been a bit of a ride, hasn't it? But it's not over yet. I said I'd make a retrospective on this game, as in the entire game, and whether I care about it or not, that includes the likes of DLCs or, well, multiplayer. Right, let's get to it. I've never played nor cared about multiplayer in these games. It was first added to Brotherhood, probably to pad out the product and try and justify its release merely a year after AC2. Remember, this was 2010 we're talking about, and Ubisoft hadn't started to release annual games yet. But apparently it was a well-liked multiplayer, and it came back for Revelations, skipped in AC3, and returned for Black Flag. Right, so you choose a character, then spawn in a map with all NPCs looking like other playable characters, the idea being you need to figure out which are NPCs and which are other players disguising themselves, kinda like Prop Hunt or Guess Who. It's a good idea for a multiplayer, as it actually uses the social stealth the games should be focused around, in a clever way. And as with all other multiplayers, it has level ups, skill unlocks, skins, etc. Now, you might have noticed the quality of this video is maybe worse than that of the rest of the retrospective, and that's because I've taken it from YouTube, original source in the description. Why is that? Well...
Looking for game sessions. Waiting for more players. Looking for game sessions. Waiting for more players. Looking for game sessions. Waiting for more players. Looking for game sessions. Waiting for more players.
Pro tip. Don't try to play the multiplayer of a 2013 game almost a decade after its release. Next. Besides multiplayer skins and the already covered main campaign DLCs, Black Flag received 2 pieces of downloadable content, and let's just say one is marginally better than the other. For starters, we have Aveline, a short story taking place more than 60 years after the events of the main game, starring a character and a setting completely disconnected from those of Edward, probably developed just to try and make more people go out and buy Liberation for the PlayStation Vita. Yeah, imagine who would be so stupid as to own that console, huh? Aveline is the definition of a lazy piece of DLC, made solely to take money off suckers that think they're getting more than they actually are from a company like Ubisoft. To summarize, 7 years after the end of Liberation and 1 year after the end of AC3, Connor asks Aveline for help in recruiting a woman named Patience Gibbs to the Brotherhood, as she originally refused the offer and Connor knows Aveline is known among slaves and could help her reconsider. We go where she's been made a prisoner of a Templar, save her, she runs away and is captured again, save her, kill the Templar, she reconsiders, the end. It's barely half an hour of content and it's the most rushed, surface-level serviceable product you could ask for a DLC. All assets are reused from the base game, including weapons and animations, meaning Aveline in the 1780s uses pirate flintlocks or one of Atabay's blowpipes instead of the one from her own game, and puts it on her back instead of on the side. Yeah, I know, fuck me for wanting the most minimal of detail put on something they charged $5 for, huh? Or what about combat animations? One of the best things about Evelyn's swordsmanship in Liberation is that it reused Haytham's animations, not Connor's, meaning she was nimble and elegant in her strikes. Black Flag already reuses a bunch of AC3 animations, and they had to get Evelyn's animations from her game, so you'd think it wouldn't be that big a deal, but who cares for details in a rushed DLC, right? She fights in the same rough manner Edward does, and the enemies refer to her as a dude because everything was reused from the base game, and its quality is below minimal. Horrible, scummy DLC, don't touch it, it's just not worth your money or your time. A month after Evelyn's release, more or less, Freedom Cry came out, and it's quite a difference to say the least. This is an honest-to-god expansion, both in the good and in the bad. In fact, just like Blood Dragon for Far Cry 3, it ended up coming out as a standalone product in time. The story picks up in 1735, ironically enough the same year Edward died, and follows Adewale as an assassin over the span of 2 years, and his dealings in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. During a run-of-the-mill confrontation with some Templars, he finds a package addressed to one Bastien Joseph, the proprietor of a local brothel and a sympathizer to the Maroons, a faction of freedom fighters made up of liberated slaves. After shipwrecking to our destination as an excuse to lose our ship, we establish contact with her, and after finding out she's just the middleman, and the money she's paid by the Templars is used to buy and liberate slaves, Ade decides to help her cause, given his past as one. And that's really it. The entire main plot revolves around the defeat of the local governor and the saving of slaves. He's not even connected to the Templars. The soundtrack is brand new, and very good at that, but the gameplay is the same. Ade has a kick-ass machete with brutal animations and a blunderbuss to replace Edward's handguns, firecrackers work as a way to distract guards, just like whistling, and in time he's given a new ship, the Experto Crede, which you can customize and upgrade just like in the main game. The activities regarding saving pirates and raiding plantations have been ever so slightly reworked to accommodate for the saving of slaves. At sea you still have underwater ruins to explore with a diving bell and ships to board, though again under the pretense of liberating those aboard. This is why I said Freedom Cry is an expansion for Black Flag both in the good and in the bad, it's just more of the same. More easy combat, more simple stealth, more tailing missions, more ship upgrading, more plantation raiding. You've done it all before, and you'll do it all again. So it depends entirely on you, and maybe how long it's been since you played the base game, on whether you'll enjoy it or you'll get bored less than halfway through. Approaching a certain shipwreck at sea will prompt the following dialogue.
Did you ever hear tell of the Jackdaw, Auguste? Kenway's ship, and mine for some months. Legends tell that she sunk somewhere off the coast of Hispaniola, but none know just where.
You believe it is?
More likely I succumb to nostalgia in my age.
I love how he says legend, as if it's been 50 years. It's barely been a decade, mate. But anyway, yeah, as a kick to the nuts to anyone that fully upgraded the Jackdaw in the main game, here it is at the bottom of the ocean. Who managed to sink a ship that obliterated 5 legendary bosses? Who knows, just don't think about it. Black Flag's main writer said Edward donated the Jackdaw to the Brotherhood when he returned to London, which is codename for the ship had no more narrative value to us and we wanted you to be able to collect its figurehead in DLC, so sinking it was the easiest thing we could do. The funniest thing about this is that it shits on everything Edward accomplished, because the dude not only dies and his son is turned into a Templar, his fully upgraded ship is given to an idiot that sinks it. It's in the very last cutscene that it is revealed that the package we found at the very beginning just so happened to be the mysterious box from Assassin's Creed Embers, an animated short film that shows the final days of Ezio's life. In it, the old man gave it to a Chinese assassin called Xiao Jun, who had traveled there seeking Ezio's advice on resolving the problems in her homeland. He told her the contents of the box would aid her, and that she should only open it if she were to lose her way. I remember back in the day the box was treated kinda like the briefcase in Pulp Fiction, as no one knew what was inside it, and Freedom Cry continues the mystery. If we've learned one thing so far when it comes to Assassin's Creed though, is that nothing is sacred, and we will get to the box's contents in time. If this was a different video, this would be the end. My initial goal was to look back on Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag and review it in its entirety. I have accomplished that, yet the title of the retrospective also talks of something else, a look back on each game, and a reflection on the state the franchise is in nowadays. The hard part is done, and I've thankfully set up enough points during Black Flag's discussion to touch on in the next section, so if you somehow haven't gotten bored yet, and you wish to know my overall thoughts on every mainline title, including the new ones and what little I've learned about them through cultural osmosis, then please, go ahead. The year is 2007, and the next generation of consoles has really just begun. The Xbox 360 has been out for 2 years, but both the PlayStation 3 and Wii have only been on the market for less than a year, and there's some big name developers that are still making their games for the previous generation. The first few true next-gen games are being rebuilt for the first time, or starting to come out. Modern Warfare, Mass Effect, Bioshock, Uncharted, and of course, Assassin's Creed. It's no secret the game started development as a Prince of Persia spin-off titled Assassins. As more information came in about the capabilities of the next generation consoles, the team considered expanding the Prince of Persia acrobatic gameplay into an open world. They came up with the Assassins, they came up with the Templars, and finding out of the repeated use of spherical objects in medieval paintings and other imagery to represent power and control, they came up with the idea of the Apple of Eden. Among this work was the idea of the Animus, which came about after the team's consideration of future projects demanding the player to explore different cities in different time periods to recount numerous famous assassinations over the past 1,000 years. It was Patrice Désilets who had seen a program on DNA and human history and was inspired by the idea of DNA storing human memories, and a machine that could read said memories and virtualize them in a simulation, which would at the same time serve as an in-universe explanation for game mechanics or the user interface. Ubisoft's marketing was not keen on the Animus idea, meaning they never showed it in pre-release material, only slightly hinting to it the closer to the game's release they got. Well, that and Lucy's voice actress spoiling it in an interview pre-release.
But a lot of people complain about the prison stuff, which is funny because this is what Assassin's Creed is all about, is this mix of both.
Yeah, I wonder how much that was marketing, because it really wasn't talked about, right, before the game came out.
Well, Kristen Bell did.
Yeah, I guess that she was in it, right?
Oh yeah, because they're not used to, actors, they're not used to not saying anything. And they said, like I just played a part and it's part in the present, and and I remember at the office we went like, oh,
leaked that?
Yeah, she leaked it. And then we were all playing dumb, like, well, I don't know why, I don't know what she said.
After 3.5 years in development, of trial and error, of testing the new generation hardware and its limitations, Assassin's Creed came out November 13, 2007. You need to get into the mindset of how revolutionary this game was back then. I mean, I say that, but I was 8 years old at the time and wouldn't actually find out about this franchise for like 4 more years. But the point remains. What nowadays is accepted as common mechanics were revolutionary back then. People came from Prince of Persia's or Tomb Raiders or the like. The idea of not only walking around a realistic, immersive historical town, but also being able to climb anything you wanted was groundbreaking. I can't emphasize enough how big a deal certain mechanics this game showcased were. The interconnected kingdom, the horse riding, the combat. Oblivion did some of those a year earlier, but not on this degree. That was an RPG, this was a more focused action-adventure game with an emphasis on being internally consistently grounded and on hiding in plain sight while exploring a historically realistic setting not many games had really done beforehand. As Patrice Désilets said in a very interesting recent interview we'll come back to later on, we didn't know what an Assassin's Creed game was before we finished the first one. The narrative was intriguing enough to lead you along. It was good, it bent itself to the gameplay perfectly, which is always what a video game narrative should do, and not vice versa. I've already gushed long enough about the climbing or combat mechanics, so let's discuss something else I've mentioned before too, but a little bit more in depth: the investigations. As said, bureau leaders would point you on the right direction in any given town, giving you landmarks or cardinal directions as guidance because, remember, the game was designed without minimap in mind. The investigations were varied, sometimes resulting in Altair picking up physical clues you could examine and would genuinely help you. This footage is from my latest playthrough, which is actually uploaded in its entirety to this channel. I'm about to face the antepenultimate target in the game, the last one in the city of Akkor. Security is tight, and it's made worse given you can't swim, meaning touching the water is a game over. It's not weird to see this being one of the hardest assassinations in the game for players, but one of the earlier investigations revealed a path with less guards, meaning if you can make your way through there and over the docked boats, you can not only reach the target without drawing attention, but if timed right, kill him and get out without anyone even realizing what happened. This is brilliant game design. Other investigations don't reward you with physical maps, but rather second-hand accounts from peasants whose conversations you overhear, or a corrupt priest you beat up and then silence. The best part about it is, once unlocked, these investigations don't appear in a flashy pop-up screen. You're told you've acquired them, and if you're actually paying attention and can put two and two together, you look for them in the menu, as well as finding out Altair's personal opinion, which might at times give you a hint or two. I bet some of you watching this right now didn't even know you could read them and just run from one shiny map marker to the other, but they are there, they are useful, and they are rewarding. The citizens also play a big role in the game, given its nature as a social stealth title. You have groups of scholars you can hide yourself with, vigilantes that can entertain guards for you while you break their line of sight, and the likes of vagrants, lepers and drunkards that stop you on your tracks or push you around, breaking your cover and possibly alerting nearby guards. The former are a helpful aid, the latter are obstacles to navigate your way around. Then there's the soundtrack composed by Jesper Kyd, known for Chaos Theory and Blood Money mainly, and who would also go on to make that of the next 3 Assassin's Creed. This first game was first and foremost a passion project, mostly untouched by the greedy hands of publishers or higher-ups, and it shows in every one of its aspects, none being clearer than the animus. In future games they tried to push it away, ignore it or outright kill it, but in this one it's prevalent everywhere. From game mechanics to the menus, to the UIs, to even small details like the pieces of code floating around enemies you fix the camera onto. The game constantly reminds you about the fact you're inside a creepy simulation. It revels in it, it doesn't try to shy away from it, and that permeates the soundtrack as well. Jade Raymond, producer for the game, said how they wanted its score to capture the gruesome atmosphere of medieval warfare, but also be edgy and contemporary. The result is a soundtrack filled with archaic Latin chorus and dark orchestral music, but with certain modern undertones, electronic melodies intertwined every now and then with the beat. Even if you don't consciously realize it, your brain does. Just like the animus itself, the soundtrack reveals something that isn't quite right, and under a seemingly normal medieval facade, there's a modern sci-fi conspiracy waiting for you. This is probably, and sadly, the game Desmond shines in the most, aside from the game where the developers knew they had to absolutely give him something cool to do because, you know, they were gonna kill him. I really like the disparity between Desmond and Altair. The former is a descendant of the latter, and before it was retconned they even had the same face. You still play most of the game as Altair, and as him you get to run around, kill enemies and feel like a general badass. But then you leave the animus and have to confront the fact that things in 2012 aren't that fun. Desmond's not a fighter, he's a prisoner of war locked in an Abstergo laboratory under the threat of being put in an induced coma, his memories harvested and his body dumped into a river somewhere. He ran away from the assassins as a teenager, and he doesn't know how to fight, or free run, or anything else. And even if he did, again, he's locked in a room and only ever interacts with 2 other scientists, and if he hurt them, well... Here's what's great about it. Unlike future games, Desmond isn't an afterthought, he's the protagonist of the story, no questions asked. Like Altair, he also investigates the events surrounding him, just in a completely different way, adapting to the situation he finds himself in. While Altair's gameplay has you running around, riding horses, assassinating people, climbing buildings, in short, being free. With Desmond you have to eavesdrop conversations from an adjacent room, steal an electronic key while Vidic is distracted, get information out of Lucy during seemingly normal interactions, sneak out of your room at night, log into the laboratory's computer and read through the emails, including those sent or deleted. If you do everything right and find the password at the very end of the game, you can access a secret room with a computer that foreshadows Abstergo's goal and what was basically supposed to be the plot of future games. Desmond does the best he can with the tools he's given, and his slower-paced gameplay in real life complements that of Altair's in the animus perfectly. You play as him on and off throughout, effectively keeping both narratives strong during the entire game instead of having one take a backseat for 90% of the runtime. Last, I have to bring up people's most recurring complaints about this game, its repetitiveness. See, Altair's sections follow a very straightforward order of events over and over again. Talk with Al-Mualim, ride to town, talk to bureau leader, climb viewpoints, complete investigations, murder target, go back to bureau, done. Sprinkle Desmond's gameplay in between, and that's the entire game. The thing with this is, people found it boring. I don't agree, but I see where they're coming from. I think the primary reason people disliked it was because they treated climbing around as the means to the end and not the end itself. Again, Assassin's Creed wasn't an established IP. It was something brand new, revolutionary in a lot of ways, both good and bad. Any game released in the last decade and a half that has involved free running, tower climbing or excessive collectibles have been inspired directly on Assassin's Creed, and it all started here. That's not counting what I briefly mentioned before about trial and error and quote-unquote wasted development time on prototyped mechanics that didn't make the final cut. What I'm saying is, this game more than the others that came after it is about being an assassin. You're not on a personal revenge story, you're not a pirate, you're a medieval hitman. Investigating, clue gathering. This first game is practically a sandbox in the most literal sense of the word in that you make your own fun. The crux of the gameplay, that is, climbing different buildings and exploring the city, should be its own reward. And it's even encouraged given the existence of flags and hidden Templars. After being rebuilt in 2008 and coming out in 2009, Assassin's Creed 2 took the gaming industry by storm, received universal acclaim, and quickly became one of the most beloved games at the time, easily surpassing its predecessor. But that was then, and this is now. So, how does it compare with AC1, and how good is it nowadays? Let's start off with the good things. Désilets' team had more experience and a bigger budget, and it shows. For Assassin's Creed 1 they had to create and establish a brand new intellectual property. Now that groundwork was done and they could see what worked, what didn't, and expand on it. And god damn did they expand on it! More intricate storyline, faster climbing, more collectibles, beatings, races, courier missions, assassination contracts, building up your own villa, armor, blacksmiths, dyeing shops, weapon variety and classes, dual kills, kill from a haystack, kill from a bench, kill from a roof edge, kill from the air, poison blade, hidden gun. I mean, it's the literal definition of what a sequel should be. It's just bigger and more diverse. This time around we're in the Italian Renaissance, so we visit cities like Florence or Venice, which look dreamy, and I don't have to explain Ezio to you. Everyone loves him, most consider him the best protagonist in the franchise. Jasper Kidd is back, doing as good a job as ever, and composing the song everyone knows and loves, Ezio's Family. Now the bad stuff. Not everything is sunshine and rainbows with AC2, and a lot of the purposefully cheery things I said a minute ago come with detriments. As said, the game's narrative has been expanded, with a bigger cast of characters, more cutscenes, etc., but that comes with a huge shift in tone and presentation. The plot is not about Templars and Assassins first and foremost anymore, it's about Ezio and his revenge for the murder of his father and brothers. Both are connected, sure, but the narrative's #1 priority is the personal stuff, while the focus on the grit and the ideology differences between them and the Templars, and the reason for their war, the cabalistic talks with another, more experienced assassin, the creepy atmosphere, it's all pretty much dropped. Which in a way leads me to talk about the game's villains, which are nothing but a straight downgrade. Your targets in the first game were all high-ranking Templars, each of them in charge of a different part of their plan for world peace. Garnier, curing the sick and mad with the knowledge of the Apple of Eden, William, preparing the citizens of Acre for the upcoming new world, Sibrand, keeping a blockade around the city so external forces couldn't invade. They believed in their cause. They weren't evil for the sake of it, they simply had a different dogma from yours. Then there was the outliers, like Avul-Naquot or Majardin. The former, a homosexual man who refuses to finance a war in service to a god who sees him as an abomination, and slaughtering the poor he thinks of as a blight upon the land. The latter, a power-hungry tyrant that thrives off of the fear that people have for him, and wants to feel like a god. They were proof that any organization has people that don't actually believe in their teachings, and are only there for their own personal gain. The problem with AC2 is that pretty much all the targets in the game are like that. They're cartoonishly evil, one-dimensional schemers that can't even seem to function properly as a team. Both games had the same director and writer, so it had to be a conscious choice. And it is true Rodrigo Borgia, the game's main villain, is known in real life as one of the most corrupt leaders of the church in history, so all his allies being different degrees of evil and degenerate was maybe actually done on purpose. If that's the case, I respectfully disagree and think it wasn't a good idea. Especially AC2, the game has 17 targets counting the main one from the DLC, you're telling me not one could have been made even slightly interesting in his beliefs? Then there's the map. Yes, it's bigger than the first game. Guess what? It's also the origin of Ubisoft collectibles. Chests with money, feathers for your mother, glyphs, statues for Monteriggioni, codec pages. It's funny how it doesn't feel that big for today's bloated standards, but don't let it fool you, in a way it was the beginning of the end. And the side quests, well, they're not that great. The problem is that most of them aren't really interesting or even consistent with the narrative. Why is Ezio going around delivering letters and beating up unfaithful husbands for random people he doesn't know? This would work in an RPG, where the protagonist is assumed to be an errand boy mercenary, but there's nothing like that, and no quest has a twist. They don't tell the player anything about the world, the region, the city, your targets, it's just there. It's like my complaining of Edward being able to accept contracts years before he's told about them, it's just not well presented. Imagine if you weren't beating up random people, but rather heralds or priests working for the Templars. The letters you need to deliver in courier missions could be correspondence between assassins or brotherhoods around the world. The races could be less about literal races as a sport and more about having to catch up with a Templar courier before he gets to his destination, I don't know. Again, things that benefit both gameplay and narrative. And not all of them would have to be this way, some outlier could be normal favors for citizens treated as more social, more organic viewpoints. As in, they'd help Ezio learn the way of the land when he first gets there, learning the favor of the local populace, etc. With all of that said, in a lot of things I just mentioned, the problems lie more on what Assassin's Creed 2 started, rather than what Assassin's Creed 2 itself contains. By that I mean, the collectibles aren't really that bad in this game. In fact, you could say populating the map with things rewards exploration and climbing around, for example. And I can't rightfully blame the developers for wanting to add side content, even if it was disconnected from the narrative, given they were given the opportunity to make a sequel with a bigger budget and the knowledge that came from working on the previous game. And just like I don't blame the first game for coming up with an IP that had you fight gods a decade later, I won't blame AC2 for starting what would get out of hand in time. And not everything is bad, there's a reason this is often considered as one of the best sequels ever. They managed to successfully execute an entirely new setting and protagonist. The addition of the free-running tombs was easily one of the best things in the entire game. So was notoriety, the need to make use of stealth to carry out your misdeeds without drawing the law's attention. And the extended Hidden Blade arsenal, with poison and the ability to kill people from hiding places or rooftops, was nothing short of a straight upgrade, even if I don't agree with the ability to use the blade as a fleshed out weapon you can attack and block with. And it did bring a lot of variety to the gameplay, satisfying those that thought AC1 was too repetitive. Now I have a theory that certain elements in the sequel turned out the way they did precisely because people complained about the first game's repetition so much the developers overcompensated by creating the Ubisoft open world formula we all know today, doing away with the more assassin-related activities from the first game like intel gathering. Likewise, people didn't really care about Desmond, and so the modern day plot was greatly reduced for this game, for a grand total of, wait for it, one intermission, where you play as him for 10 minutes, then have a dream about Altair. And thus started the double-edged sword that is the modern day, where Ubisoft can't make up their minds on whether to feature it or not, so they half-ass it by giving it such a reduced role it can never shine, and thus people can never grow to care about it. Why would they? You play as Desmond for a grand total of 50 minutes give or take in the entire game. You play as Ezio for 30 hours on average. And talking about Ezio, this will perhaps be my most controversial opinion yet. If you look at pre-release marketing for this game, they put a lot of emphasis on the fact that you'd be playing through the entire life of the main character, and for the most part it is true. Ezio starts the game being 17, and by the end he's 40. They kinda cheat, as sometimes the time skips between sequences are too big, like for example how Ezio spends 4 years in Venice during sequence 7, or the worst example in the game, how 9 years go by between the ending of sequence 12 and the start of sequence 13. I know the Nintendo DS game Discovery takes place during this time, but it is still far too big a gap. Ezio looks the same during the first 12 sequences, then a cutscene ends, another begins, and out of nowhere he has a beard. The reason for that? Sequences 12 and 13 had to be cut from the original release of the game, finished, then released after the game as DLC. If you played AC2 when it first came out, after sequence 11 you'd get Desmond and the others talking about how the next couple memory sequences were corrupted, and you'd skip right to sequence 14, more than a decade later, and with a bearded Ezio. The content was then put back into the game, so that means Ezio now grows a beard out of nowhere. And the content itself, well, it's not actually that good besides the final cutscene in the Bonfire of the Vanities, but if you're watching this, chances are you've played the game yourself, I don't have to explain every single minutia to you. So yeah, anyway, my point. Ezio was built for one game only, and it shows. Brotherhood was when Ubisoft really started meddling into Assassin's Creed, after the second game was a commercial and critic success. I already mentioned way earlier in the retrospective that it was mid-Brotherhood development that Patrice Désilets left Ubisoft, and that's no coincidence. Something to ponder about is how foreboding the endings of AC1 and 2 are for the ancestors you play as, before they were expanded upon and slightly retconned by future games. Altair defeats Al-Mualim, yet when the latter tells him to destroy the apple as he had promised, Altair can't do it. And he doesn't sound like he just changed his mind, he sounds more like he's been bewitched, or at worst, his mind warped by the apple like everyone else.
You held fire in your hand, old man. It should have been destroyed.
Destroy the only thing capable of ending the Crusades and creating true peace? Never.
Then I will.
We'll see about that. I applied my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also was a chasing after wind, for in much wisdom is much grief. And he that increaseth knowledge, increaseth sorrow. Destroy it! Destroy it, as you said you would.
I can't.
Yes, you can, Altair. But you won't.
Then we have AC2. Altair's codex talks of a prophet, a figure that would open the vault we end up finding out is hidden underneath the Vatican, and obtain whatever's inside it. Near the end of the game, right before Ezio is officially inducted into the Brotherhood, it is revealed he seems to fit the bill for being the prophet, and it is confirmed when he goes to Rome and opens the vault door, something Rodrigo Borgia tried and failed to do. Inside he meets Minerva, one of those who came before, and finally, the game gives you its plot twist. The message Minerva has isn't for Ezio. His role as a prophet isn't to learn some intrinsic truth or to save the world, he's basically a glorified telephone. And thus Minerva looks directly at the camera and talks to Desmond. He is the important one. He is going to save the world. And Ezio doesn't even know she's talking to his descendant 500 years in the future. And when the message has been delivered, she disappears, and Ezio is never to be seen or heard from again, left behind in a creepy vault, realizing his 20 years of revenge, his entire life's work, really wasn't that important, and he will never learn of the grand scheme of things, which far surpass his puny life. It's great, I fucking love it. There's only one small problem. Brotherhood picks up right where AC2 left it off. Yep. Ezio wasn't supposed to have 3 games, else you wouldn't live through 2 decades of his life and go through his entire character arc in the first one. It's funny looking at the dates each one of his games take place in, because it's not even balanced at all. By Revelations they quite literally got themselves into a corner by almost making Ezio too old. But how couldn't they when AC2 ended with him in his 40s? As mentioned, the idea was to have one assassin per game. Altair was the first one, the creation of the IP. Ezio's shtick was to play through his entire life, and for the plot to take a more personal approach to reflect it. That falls flat when you throw 2 more needless games into the mix, and it only gets worse when the personal nature of Ezio's plot becomes the norm for every subsequent game. But I guess I'm getting ahead of myself, so let's wrap up Assassin's Creed 2. As I'm writing this, I don't know if I came across as too negative for this game, but then again I'm sure I did during the main retrospective regarding Black Flag 2. I like this game. Don't love it, don't even necessarily like it more than the first one, but it's still a very good game, and it succeeded in being a sequel that expands the first game's mechanics and world. I've talked about what it left behind and what was brand new, but I haven't talked about what is perhaps most important, what it didn't remove. It didn't remove the player fumbling to the ground if running aimless through the streets, it didn't remove the civilian obstacles, it didn't remove the ability to hide among civilians. In fact, their new crowd AI means Ezio can now hide in any one group of people and not only scholars. In short, it's still a social stealth game, and it's still Assassin's Creed. In a perfect world, the next game would have been Assassin's Creed 3, a title having nothing to do with Ezio, realizing that the more personal take of AC2's narrative worked for that game but shouldn't necessarily be made the standard going forward, and a true continuation for Desmond's story.
But this is not a perfect world.
Assassin's Creed Brotherhood came out in November of 2010, only one day too early for the 1-year anniversary of its predecessor's launch, marking the beginning of annual releases for the franchise. In fact, the game went gold merely 18 days before it came out, as if it wasn't clear enough how Ubisoft was racing to meet unnecessarily tight deadlines. And that's after Désilets left the project to, officially, take a creative break. Right, we all know how that panned out. From a business standpoint, Ubisoft cleverly realized Assassin's Creed could now become a money printing machine, and boy did they take the first opportunity they could get to make it so. Brotherhood is a direct sequel to Assassin's Creed 2, continuing Ezio's story from where it was left off and bringing Rodrigo Borgia's children into the mix, with the Assassin Brotherhood moving to their home turf, Rome. So, how's the game? Well, I feel like I may be living in a parallel universe because people adore this game. Some thinking it's the best in the Ezio trilogy or the single best Assassin's Creed. Me? Well, I'll be completely honest, it's the game I remember the least out of the ones I've played. No, seriously, Revelations' setting was different enough, but with Brotherhood I felt like I was playing AC2, so a lot of it just kinda blurred together in my mind. This time around there aren't multiple cities nor the countryside, it's only Rome and its outskirts, though you can now ride a horse inside town, as useless as it is, given climbing buildings will always be so much easier than trying to maneuver the thing around tight corners at a snail's pace. Rome is there, I guess. Again, the game is so much just Assassin's Creed 2.5 that I don't really know whether I should judge the city completely on its own or think of it as an addition to Florence or Venice. What's there is relatively historically accurate, but I also find the city feels monotonous and sterile. There's not that big of a distinction between different districts where, say, cities in AC1 had a poor, middle and rich district and both buildings and NPCs reflected that. I'm not saying Brotherhood doesn't have it, I am saying that if it does, I sure didn't realize it. Ezio is back, and his personal quest for revenge is done. Returning home after the events of AC2, Rodrigo Borgia's son, Cesare, pays a cordial visit, killing Mario and stealing the apple, prompting Ezio to travel to Rome and make things right. The assassins don't have a presence there, which is the plot point Brotherhood's biggest addition will revolve around. Ezio is older, experienced, a true master assassin. This game returns in a way to an approach to the plot more similar to that of the first entry, given that while Ezio knows the enemy personally, his connection to them isn't as important as it used to be, and it doesn't fuel him to pursue personal revenge, but rather the common good of the Crete. Early on into the game, you're introduced to the central mechanic of recruiting and training people into the Brotherhood, sending them on missions and leveling them up, so to speak, so as to make your presence stronger, and the assassins you can call in battle more skilled. From a certain point of view, Ezio is in his prime in this. He's wise, as charismatic as ever, and a perfect leader. The city of Rome is in disarray when you arrive, with the Templars taxing the common citizens and the Borgia living like kings. After rebuilding your family's home in AC2, you can now rebuild the entirety of Rome, fixing old aqueducts, reopening different shops, or burning down Borgia towers to limit their reach. It does feel like the Brotherhood is slowly but surely extending with any one action you take, unlocking new weapons, armors, and tools along the way. One set weapon is the crossbow, which turns the throwing knives useless. Ezio's games changed the knives from quality to quantity, having far more of them but not killing in one hit anymore. The crossbow changes that back, so the second you unlock it, you'll never throw a single knife ever again. And that's not to mention that it was this game where the ability to kill enemies with one hit after a successful counter was added. With the Brotherhood's growing influence in town, every recruit you train, every weapon you buy, every fast travel entrance you unlock, feels meaningful and like a threat to your enemies. There's only one problem. Well, it's not really a problem, more like a pet peeve of mine. The Crete's brand image this time around, Ezio's outfit, sucks. There, I said it. It's even worse because every other assassin also uses it, so they all look like clowns, and this became Ezio's canon outfit, so to speak, the one that's referenced time and time again in other media. Remember my earlier rant about the not-so-hidden blades? Well, this is the not-so-inconspicuous outfit. What happened to hiding in plain sight? How can you hide with these flashy garments? Altair looks part priest, part warrior, which works both for infiltration missions and fighting in open combat. What Ezio wore for 20 years is even better, because it hides the combat-heavy parts under a cape, and the rest doesn't look that out of place for an Italian noble. This... well, let's just say it's the single most conspicuous outfit the franchise has seen yet, and I'm tempted to include Rodrigo's papal robes in that comparison. I think it would have been an easier pill to swallow if the outfit started off far more plain, and the cape and other details were added as the Brotherhood grew stronger, to signify Ezio's growing role as a mentor, and the fact he can now walk around looking like a light pole and no one can stop him, given the Borgia influence has been snuffed out. As it stands, Oh, and by the way, get rid of the belt with the freaking insignia of your Brotherhood in it, even AC2 did this. Also, in general, I understand, but don't really like how the plot made the Assassin Templar war a huge us versus them thing, almost throwing secrecy out the window. The way it was so far, both factions were so careful they managed to stay hidden from the history books for millennia, and the one time they did have a public war, Wikipedia had a field trip. Now I'm supposed to accept the assassins had dozens of dudes looking like Ezio walking around town, publicly fighting the Borgia, burning their towers, bringing the war to the streets, and not one single witness ever told the tale? Not buying it. I've talked more about narrative or insignificant details than gameplay, and yet I don't have anything else to talk about, at least when it comes to Ezio, because, again, this game was made in part out of cut content from AC2, and in part out of whatever they could come up with in less than a year. A lot of things are just repeated. The Romulus lairs are the assassin tombs, the armor of Brutus is Altair's armor, etc. We already talked about how they introduced optional mission objectives, which was a great idea, and the Cristina Vespuccio quest chain, which was apparently also supposed to have been in AC2, was a good reward to incentivize said 100% completion. The DLCs are easily better than those from the last game, even changing the gameplay by unlocking the ability to use parachutes, something telling me that's not precisely entirely historically accurate. At the end of the day, Brotherhood is a story that didn't need telling. The game isn't bad per se, it just has the qualities of a spin-off, more refined gameplay and a couple of interesting new mechanics, that's all. Not groundbreaking, not bad, not necessary either. Oh boy, now we get to the modern day. Well, it's better than the one in AC2 for starters, not that it was that hard, and this time around you can actually free roam with Desmond whenever you feel like it. There's still not much to do after you've found all the collectibles around town, but the Animus is nice enough to warn you whenever you get new emails in real life, which you can then read and are cool for world building or to have a laugh. If you 100% sequence 8, you unlock the ability to play as Desmond inside the Animus, which means you can then theoretically play the entire game as him, if you can endure seeing a dude in 21st century clothing running around 1500s Rome. I feel like given the short development time Brotherhood had, there was still a conscious attempt at giving Desmond more to do, and the beginning of the game where him and Lucy explore the underground passages of Ezio's villa are a treat, and the first time we really see Desmond out in the wild. It shows promise, and it's everything the modern day section of AC2 should have been. This game actually builds up the characters, this game actually has the plot develop. Even if it is true it makes most of it optional and still doesn't intertwine both narratives as well as AC1 did. It feels like it tried, and I can commend it for it. When it comes to Brotherhood's ending though, and where the plot leads to, well, we'll have to leave that for later. In general, people liked Brotherhood because it was more of a game they already loved. More Assassin's Creed 2, more Ezio. In time some eyebrows ever so slightly started to raise though, given the next game would yet again be churned out merely a year after its predecessor. As if trying to one-up themselves, Assassin's Creed Revelations came out November 15, 2011, again one day too early for the 1-year anniversary of the last one's launch. The game picks up 4 years after the ending of Brotherhood, though I wouldn't blame anyone for thinking it had been closer to a decade or more. The problem lies with Ezio's face not really changing in the first 2 games, and the devs suddenly realizing they had to make him old. As it stands, Ezio looks relatively the same at age 17 and 48, but abruptly hits the wall at age 52, kinda funny. He's not the only one whose face changed though, and we'll get into that in a bit. The narrative takes us to the familiar location of Masyaf due to a letter written by Ezio's father a year before his birth, talking about a library hidden underneath it. Ezio in this game is lost and in search of answers. He's been in the fray for 35 years, yet feels their conflict to be never-ending, never-changing, and so he travels to the ancient headquarters of the Orders to try and find a clue. Revelations about his life and the wisdom Altair left behind. It's in this game that we find an Ezio that's getting too old for this shit, to keep running around rooftops and foiling Templar plans. He wants to know what's the meaning of his life's work and everything he's done, which already makes it far more interesting than anything that happens in Brotherhood, as, if you're going to continue Ezio's plot, you might as well double down on what people liked. His character, his personality. The door to Masyaf's library is locked with 5 special keys that were sent to Constantinople centuries ago, and that's where the game takes place in. It's a pretty divisive city, some think it's bland and boring, others think it might very well be the best city in Ezio's games. If I had to choose a side, I'd definitely go with the latter. I like Constantinople far more than I do Rome, and find it to be intriguing and exotic, and it reminds me of the more claustrophobic streets of the cities from the first game. Constantinople was the Roman Empire's final capital before it fell to the Turks. For Ezio, the mentor of the Roman Brotherhood, to go to the Roman Empire's final jewel at the twilight of his assassin career is a nice send-off, as is the bridging of Altair and Ezio the game tries to go with. Each key is made out of precursor material and has Altair's memories imprinted in them, allowing Ezio and thus Desmond to see events of his life unrelated to AC1. Then there's the aforementioned Desmond, or at least I think it's Desmond, it's hard to tell with that face. All 3 protagonists had their faces redesigned for Revelations, which makes close to no sense. Sure, you can accept the in-universe explanation they gave, like the earlier Animus being wars and thus using Desmond's face instead of that of his ancestors, but not only does that not explain Desmond's face being changed as well, we all know the truth. The initial idea was to have every Assassin's Creed be a numbered iteration, and each iteration would introduce a new ancestor. Desmond looking exactly like Altair and Ezio was for the player to immediately identify the ancestor and Desmond as being connected. It's not realistic, but it helps ground the player in this idea of ancestral memory, and giving an ancestor the descendant's face to imply a connection is something games and movies do all the time. Something changed with Revelations though. The official explanation is that motion capture technology got better with the years, and thus the scanned faces would inevitably change. That doesn't hold when even Desmond looks so wildly different from any other iteration, so much so every single person's reaction at the beginning of the game is, wait, that's Desmond? Rumors started circulating that the real reason for the change to all 3 faces was due to contract disputes between Ubisoft and the man Desmond's face, and thus Altair's and Ezio's, was based on. It only ever remained as a rumor, so take that as you will. Right, so Desmond's narrative takes a more subdued but slightly more active role. This game introduced the Animus fragments, and collecting those opens up a series of side quests called Desmond's Journey, a first-person puzzle platformer where you see Desmond's memories and his thoughts on them, from living with his commune, to showing doubts, to starting training, to leaving it all behind and running away. Gameplay-wise, it feels like they feared they'd alienate people if they made it too hard, so the end result goes right around to feeling too easy and gimmicky, but it's a nice way to dump exposition on the player without relegating it to a biography page. It's one thing to hear about the farm in AC1, it's another to have Desmond relive his memories of it in detail. It also makes his parents out to be idiots by the way all the secrecy ruined their relationship with him and prompted him to run away. You can be fearful of Abstergo, and also tell your 16-year-old son why you've kept him his entire life hidden away in the woods. Giovanni and Edward trained their sons to be assassins too, but they did so in subtle ways. You might not be able to do that in the 21st century when the Templars are a giant conglomerate, but you could at least tell your son exactly what it is you're fighting against, and give them examples of past assassins. Else, he thinks you're a weird cult and runs away. 3 months after the game's release, The Lost Archive came out, a DLC with similar gameplay to that of Desmond's journey, but played from the point of view of Subject 16, detailing his life, his joining of the Assassin Order, and his eventual death at the hands of Abstergo. For the most part, it's a neat DLC, with harder puzzles than those of the main game, and giving 16 a lot of personality from before he went somewhat mad inside the Animus, his past and his relationship with his father. Then there's Lucy. This DLC retcons Lucy into being a Templar. This isn't up for discussion. There's a difference between a retcon and simply adding more info to a previously unknown narrative point, and this is the former. You couldn't have even escaped Abstergo at the beginning of AC2 had it not been for Desmond's dumb luck in unlocking the Eagle Vision. Lucy's card didn't work, and they were genuinely fucked. As talked about before, Lucy was faced and voiced by Kristen Bell, an actress. Patrice Désilets revealed in 2017 that she asked for royalties on the franchise as a whole instead of fixed payments, so he decided to kill her off himself. This is very interesting to me because it confirms that, while he left Brotherhood before the game was even revealed at E3, he worked on it long enough for the ending to be conceived and said decision made. As for whether it was a good decision or not, I can't speak as if I know her personally, but I do know of plenty of other cases with movie actors not quite getting how video games work. It's the reason why Rockstar stopped using them to voice characters. They kept having more problems than they were worth. I'd be mad if she was the central piece under which the modern day collapsed, but I mean, let's be honest, even if she hadn't been killed in Brotherhood, it would have only been a matter of time given how Ubisoft treats the modern day. The problem with a third annual game regarding Ezio is that it gets to a point where you just can't add more things into the gameplay. Else it stops feeling like genuine additions and starts feeling more like gimmicks added for fluff to try and validate the game's existence. AC2 was a mechanical upgrade in most ways, and Brotherhood brought with it a bunch of quality of life improvements both to the gameplay and the game's engine. With Revelations, there really isn't anything else they could have done that felt that big, so most of its improvements are just kind of there. Now when you've trained an assassin enough, there's a personal quest you need to complete so they achieve the rank of Master. Notoriety can cause stalker enemies to hunt you and not vice versa, and there's an unnecessary tower defense minigame to maintain control over a Templar attack on one of your dens. Bomb crafting is probably the biggest addition, and even then it's really not that useful. Was there any point in a previous game where you thought, man, I wish I could have 5 different types of explosives? Well, if you did, you're in luck, but chances are you'll partake on it for a while, think, oh that's pretty neat, then forget about it because Ezio is still a killing machine. By far the game's best addition, and one that actually changes the gameplay in a considerable manner, is, you guessed it, the hook blade we already talked about back during Black Flag's retrospective. By official accounts, it's intended to increase navigation speed by a factor of 30% in comparison to previous installments, but it's more than that. Not only can you climb vertically faster, you can also use it to escape guards, or its best use, to descend down zip lines across streets. It's a straight upgrade to both climbing and just general moving around, and as I stated in my earlier rant, it's a shame it was never expanded upon by making the climbing of future games that more involved and less automated. That's pretty much all there is. Revelations is the culmination of Ezio gameplay, meaning you either think it is the most refined or the least innovative. The main plot is better than that of Brotherhood, but just as unnecessary. The narrative starts with a random letter Ezio somehow didn't find for over 35 years, and it ends with him coming to terms with the exact same thing he did at the end of AC2, that he is not supposed to understand the ramifications of his work, and everything he, Altair and the rest did, in a way, was just for history to get to Desmond. Even so, at live I said it's not a sad game to finish, because regardless of my opinion on it and Brotherhood, I can't deny at the end of the day you still play 3 consecutive games with Ezio, and seeing his end connected to that of Altair makes for an emotional ending. 2012 was a defining year for the franchise, and the hype around Assassin's Creed 3 was unbelievable. Finally, a new numbered sequel. Finally, a new time period and new protagonist. Look at the trailers, look at the snow, look at the combat. It's brand new, it's exciting, it's releasing merely a month and a half before the end of the world the franchise has talked about since AC1. What will happen? What will Desmond do? No one cared about the annual release when the new installment looked like this. And then, Assassin's Creed 3 came out. I'll preface by mentioning how AC3 was a big change internally. It was the first game without Jeremy Soule composing its soundtrack, and it was also the first one to use a brand new engine. This would be the last game to be written by Corey May, the lead writer of the first 2 games and story consultant for Brotherhood and Revelations. I guess this is also as good a time as any to mention how, yes, I know not all Assassin's Creeds are literally made in a year, and more often than not they're being worked on in the background by different teams, but that does little to change how things look on the player side of things. Assassin's Creed 3 is a very conflicting game, some thinking it's straight up the war's mainline title. It feels like it tried to do too much with too little time, and some things ended up half-baked. If nothing else, Black Flag is the perfect example of what you can do once you've had more time or a more developed engine to work things through. And yet you've had more than 3 hours of these dumbass boys telling you what I don't like about that game. A lot of complaints originated here. The easy combat, the loss of social stealth elements like obstacle NPCs, the even more automated climbing. The map design might have been historically accurate for all I know, but that doesn't mean it makes for fun gameplay. A lot of the game is spent in the frontier and cities have a considerable lack of tall buildings, meaning parkour is generally little used and even in the cities usually more efficient to just run along the streets than the rooftops. Without that much parkour or stealth, at least compared to earlier entries, the game becomes defined by its melee combat, and I think I've talked about that one enough. Press button when a red thing appears on screen to win. Then there's the opening few hours, where you play as Haytham before the bait and switch where you realize he's a Templar, then go on to play as Connor, first as a child, then as a teenager, and finally as an assassin in training by Achilles. The problem with this is that most things aren't unlocked yet with Haytham, and from the moment you stop playing as him to the one you're completely free with Connor, more than 2 hours of tutorials and railroaded missions go by. Even the director of the game agrees looking back. Really, the problem isn't so much with Haytham, as when you're playing as him you're still discovering the game yourself and the honeymoon period is in full force. The thing is, you leave his story in a bit of an interesting note, and he himself is a charming protagonist, so for you to then spend the next few hours just kinda wandering around kills the pace. Which brings me to Connor. He's pretty good actually. A lot of people grew to idolize Ezio, so much so anything but felt like a downgrade, and Connor wasn't made any favors either by getting to play as his father for the first few hours. I don't blame players too much by getting to the cutscenes where Connor acts like the annoying teenager he is at the time and wanting Haytham or Ezio back. I do blame those that never gave him an opportunity, or refused to analyze the character further. Connor is a very interesting man given a very raw deal, be it with his village, his father or his responsibilities as the only man carrying the torch of a dead Brotherhood. He is stoic, yet quickly lashes out in anger when he feels time is being wasted. He berates Haytham for the destruction of his village and the death of his mother, yet sees in Charles Lee a bigger threat than Washington when he finally realizes it was actually the latter who ordered the village be gone. He rises up to protect the people of a nation that could very well hate him sometimes given his ancestry as a native. His entire character, his doubts, his beliefs are all encapsulated perfectly in a soliloquy that informs you more of Connor's character development than it has any right to do. A piece of audio, that is, that someone had to dig from the game's files as it was cut. Yeah, you heard that right. It's still present in the game's novelization, and Connor's voice actor recorded it for the game, it was in the files, but not used. Imagine Altair's conversations with Al-Mualim being cut from the first game. Imagine the speech at the end of the bonfire of the vanities not existing. Right, that's what happened to Connor. As I said, raw deal. Link is in the description if you wanna listen to it, I seriously recommend you do. The narrative has what I'd categorize as two main topics. On one hand there's the Assassin-Templar War, and on the other hand there's the American Revolution. The former had the basis to end up very interesting, while the latter... I'm sorry, I just couldn't wrap my head around what exactly was I doing during most of the missions in the game. I don't know what it is, I'm not Italian or Turkish either, but I had no problem following, say, the Pazzi conspiracy to kill the Medici family, or whatever politics Prince Ahmed was involved in. With AC3 I can never shake the feeling Connor isn't just jerked around on a ride through the highlights of the American Revolution, with characters dropping in and out before you can even learn their names, like in a soap opera. The Templar conflict is where the juicy narrative beats are at, and it mainly comes from the relationship between Haytham and Connor. Those are the parts everyone remembers, talking about their philosophy and their lives, each trying to convince the other to change sides and work together as father and son. The problem is, that's the minority of interactions, really. Haytham comes into Connor's story relatively late, and even then, the two of them are together in a handful of missions before you're forced to kill him. The rest, that is, the might as well be nameless Templars and Charles Lee, are more connected to the overall American Revolution plot, which connect to Washington and Connor's strife. I was going to talk about Desmond, but I've honestly already done so in bits and pieces throughout the entire video, so to summarize, he's given the most things to do in this game because they knew they were gonna kill him. They wasted him in the previous 2 games, so now they had to rush it, and the end to his character retroactively makes every second dedicated to the modern day in the past 4 games completely useless. Good job! It's even worse if you take into account the glyphs from Brotherhood. At the end of those, Subject 16 tells Desmond how he needs to...
find Eve. The key... her DNA.
Welp, too late for that, huh? You know, I had a theory for a while on how they could bring Desmond back if they really wanted to. At the end of Revelation, Subject 16 passes his genetic memories off to Desmond before being deleted. They visibly appear on his skin in the real world after waking up. Never mentioned again. I guess they are the reason Desmond knows Lucy was a Templar, as he must have seen 16's memories from the DLC, but the fact Desmond's arm glowed in real life was perplexing for many people. Now here's my crackpot theory I came up with ages ago and thought, hey, that could work. Which one of Desmond's arms glows? The right one. Which one does he activate Juno's prison with? The right one. Be honest, would it have been that weird to come up with some bullshit excuse on how it was 16's remaining genetic material that concentrated on Desmond's right arm to try and soften the shock from the temple? Again, if they absolutely wanted Desmond back, they could have had him. But if they absolutely wanted him, guess what? They wouldn't have killed him to begin with. Assassin's Creed was built up to end in December of 2012. They never thought they'd have to end up rushing the game because the real-life date would close in on them, yet that's what happened. That, a different development team and having to develop a new version of the engine all came together to make AC3, a game that regretfully ended up being a stepping stone for other games to get better from more than anything else. It's also a game that gets better on a second playthrough, once you already know to expect a slow start and a bad end. The year is 2014, and whatever problems people might have had with AC3 were put to rest a year prior by Black Flag, an entry most everyone loved. By this point, the last game in the franchise that had a normal development cycle was Assassin's Creed 2, released 5 years prior. Brotherhood, Revelations 3 and Black Flag had all released 1 year from one another, which brings 2 problems to the table. Number 1, not everyone buys a game the same day it comes out. Number 2, no one finishes a game the same day they buy it. Then, a DLC is releasing months after on top of that. What this means is that, for most people, a new Assassin's Creed came out merely 5 or 6 months after they finished the last one. That's crazy. Folk will tolerate that 2, maybe 3 times. By 2014, pretty much everyone was tired of annual Assassin's Creed. And then Ubisoft goes and releases not 1, but 2 full mainline titles the same day, same month, of the same year. Liberation came out the same day as AC3 as well, but that was a spin-off for the Vita. Here we're technically talking about 2 mainline titles. At the same time. As if the franchise wasn't bloated enough as is. Assassin's Creed Rogue came out for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, while Assassin's Creed Unity came out for the then next generation of PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. So, where to begin with this mess? Well, Rogue is the older hardware title, so let's go with that. Question: have you seen the first 3.5 hours of this video? If you have, congratulations, you've experienced about 90% of what Rogue offers. It's practically the same game, as much as Brotherhood or Revelations were AC2. Now sure, some additions here or there, but being able to blow up icebergs or having automatic climbing sections on top of the automatic elevators or having to defend your ship every now and then instead of simply attacking others isn't going to change the game completely. I might have not talked that much about certain gameplay elements in the Deus sequels, but there's even less to say about Rogue in comparison to the game we've talked about for the first half of this video, so there you go. It's Black Flag with some side grades. Well then, what about the narrative? Oh boy, do I have a story for you. If you paid even the most modicum of attention to the game's marketing or, hell, looked at the front cover, you'd already know what you're getting. In Rogue, you play as a Templar. Yeah, that's right, you're the bad guy, hunting down assassins and blowing shit up. Honestly, it's the only kind of narrative hood they could have used to make people interested in a game that was competing against Unity. If it had been a generic assassin good guy protagonist, no one would have bought it. In Rogue, you play as Shay Patrick Cormac, an assassin under the tutelage of Achilles during the 7-Year War, the game starting in 1752. 2 years before Haytham's sequences in AC3. Long story short, the assassins get their hands on the box from Freedom Cry, which points their way to a precursor artifact. Shay acquires it in Lisbon, inadvertently causing an earthquake that destroys the city and kills several dozen thousand innocent people. After a falling out with the assassins and being made aware of their use of gangs to control New York, he joins the other side to fight for order, reclaims New York, kills his colleagues and destroys Achilles' Brotherhood. Leaving it in the state Connor finds it in 9 years later. And the modern day... let's be honest, no one cares. I don't, you don't, it's there, it's even worse than Black Flag's, it's whatever. But the main plot, it's not bad, right? Couldn't be a world-breaking narrative given it was the second-rate game that year, and it had to reuse Black Flag's gameplay, so why not make one final game as part of the Kenway saga? By then it was kind of a joke how you end each game destroying the Templars, and by the next one the tables have turned and the assassins are losing again, so having you be the one burning it all down is neat. Well, there's actually several problems with the plot. And I mean big problems. Seriously, where to even start? Well, the length for one. The game is short, comically so. Look at this, 6 sequences, and sequence 5 is only 2 missions, back to back, which you can finish in 25 minutes. The entire main plot? It lasts around 10 hours, give or take, and that's a big problem. Side content only really matters in the context of the main plot, how it affects it, how much breathing room it gives you, things like that. Rogue has a huge variety of outfits, far more than pretty much any game prior, but you don't really get a lot of opportunities to show them off. Swords and pistols are as useless as they were in Black Flag, and even an unupgraded ship will easily take you through the main quest. Ultimately, what you're left with is a short plot that leaves way to repetitive free-roaming content you've done before in Black Flag, and whose reward are flashy costumes you don't really care about anymore because, hey, you finished the main content like 5 hours ago. Then we have the Precursor box. As said before, this is the same box from Embers, the one Ezio told Xiao Jun to only open if she lost her way. Well, this game reveals the box doesn't actually hold anything, and the whole thing is a mechanism that projects the location of pillars that hold the world together. This pretty much throws the context from Embers out the window. But wait, I hear some of you say, the box isn't the same one from Embers. The lead writer of the game said so himself.
Is the box that we see in Chronicles China, which Xiao Jun got from Ezio, the same one we see in Rogue?
Probably not. The idea was that the box from Freedom Cry that Adewale gets in Freedom Cry and leaves in the Caribbean is the same box. Same box as we see in Rogue.
Well, guess what? The lead writer is wrong. There's a letter inside the game itself that claims the Chinese assassin sent Xiao Jun's box to Acapulco, and from there to the West Indies. Yeah, does that last location sound familiar? Not to mention, the box's model is literally the same one from Freedom Cry, so yes, it is the same bloody box. Which leads me to what the box protects. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So far, everything we know about those who came before simply shows us how they were a more advanced race than us that lived on an untouched Earth. They had a society, they had cities, they had scientists, and by the end they tried to stop the global sunburn from killing them. They had far more advanced technology than us, and the Apples of Eden are the prime example. There were others, special keys like the amulet from AC3 or the sword we'll see in Unity, but the point is, to them these weren't artifacts per se, they were job appliances. I'm not sure if I'm explaining myself, but the point I'm trying to make is that from their point of view they weren't extraordinarily weird, they had uses, to control, to lock doors, to fight. Okay, so what the hell are these? Am I crazy or do they not fit at all with the levels of technology we know the Precursors were dealing with? It's as if Rogue's developers wanted or had to come up with a new artifact, so they just did whatever, but these giant underground pillars that hold the Earth together don't make a lick of sense with what we knew so far about the Precursors. They didn't create Earth, they were simply here before us. Every single artifact they made, it was either a weapon or a tool that was part of their society. There's a huge power gap between that and magnetic pillars that keep the planet from collapsing. I can't stress enough how it feels like this game's MacGuffin goes against everything we knew about the first civilization's power level. What, they can create pillars that hold the world together, but they can stop a plasma shock wave from space? And if the sole purpose of these pillars is to, you know, keep the world going and not freaking destroy everything, why would there be a map to their locations? Why in a random wooden box? Am I putting more thought into this than the writers themselves? I'll let you answer that question. Then there's Shay's falling out with Achilles. I'm hardly the only person to criticize this, and I sure won't be the last one, but here we go. This is how events play out. Lisbon is destroyed, Shay is pissed, Shay gets mad at Achilles, Shay betrays the Brotherhood. Everything's nice so far, except there's a tiny problem. Our favorite Irishman spent months at sea, traveling from Lisbon back to the soon-to-be America. No, seriously, did you even think about that? The way it plays out in-game is almost laughable, look at the transition. One cutscene ends in Lisbon, and in the very next one Shay acts as if it all happened an hour ago, when in reality it's been months. You know who else took a ship from Europe to America in one of these games? Haytham. You know how long it took him to get there? 2 months and a half. The way the story is presented, Shay destroyed Lisbon, he sat his ass on a boat for more than 2 months, rode all the way to the homestead, and then started shouting as if he had no time in 2 months and a half to clear his head and think things through. But wait, there's more, because the 2 months and a half only count how long it took him to come back from Lisbon. You can add another 2 months and a half for the initial voyage. This means Achilles and the rest haven't seen Shay in 5 months, almost half a year at best. And how do his supposed friends treat him? By slamming the door shut and ordering his ass to sit outside in the snow. This is it! This is the central conflict the entire premise of your game revolves around, but everyone acts like little kids in their first day on kindergarten. Shay is angry after 3 months at sea, Achilles refuses to listen to the student he sent away for half a year on what happened, Liam doesn't even talk to his childhood friend, Hope looks at him as if he had told her he likes the new Assassin's Creed games, and instead of waiting for things to calm down and finally telling Achilles, listen you dumb fuck, let me at least explain because I swear to God, Shay decides it's a great idea to break into the house and betray the order he's been a part of for 5 years. Saying it's bad writing is like saying 9/11 was a little fire in an office building. Given AC3, Achilles might as well be bipolar. At no point does Liam feel like a real friend that knows Shay almost like a brother. Hope is the most developed assassin in the game, and that's not saying much, and Kasewawase and De La Verendrye are just kinda there for you to kill. Even Adewale is in the game solely for shock value, just like the Jackdaw was in his DLC. Hey look, it's Are, your buddy from Black Flag, the dude you played as in Freedom Cry. Oh, now you gotta kill him, don't you feel bad? I mean, I know he's only been in the game for literally 5 minutes overall, but see, he tells you you've become a monster. Ooh. Except you haven't. Not really. You know how I said for a game like this you couldn't play as a generic assassin good guy protagonist? Well, I lied, that's what Shay is. Rogue doesn't have you play as a Templar, it has you play as an assassin on the Templar's side. But even then, that's wrong, because all the Templars in this game just so happen to be the nicest people you'll ever meet, while the assassins just so happen to be the biggest assholes in the world using gangs for profit and extorting innocents. You think about a game with a Templar protagonist, you think about the ideology differences between both factions, the kind of conversations Altair and Al-Mualim or Connor and Haytham had. Perhaps you can show how, in their belief of free will, the assassins are inadvertently letting wars break out for innocent people to die, simply because that's what the leaders they elected chose. Maybe Shay ends up realizing that a controlled population is better if it means no more death, no more political tension, just unity via control. He can start the game being naive and slowly realize how guiding people on what to do is better in the long run, or that sacrificing a few to save the world is worth it. But nothing like that happens. Shay never questions the Templars, if only because he never even thinks about what they want, he just kinda rolls with it. He said early on that an organization called the Assassins have to assassinate people, but then he changes sides and lives the rest of his life as a Templar, somehow never hearing about that one time his colleagues used blankets covered in pox to infect civilians, or that one dude that imprisoned a slave girl to try and steal her mother's charm, or when he himself kickstarts the French Revolution. I guess he's never told about the Borgias either. Now that would be a fun conversation. The narrative is safe, it doesn't explore both sides, it simply changes their alignments and asks you to not think about it too hard. Marketing is all over how you're this big bad Templar, but you're not, you're an assassin that wears black. Here's a funny gameplay mechanic. In every previous game, killing innocents would desynchronize you as it's something the Ancestor didn't do. In Rogue? Nothing. You can kill as many poor men and women as you feel like it. Not only that, killing innocents will trigger bounty hunters to come after you, so it was a conscious design decision. Shay, the dude that betrayed the assassins because he killed innocents, now can canonically kill innocents. The Templars, the faction this game wants you to think of as morally grey, are such that the microsecond you become one of them, you can start killing civilians. It's hilarious, as if the story suffered of serious rewrites and originally you weren't supposed to be a goody two-shoes. Or, even worse, the writers and programmers had no communication with one another, and so while some were making a story about a man changing sides, the others thought, hey, we're making a Templar game, aren't we? Let's make it so you can kill civilians, that'll be a shock. And then, as the cherry on top, the lead writer came out and said the mechanic that has a functional bounty hunter system programmed in, the mechanic they had to go out of their way to change from previous games and from the first 2 sequences where Shay is an assassin, is an animus glitch and it doesn't count.
Why is Shay able to kill civilian NPCs without causing desynchronization?
There's no good answer to that question, because the answer is he shouldn't have been able to. Like the animus would have, this is not like it's an animus glitch.
Kinda funny how everything is an animus glitch, huh? Changing faces? Nah, that's an animus glitch. Killing people? Nah, that's an animus glitch. I'm starting to think the only reason they didn't make away with the modern plot after Desmond's death was because it allowed them to cover their asses whenever they screwed up and people would just eat it up. Another point on Shay not feeling like a Templar is how the enemies he fights against don't dress like assassins. You'd be surprised how replacing most enemies in Rogue for hooded people wearing white would improve tenfold the feeling of being on the other side of the conflict. As it stands, most people you kill are gang members affiliated with the Brotherhood but not actual assassin, even those that are, like the Stalker enemies returning from Revelations, who very clearly use a hidden blade, don't dress the part. Yes, everyone makes fun of how the group that are supposed to be hidden all walk around dressing the same, and in the one game they should do that to put your protagonist into perspective on his conflict, they don't. At the end of the day, Rogue was the underdog, and I feel that's the reason more than anything else that you see people playing it years down the line and thinking it's not that bad. What those people fail to realize is that Rogue's gameplay is taken directly from Black Flag, and its narrative falls flat completely on a couple dozen accounts. If nothing else, I'm sorry for the development team. If you watch the full interview I mentioned before, you can easily tell the game was far more rushed than any previous AC had already been, and that they had to mold to meet Unity's deadline. There's also Shay, his voice actor is good and I can see the wasted potential just by looking at him. As it stands, Rogue is a game you should only play if it's been years since you last touched Black Flag, and you want that game, but with a slightly different flavor. The River Valley is a good map with more interesting terrain to explore than Black Flag's random islands, and the North Atlantic is a pretty sight. To try and counter the short main quest, there's plenty of diverse collectibles for you to find exploring around. And if you were a fan of the District Liberation gameplay from earlier games, then reclaiming and rebuilding New York will be pretty fun. Just don't think about the fact that by AC3 all that work will be meaningless because half of the city burned down. Where one story ends, another begins, and in the case of Rogue and Unity, that's pretty literal. Assassin's Creed Unity starts off in 1776, with our protagonist, Arnaud Dorian, witnessing the death of his father and being made a ward of François de Lasserre, one of his father's friends, raised alongside de Lasserre's daughter, Elise. When Arnaud is 21, de Lasserre is killed. He's blamed for it, and the French Revolution just so happens to kickstart his escape and eventual meeting with the Assassin Brotherhood, to which his father belonged to. Serving as an assassin, and finding out the man that raised him was all along the Grand Master of the Parisian Rite of the Templar Order, Arnaud has to work with the woman he has feelings for, herself a Templar, to try and figure out who started the revolution and how to stop them. Again, nice enough premise, so how is the game really? Let's actually start with the bad stuff first. Unity feels like the most bloated one yet. One look at the map right after starting the game and it's like, Jesus! The new games are more bloated on account of being RPGs, but in terms of the ones I've played, I can say Unity takes the cake. Then there's the characters. I just don't find Arnaud very interesting. I don't entirely agree with the idea that he's just French Ezio, but it's certainly up there. There's the hint of some interesting characters like Elise or Mirabeau, but you barely see them. Especially Elise, she's Arnaud's love interest, and they try to do the whole Connor Haytham thing again, but with lovers instead of father and son. The thing is, Haytham was charismatic, and you played as him, understood him. In here you barely know de Lasserre, and Elise is kind of a cunt. We learned that Arnaud's father and Monsieur de Lasserre were also working together, and the idea of the Templars and Assassins realizing it's better to ally with one another instead of continuing on the war that's been going on for more than 1,000 years is an interesting topic to discuss, but they barely do anything with it. Elise is blinded by revenge, which ultimately kills her, and Belek kills Mirabeau, then goes on a rant before you kill him. The game's main villain is a fairly underwhelming sage, nowhere near Roberts in terms of presence or personality, and the finale feels more like a generic bittersweet ending than anything else, with Arnaud being expelled from the Brotherhood during the third act, but inexplicably rejoining it and achieving the rank of Master Assassin during the ending timeskip. Also, Ubisoft didn't know in which order you'd play both 2014 games, so Arnaud never learns about his father's murderer, and Shay gets off scot-free. You'd think they tied that up in a DLC or at the very least a book or comic. Ubisoft are certainly good at that, cough cough. But nah, Arnaud just forgets about it. What about the modern day? Oh, you're gonna love this. You're a gamer living in a society who just bought an Abstergo console, because they do those now. An assassin hacks the console, which at this point I don't even know or care about what differentiates it from an animus, and asks you to live through Arnaud's life because he had contact with a sage. Why does an assassin hacker inform a random neckbeard and his Xbox about their secret war? Because fuck you, that's why. At the end of the story, it's shown how Arnaud and Napoleon hid the sage's bones in the catacombs of Paris, so good luck finding it among 6 million other bodies. Yeah, that's right, the modern day plot is completely useless. But we could have expected that already. Now on to the good things. Paris is massively buried, and a return to form with a big diverse city instead of a bunch of small areas or yet another game with a ship. Each district has tons of different geography and are beautifully decorated and for the most part feel distinct from one another. After the Kenway saga, Unity was a return to classic AC, back to crowded cities, to the Brotherhood, to stealth. It's the most refined assassin experience since AC1. Just like in the Ezio games, you're free to choose your armament and can play the game with the likes of spears or muskets, but you're actually at a massive disadvantage against multiple enemies until the endgame. Stealth is heavily encouraged and actually implemented into every aspect of the game, meaning the two of those combined make it so you can't rush in and expect to counterkill 2,000 guards. That's right, social stealth is back! Conventional stealth is also a thing, with this being the first game in the franchise where you can actually crouch. Crazy, I know. And that, paired with the varied options the player is given in missions and the contextual assassinations, makes gameplay so much more diverse. Freerunning has also been expanded, with specific buttons for freerunning up and down being implemented. Every now and then you'll see a weird animation where it seems like Arnaud floats from one jump to the next, and it did need a little bit more polish on that regard, but as a first attempt and combined with everything else already mentioned, it's a damn good step in the right direction for the franchise. And it added co-op to boot. Unity is absolutely what the series should aspire to in terms of design. The plot is a bit overstuffed and tries to juggle everything at once, and some characters don't get enough development, but honestly, I couldn't care less. I don't know if you've noticed, but the less I have to talk about Assassin's Creed's gameplay, the more I dig into the narrative, more often than not to find a third. Unity's plot might be nothing to write home about, but what we gained in comparison was a return to what made Assassin's Creed good. This was a beautiful step in the right direction in a possible resurgence in the franchise. But if things went smoothly from here on out, I wouldn't be making this retrospective, now would I? Unity came out to a myriad of bugs. The game looked beautiful, easily standing the test of time to this very day, but with it came a truckload of bugs. If you played it on PC and were lucky, like it was my case, you'd get away with a few minor visual glitches here and there and maybe some stutter. If you played it on console, well... This killed Unity, and with it, Assassin's Creed. Reviews shout on the game, players shout on the game, and Ubisoft actually had to release its DLC for free to try and appease the masses. Forced annual releases made them dig their own grave, but at the end of the day, management recuperated from it, while the IP never did. The images you're seeing right now are leaked pre-release screenshots from the then-in-the-works Assassin's Creed Victory, a dark tale following in Unity's footsteps, set in an oppressive Victorian London. But you see, the people at Ubisoft are big-brained freethinkers, so when they saw Unity's reception, they thought people had a problem with the game itself, and not, you know, the quadrillion bugs. Victory was butchered, its tone dialed back and replaced with whatever attempts at humor I've seen the final game have.
When you auditioned, was Jacob always meant to be the more comedic of the two? Was that purely who you thought, how you thought he should be portrayed?
Well, no. You know what? When we auditioned, I would say when Victoria and I auditioned together, I think the project had a slightly different feel. It was far more dramatic.
Oh.
And it's, you know, the game in terms of the storyline developed quite a lot over the Christmas period. And we auditioned for it what would have been at the end of October. And yeah, I remember we had a scene that we were like over our father's grave, and it was, you know, it was quite a dramatic scene. And Jacob was a little playful, but there was a much more serious tone to the whole thing.
Gameplay-wise, it probably remained mostly the same, but the rushed changes to the game's first impression, that is, the protagonist's personality and the mood of the city and the main plot, didn't fare well for how Ubisoft thought the franchise had to change after Unity. And what's the game we got right after Syndicate? That's right. The story of Assassin's Creed Unity is a story of what-ifs. A game that showed the future of the franchise before it was first tarnished, and then changed, in a misguided attempt to fix something that wasn't broken. It's all downhill from here, folks. We've reached the second out of 3 pit stops in this retrospective. The first one for Black Flag, the second one for every game before and after it up to Unity, and we're about to embark on the third and last section, regarding every game after that, those that I haven't played, and the reason for why that's the case, as well as some general thoughts to wrap the whole thing. So, take a break or continue on as we start things off with Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I'll preface by mentioning how not having played any of the following games means some of the things I'll talk about might be wrong, my perspective from the outside, but important nonetheless as they'll shed light on why I refused to play them to begin with, why do I consider them bad. Also, as you probably already realized, from this point forward I'll use gameplay videos taken from YouTube, which means the HUD will be fully visible. Right, on with it. What better place to start than the beginning? Syndicate is the first game in the franchise that changes the iconic opening disclaimer for an inferior one. AC1 came out in 2007, a time where Jack Thompson was trying to convince the world Grand Theft Auto turned kids into school shooters, and in came this brand new game where you played the role of a Muslim assassinating people in positions of power, most of them Christians. The game dealt with racism, slavery, homophobia, as well as touching on religion, Christianity and Judaism, the people that follow them and those that use their words to rule over others. Then in came AC2, a game that ended with you fist-fighting the Pope of the Catholic Church. The wards had a clear purpose, that is, to cover the races in case they were accused of making some sort of religious statement. Right, so what does the new one do? It informs me of the kind of people the developers like to take to bed. How is this relevant to a Victorian London or the game's narrative? It straight up isn't. The game's director had these words to share. It felt like when we first wrote that for AC1 it was something that was very inclusive. But I've had the chance to work with more than 12 different writers on Syndicate. At one point, one approached me and said that we were not embracing diversity fully enough. I had reviewed all our crowd dialogue. I was happy with our two protagonists, but they were talking about the statement at the beginning of the game, that it was exclusive of some people, so I asked for them to propose a new statement. Oh boy. Mind you, he didn't work on AC1, so we're off to a great start. He can't pretend to know what the intention behind the words were. On that note, that comment strikes me as him somehow completely misunderstanding what the purpose of the original disclaimer was. Also, it doesn't really have anything to do with this point, but needing 12 people to write a mediocre game is pretty telling. If there's one single thing I've heard over and over again on the internet, it is how Syndicate's narrative is not that good, to put it mildly. Anyways, blah 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 diversity, blah 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 the original message was somehow exclusive to some people because we said so. I don't even have to explain it to you like you're 5, we all know why they changed it, you're not stupid. Oh gee, I cannot wait for what those pesky Ubisoft developers will think of next.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
Okay, so a lot of these details are things I learned over the years by hearing about them or reading them here or there, in YouTube comments or forum posts, looking them up again in detail when making the retrospective to have an ever so slightly better grasp on what I'm talking about, so as to not talk complete fabricated bullshit. Even so, I will very likely get some things wrong. I haven't played the games and I don't care enough to do so. Syndicate starts with both protagonists, Evie and Jacob, talking with a fellow assassin named George, who by the way is wearing the outfit from Assassin's Creed Victory, poor lad got a downgrade, about how London has been occupied by Templars for like 100 years and the Assassin Council doesn't want them going to the city, and they should fall back from their recon mission. Like 5 seconds later, the twins disobey a direct order from their superior, and ladies and gentlemen, that's literally the last time we ever see or hear about either George or the entire British Brotherhood during the rest of the game. Trust me, I wish I was making this up. The rest of Syndicate is just these two loose cannons winging it while the Brotherhood they supposedly represent do nothing about it. They disobey more direct and important orders than either Shay or Arno, but it's never brought up again because this game's narrative is a comedy. The Templars are even worse. As I alluded to earlier in the video, this game has a literal mustache-twirling villain as the main antagonist, who is always evil 100% of the time, kills his underlings to assert dominance, and his master plan is to become immortal so he can rule London forevermore. You know, don't the Templars have an entire faction devoted to fight retarded tyrants from abusing the Order? Were they on vacation? But it gets better. You know how I said London has been ruled by the Templars for a century and the assassins have had no presence whatsoever there, not even in small guerrilla numbers? Well, there's a mission where you go to investigate Kenway Manor, the state our good old friend Edward lived in after coming back from the Caribbean, because it's being ransacked by the Templars and you want to find whatever they're looking for before they do. So, let's get this straight. Edward's mansion stood for over 100 years in Templar-controlled territory, where the man who literally oversaw his death was a Templar Grand Master, and visited said mansion for years during the ruse where he was friends with Edward, yet never once decided to investigate the building, especially when we learned from AC3's novelization that Haytham pointed out a secret compartment in the manor to him as a kid. I mean, for fuck's sake, there's a blood vial just sitting on a desk. Has that been there for 100 bloody years? Mind you, by this time the Templars were still looking for this, as they hadn't stopped searching for the observatory yet. But we know why that vial is really there, right? It's so players can go, oh shit, I recognize that, I played Black Flag, oh wow! That's it, zero thought behind it. I recognize thing, so I clap. That's enough narrative bullcrap for now. Let's talk about gameplay. Freerunning was gutted, shanked in the prison showers and left there to bleed. Hear me out on this. You can't jump. Yeah, you heard that right, I had to double check it when I read it online. You literally cannot jump in this Assassin's Creed game.
Warning, level 4 area. I can't jump off. Jump off, come on, jump off. Oh, we can't? Maybe, okay, we can hop off, we can't jump off.
Every animation, even those where the character jumps, are scripted and automated. There is no bloody jump button. You can't take shortcuts by jumping where you feel like it mid-free running. You can't do anything besides pressing the sprint button, moving forward and going where the game wants to take you. Grabbing the ledges the game dictates, and jumping where the game dictates you should jump, with no freedom of choice. Honestly, I could move on to Origins right now. The fact there's no freedom of movement while climbing in a fucking Assassin's Creed game should get every single developer involved with player movement in Syndicate unironically fired. But if you want to look at the bright side of things, you'll probably not even notice because Ubisoft realized a city with streets as wide as London wouldn't make for good parkour, so instead of being clever and making the game take place somewhere else, in true Ubisoft fashion they doubled down and came up with the rope launcher, aka the Batclaw. Yeah, you know how climbing buildings is quite literally the central pillar the franchise is built on top of? How over the years, depending on the game, the combat changed, stealth changed, but climbing was always a central mechanic? Well, not anymore. The hook blade accelerated parkour. The rope launcher replaces it, skips over it. You don't need to find ways across buildings, and layouts aren't created to accommodate you doing that. Just jump off a rooftop and there's a rope that allows you to skip over entire streets. It's obviously the fastest form of movement, so you'll be doing it over and over and over again. Have fun! There are 3 weapon categories compared to Unity's 6, and they also took away Unity's non-lethal ones for absolutely no reason. The combat is abysmal. Seriously, tell me in the comments if I'm blind, but is it supposed to look like this? Because it feels like some bootleg Arkham combat with the animations missing some frames. It's hard to explain, but like, who the hell looked at this and thought, yeah, that's fine, ready for release, mate? They also threw away Unity's entire customization system and replaced it solely with a dozen or so capes and belts. You want to know what Syndicate's central gameplay mechanic is? I mean, besides the hookshot? Jacob controls a gang, and he apparently uses it to fight the Templar gangs and gain control over London. Leaving aside how I learned that the gang betrays him in the DLC, which is pretty funny because, you know, what else do you actually expect of a criminal gang? The mere concept of an assassin using a criminal organization to take over districts of a city and hold control over them kind of reminds you of the assassins in Rogue, doesn't it? You know, back when that was painted as an evil act. But now we're actually unironically supposed to assume this gang is a good gang. They don't hassle people or provoke fights or anything like that. They're totally good guys, trust us, the Templar gang is way worse. The whole morality aspect of leading a criminal organization is completely skipped, and the twins just seem completely fine with it. And again, there's zero presence of the Brotherhood throughout the entire game, so no one gives a shit. And what better topic to leave Syndicate behind than our favorite internet celebrity Juno. This was the last game she appeared in before, you know. If you've watched the entire video and played the games after Unity, you might have realized how I very consciously used the old name for Juno's race. If you haven't played the new games, let me clarify. After 8 main titles and 6 spin-offs, Syndicate declares the name of Juno's race as Isu. That's right, the race that was very specifically unnamed because of how little we knew about it had a name all along, and people in the present knew about it, they just so happened to not use that name while Desmond was around. Hell, apparently everyone was in on the prank, because not even the Isu referred to themselves as such. Not to Ezio, not to Connor, not to Desmond. Kinda curious, huh? Look at how they used to be referred to up until Syndicate. The precursors, the first civilization, those that came before. It's ominous, non-descriptive. It illustrates what we know about them, not them themselves. They all describe the same image, just with different words. That of a race that existed before we did. They're mysterious, unknown, and throughout the ages we've tried and failed to understand them, as we've tried and mostly failed to understand the artifacts they left behind, for which entire wars have been waged. But now, all of that is gone. I guess we just knew their name all along, it just so happened that no one said it in 2000 years. Some might argue that you can't keep a mystery race unnamed for 15 years, and just like we call ourselves mankind, they had a name of their own. I'd argue if the mystery was put together to begin with to never give the race an official name, and now you've had to do just that, maybe it's a sign that the franchise has been going on for far too long. I'd tell you to ask the original creative director of the IP for his opinion on the change, but you kind of fired him. Twice. So there's that. And that is Syndicate. I keep seeing people on the internet say how it's the last good Assassin's Creed, and just like Unity, to which I ask, have we played the same game? Rhetorical question, I haven't played Syndicate, but how can you see everything I've talked about, not even narratively but mechanically, the outright downgrading gameplay choices and more, and think they're practically the same? And for those of you furiously typing in the comment section right now how I purposefully ignored the good things the game has, again I focused on the reasons why I didn't play the game, which means I barely talked about what few positive things I can think of. For example, I know there's a mechanic where you can surprise an enemy and use him as a hostage to gain access to private areas without alerting everyone. That's cool. Guess what? It's not gonna make the rest of the game any better. Assassin's Creed Syndicate feels like what you'd get if you gave the office interns AAA budget, a couple videos on the gameplay from previous entries, and told them to make a game. The facade is there, you play as assassins wearing hoods and climbing buildings, but everything under that front is nothing short of an insult. It's safe, light-hearted, arcadey, and with an easily accessible design. Say what you want about AC3's towns or Black Flag's focus on the sea, but at least at the end of the day those games had actual free running and didn't give you a rope to skip over buildings. Say what you will about Rogue's uninspired existence and Unity's bugs, but at least in those games you can actually fucking jump. Syndicate was to date the second worst-selling mainline Assassin's Creed after Rogue, and that's comparing the brand new continuation of the franchise with the old generation desperate attempt at squeezing some more money from poor suckers. Again, Ubisoft blamed Unity. And then, they did something they hadn't done in 7 years. They didn't release an Assassin's Creed the year after that. 2016 came and went with no new game. Pigs started flying, cats and dogs danced together in the streets, and then, in 2017, Assassin's Creed Origins came out. There was this neat little game that came out in 2015. You probably haven't heard about it. It's called The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, and it sold like $2 quadrillion and won Game of the Year and all that, propelling a AA developer into one of the biggest clusterfucks in recent memory. Right, that game ignited mainstream love for open world RPGs again after Skyrim, and you can bet your ass Ubisoft noticed. Origins became the new template for Assassin's Creed. Gone are the investigations and the social stealth. Hope you like empty fields and level ups. I'm telling you right now, I will barely mention this game's plot, if at all. I know it tells the origins of the Assassin Brotherhood and all that, but I don't care, same with Odyssey and Valhalla for the most part. We'll go all in on the gameplay, step by step. Get ready. Any series has an established variety of pillars that distinguish it from others, makes it unique so to speak, entices the player to choose that game over any of the 500 others they could be playing right then. For Assassin's Creed, those pillars would mainly be free running, social stealth, and a modern day intrigue narrative set against a historical backdrop. Not every installment has every element represented in full force, but the identity of the franchise is wrapped up in how these concepts are implemented. Origins fails to represent the core aspects of the franchise. Some of you will tell me that that just means it's a good game, bad Assassin's Creed. I'll argue if it's a bad Assassin's Creed, then it's a bad game, period. The name in the cover informs our purchase. Not judging a book for its cover is missing how the whole point of the cover is to sell us on the content inside. Every purchase is considered after a series of questions we ask ourselves. Is it tasty? Will they fit? Etc. For video games, the very first question you should ask is, am I getting what's being advertised? I don't even mean misleading trailers, I mean, am I getting what I see in the cover? For a brand new IP, who knows what the name entails? For an established franchise, the very first thing you should ask is this game part of what's being advertised as? Before we get to the meat of the argument, is the movement good, is the combat satisfying, the very first question Origins needs to answer is it an Assassin's Creed? And regardless of what might come after that, the answer is no. And that creates a barrier those that actually care about that first question can't jump over. Going back to the pillars, it's all about striking a balance between them, and between old and new. Origins takes said balance, which was already falling apart at the seams, throws it a Molotov cocktail and laughs as it plummets down a ravine on fire. It turns it back on the key aspects that have defined Assassin's Creed up to this point, and you can't separate a new entry in a series from the expectations that the name carries. The old games had some RPG mechanics here and there, but they were never integral to anything nor required in order to progress. They just made your life easier to an extent. It was a means to an end of making you slightly more durable and stronger as a way of progression. In Origins, and every game after it, your damage, ability to stealth, etc. lives and dies based on your equipment, and it's at the forefront alongside your personal character level. Let me tell you a story I remember all these years later about my very first playthrough of Assassin's Creed 2 back when I was a wee lad. I had just finished the first game, and in that one Altair's final sword is this beautiful saber with a golden scabbard you don't really get to use that much before the game ends. So anyway, I start playing AC2 and get to Monteriggioni for the first time, where I check the blacksmith and see I can buy none other than that same sword. Again, this was the very beginning of my first playthrough, so I didn't yet know you would actually end up getting what would from that point forward be considered Altair's sword very late into the game. So I thought that was it, I bought the sword and never looked back. Likewise, I liked the way Ezio looked like, so I never bought any piece of armor until I got Altair's robes. What I'm saying is, a little kid was able to play through the entirety of Assassin's Creed 2 with 0 upgrades, neither offensive nor defensive. And if I made one thing clear with Black Flag's Retrospective, is that combat only got easier. Even in Unity, gear can make your life easier and combat a living hell if you're not well equipped, but you can still, to a certain degree and depending on your playstyle, wear what you feel like, and the Hidden Blade is as lethal as always. You get where I'm going with this. The RPG mechanics were sometimes there, but they were never important and were just a very basic progression system no different than buying a better pistol in GTA, which is why the shift to everything relying on it feels off, because it's now front and center and completely mandatory. It doesn't fit to go full-on RPG, because it focuses more on locking you out of things by having random schmucks arbitrarily be 15 levels higher than you, which makes them immortal. It also doesn't fit in a franchise that's supposed to be geared towards stealth, because in the past, if you screwed up your stealth approach, it was because of your mistakes. Now it can be because you stabbed a guy in the neck, but I guess it doesn't count because of level difference. Lots of AAA nowadays insist on bloating themselves with skill trees and perks, which to me shows nothing but an illusion of depth, illusion of choice, illusion of quality. It artificially gives you a sense of progression, and a goal to strive for in what is often a boring world filled with the same 4 enemies and a couple bushes. Ubisoft had been sneakily doing this for a while before Origins already via the bloated collectibles, it's just that now it's gotten worse because you don't have enough with having to collect animus fragments or whatever, you also need to get your character to max level, and get those shiny legendary weapons that do 999 damage, and play those side quests for their MMO tier loot rewards. In previous games, side content played to the series' strength. Even the missions I complained about in AC2, like courier jobs, races or beatings, involved free running around the city. Now you complete a quest taken straight out of Oblivion just so you can get a bow that does 10 more points of damage so it can look cool next to the flaming horse you just bought off the HUD-less store. Oh yeah, have I mentioned the game has microtransactions? But it's fine, because they're only cosmetic, so who cares, right? Changes in AC2 were informed based on feedback on the shortcomings of the first game. They were for the most part improvements. There was a strong justification for nearly every change, and they had a clear direction in terms of how they would enhance the Assassin's Creed experience. Changes in Origins are in large part arbitrary, unnecessary, or even outright detrimental to what these games are supposed to be about. They aren't just an evolution of the gameplay, they are an artificial change in genre. Egypt is probably pretty well realized. Too bad it's nothing but sand in a franchise that used to be known for having you climb around cities. But I guess it was worth it, to try and show an entire recreation of the way of living back then. Oh no. How the hell is looking at a base in a menu gameplay? Why is historical sexism where they draw the line in a game where you can murder dozens of people? Wouldn't showing how the times have changed be better than pretending it didn't happen? How embarrassing. Want to know the worst thing about Origins? I would have loved an open world RPG taking place in Egypt, as it just so happens that I really like ancient Egypt as a setting. It's something that I took from my mother. Even as a kid, I remember playing The Last Revelation and watching The Mummy over and over again because Egypt is cool, yo. An open world game taking place there seems handcrafted for me, but again, it's not an Assassin's Creed, and I wouldn't be making this behemoth of a video if I ignored that. In previous games, assassinations played key roles and were almost always carried on in iconic locations dealing with recognizable targets, be it by historical importance or simply character design. There were always exceptions, of course, but most were interesting, either in the narrative or the area you hunted them down in. Origins is a revenge story, another one. So as far as I know, there's quite a few targets, but the game's nature as an open-world RPG with the kind of world map it has means it lacks the crafted scenarios of the old ones, which in turn reduces the level of preparation the player needs to do before an assassination. Instead of purposefully designed sequences that allow you the freedom to come up with and carry out a plan, kills in Origins take place either in the generic open world or in a forced boss fight. The former lack the flair and puzzle-like planning from before, with targets kind of just hanging around with a couple guards at their side in one of the many open strongholds plastered all over the map. The latter shouldn't even be in the game, and are yet again an example of the IP losing its character. Most of the time, the only targets you ever faced head-on in the past were the game's final bosses, like Cesare or Al-Mualim. For others, fighting was certainly an option depending on how skilled or lucky you felt, but stealth was always the optimal route, as it should be for an assassin. But remember, Origins is trying to be The Witcher, not Assassin's Creed, and you've been grinding materials to upgrade this cool sword so it does 50 damage instead of 45, so you can bet your ass you're gonna be fighting your victim head-on and deal with it. But hey, it could still be worse, at least the bosses are human. Next we have bosses that aren't human. Even if you buy the blatant excuse Ubisoft hopes you'll accept, which is that the bosses are dream sequences and technically not real, even though, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm guessing you still get experience and loot from them, we're talking about their mere existence, dream or not, already just not making sense for Assassin's Creed. And they dropped the dream excuse for Odyssey anyway, so we'll leave the bulk of the argument for then, believe me. The villains are the thing I can speak the least about, because I know nothing about the story besides the premise of revenge, but apparently it's not rare for you to be introduced to the targets only when it's time to take them down, and for them to be treated only as stepping stones, which doesn't give them enough time to develop as actual characters, and thus makes it hard to get invested in all but a handful of them. Last, but most certainly not least, we have the modern day. So, funny thing, right? Apparently they got complaints around Black Flag and Rogue of it taking people out of the experience and how the way they were doing it wasn't as interesting as Desmond, so they toned it down for Unity and Syndicate. But then people were like, this is even worse, because there was nothing to it, just some low effort cutscenes, and when you get to that point you might as well have nothing at all. So people wanting something like Desmond again started getting more and more vocal, which culminated with Layla, the modern day protagonist for Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla. Now I've heard a few things about her, and let me tell you, pretty much none of them are good. From how she's a Mary Sue, to how she's worse than Desmond, to the way they unceremoniously get rid of her in Valhalla because it turns out no one liked her. Here's a list of things I've heard in no particular order. Pause the video if you want to read them all. Point is, with Desmond you always had people that wanted to see where his story was going, and people that didn't really care, but at least there was opposition. Seems like player views on Layla go from indifference to outright dislike, which is pretty funny to me. The approach Origins takes on the modern day pretends to be like the good old days with Desmond, by having you control an actual character with a name and all, being able to lift the enemies and walk around, stuff like that. That's where the similarities end though, because the only thing of note Layla does is read computer emails. As much of that as Desmond did, at least he also moved the plot forward, by introducing us to the universe and the future plot, before they scrapped it, training to become the ultimate assassin, before they killed him, finding an apple for the Brotherhood, and saving the world from a global catastrophe. The modern day from Origins does little to elaborate on the current conflicts between Abstergo and the assassins, and Layla spends the entire game sitting in a cave waiting for the plot to hopefully come to her in the literal last 5 seconds before the credits. All of this reminds me of the ship of Theseus. Whether something that has had all of its components replaced remains fundamentally the same object or not. If you keep replacing the foundations of the franchise, at what point does a new title become unrecognizable to its predecessors? If Origins doesn't play like an Assassin's Creed, then it fails at being what the cover implies, and thus it fails as a product. Black Flag might have had ships, but it also lacked level ups and skill trees, being barren of cities to free run around, not being able to make use of social stealth because there are no crowds in the middle of the desert, or, stealth in general simply because my level 1 Hidden Blade can't pierce the throat of the level 10 Giga Chad over there. It's easy to forget how back in the day, during the height of Ezio's games mostly, Assassin's Creed was kind of a phenomenon in video games. The White Hood and the Hidden Blade quickly became some of gaming's most iconic motifs almost overnight, and each game brought you to never before seen historical settings and a unique mix of combat, unusual stealth, and climbing anything as far as the eye can see, all the while meeting famous people in history and learning about a cool sci-fi plot. Even to this day, Ezio is beloved and a cultural icon, with Altair and Edward not far behind him. All of this scrapped for an average RPG? Yet again, and for the last time, Assassin's Creed is dependent on gameplay and narrative pillars all games in the franchise should share. You can change or add to some of these, but you can't tear down the entire building and pretend it's the same IP. I mean, you can, but I'll call you an idiot if you mean to tell me a game like Odyssey plays in any way, shape or form like AC1 does. Hey, that smells like a segue to me. Good news, a lot of things I've talked about regarding Origins also apply to Odyssey, so we'll mostly skip or only briefly mention those. But keep in mind that every single complaint regarding the open world, the RPG, the loot, the combat, blah 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 is either the same or worse, because apparently Origins was kind of a test drive after which they went all in with Odyssey, making it more grindy and less assassins, if you can't believe such a thing was possible anymore. The fact it predates the game called Origins is already inherently ridiculous. At least in that one you were technically the first assassin, now it's not even that. You're a random Greek mercenary who just so happens to have some connection to the precursors or whatever, again I don't know the plot. But due to that, the game also lacks the Hidden Blade and, any actual assassins or the actual Creed. Altair comes out of nowhere, kills his targets, runs away and escapes by hiding in a crowd. That's how you sell someone on being an assassin. And it's still somewhat stealth even if it's in an aggressive go in and out style, which is not counting the regular social stealth the assassination's planning would have required. But we've grown up, boys, and moved on past that old boring stuff. Now we're a warrior fighting in big open battles wielding a warhammer that makes a 10-meter ground slam that knocks 6 people away. Sparta kick people, rush them with a flurry of blows, and just like Origins you have all these floating numbers popping up constantly like you're playing a Korean MMO. I'm sorry if I keep coming back to it, but why? Why are these games still called Assassin's Creed? But you know what? You're right, it doesn't matter. I'm feeling the itch for a dark story in ancient Greece where you become a battle-hardened warrior and learn the truth about the world, so after all I might go ahead and play. Whoa, wait, you can't do that actually. I mean, killing people by the hundreds is fine, but mentioning how a badly scarred warrior might have a complex regarding Seth's scars? Jesus Christ, Ubisoft, you just crossed the fucking line! That's more like it, thank you. I swear, what would we do without Corny addressing us on how to do better? By the way, who the hell's Corny? Is he like a journalist or something? Oh no. Oh no. So combat sucks even more. Stealth is apparently somehow worse in how the level difference affects you not being able to one-shot enemies from behind with your stupid teleporting spearhead. Oh yeah, by the way, you can teleport. So what's left to further tarnish? Well, from the creators of You Can't Jump, here comes now parkour as a whole fucking sucks. And my favorite, You Can't Take Fall Damage. Definitely the trilogy that will put Lord of the Rings to shame. There's this video on YouTube called Odyssey's Parkour Sucks, which has more than 2 million views, which should tell you all you need to know, really. As always, link to the full thing is in the description. I'll be showing you the bare minimum when it comes to running in a straight freaking line. Remember, at this point Unity was 4 years old, it's embarrassing. But it gets better, this at least is jumping from beam to beam horizontally. What about actual climbing? You're gonna love this. You know the whole grabbing ledges and parts of the wall in a realistic manner? Something a game from 2007 could do? Yeah, no, that's gone. I mean, you can still do it if you happen to find something in a wall the character will grab, but it's not actually necessary, you can just grab the wall like Breath of the Wild and climb up. Yep. Please understand, creating climbable areas in a mountain is hard, guys, no one's done it before. And when you finally get up that pesky mountain, just jump right back down, there's no fall damage. I mean, at this point, what's the difference between that and just not being ever able to drop to 0 hit points? I don't know, you tell me. You know how a while back I talked all about how the original vision of AC1 took the fact that it was taking place inside a simulation very seriously? What with the animus glitches you could trigger in cutscenes, the explanations regarding synchronicity, all that. Well, I present to you the beginning of Odyssey, where you can choose who to play as. This is 5 minutes later, where you can choose whether to murder someone or not. I wish I was making this up, but you can now make choices inside the animus, and the world changes around it. Choices. In the animus. What can I say that isn't already obvious as is? The animus restricts you into only seeing how events played out once upon a time. This has been established for well over 10 games now, and it's the reason you can't ally yourself with the Borgias, because you'd desync, it never happened. There's some minor wiggle room, which is where AC2's QTEs or the optional objectives come into play, but there's a huge difference between simulating whether Ezio hacked someone or whether you were detected during a mission or not, and what side of a huge war the subject of the simulation allied themselves with, or who did they bone, who did they kill, who the subject was to begin with. You're straight up playing as 2 completely different people, and the one you don't play as turns out to be the final villain or whatever. These are 2 completely different individuals. How can the animus mix them up and not cause Layla's brain to melt? If there was an option you could turn on where the conversations played by themselves with no input from the player, I'd be ever so slightly more lenient, even if it wasn't the option the developers intended for you to use, because at least then, yes, the game would still be an RPG and yes, it would still suck, but at the very least it wouldn't betray the #1 rule the franchise has had since the first 5 minutes of the first game. If Alexios, or Cassandra, because again you can be one or the other, are talking and choosing something, then there should be no dialogue option presented to us via the animus, period. They would simply say the thing immediately. The way it is implemented implies all options are choices that went through their minds but somehow aren't set in stone until you choose them, which implies user control of the choice, which implies Layla is the one doing it. If you choose something that didn't historically happen, then that other person is somehow speaking words in their own voice that never actually came out of their mouths. Not to mention that according to Ubisoft, Cassandra is canon, yet you choosing Alexios makes the dude appear very much alive in real life in front of Layla, so she's literally changing the past. Which was actually implied to now be a thing in Origins. I'm not joking. Apparently Layla is so good she built an animus that can literally change the historical past. Don't ask me how that works, but please go watch the way Warren Beatty explains the animus at the beginning of AC1, come back and try and tell me with a straight face that the new games are still Assassin's Creed. The worst part is, if you actually somehow care about this game's narrative, it only makes the writing of the protagonist worse, because everything they do must apply to both a man and a woman, and don't let me be the one to burst your bubble, but something tells me they weren't treated quite as equal back then. In other words, dialogue must be written so that it makes sense for both Alexios and Cassandra, which means the latter is probably treated like any other generic male soldier in a war, which brings me to my next point. Ubisoft have no shame. I mean, we knew that already, so let me explain. Evelyn had her game on the PS Vita of all places. Evie is apparently the far better protagonist of the two, but she's barely in any promotional material. They give you the option to play as Alexios, most people did, yet Ubisoft declares Cassandra canon. And there's some weird thing going on where both Eivor are canon at the same time in Valhalla because of some bullshit with the precursors. I guess the precursors did it, is the new "it's an Animus" glitch. What I'm implying is that Ubisoft don't actually have the guts to stick to their guns, because if you didn't get it by now, they don't treat their products with respect, but rather as a cash cow. Games with male protagonists generally sell more than those with female protagonists, and Ubisoft are as money hungry as they get, so instead of trusting in the strength of their established franchise, they'd rather hide their intentions behind books they then parrot as more canon than the actual video game, or a side game released on a dead console, or the like. With as bad as I've heard Syndicate's story being, getting rid of one of the two protagonists and focusing on the other would have very well been better, and seeing how the archetype for the twins has Jacob being the combat heavy one while Evie is more sneaky, you know which one I'd prefer. If you genuinely wrote the story with Cassandra in mind, actually stick with it, make her the only protagonist, and then actually write the story around her. Maybe she decides to fight even when people she knows don't expect her to fit that role. Maybe you can dig into her personal character the way Black Flag did with Edward. Maybe you can end up tying that up with the Freedom vs. Order idea that the franchise has been talking about since the beginning, and how she chose the former. You know, actually try and make this into an Assassin's Creed. But no, they fake it, because Ubisoft is just a corporation. They don't care. A game taking place inside a simulation of real events set in stone lets you choose who you kill and who you have sex with, because Layla is so good she's basically invented a time machine, and the developers are too worried with how much of The Witcher they can copy while getting away with it. And going back to the book, how moronic is it to release a novelization to a choice-based game 3 days after the game's release, where you're told exactly what's true and what's not? What this will end up doing in time is hurting the memory of the game, because as the series moves on, when players reflect back on what they played through and learned in Odyssey, it'll be wrong. And all the references made to the game in the future will be wrong. Or better yet, they'll avoid it altogether by not referencing it, which will make the game in and of itself useless. I spared Origins from this, but there's no stopping now. Let's talk about the stupid monster boss battles. In Origins they were dreams or Animus glitches. Sure, we're back with the freaking Animus glitches excuse. But in Odyssey, they're honest to god real. When you kill one, they turn back into human corpses because they realize they absolutely must at the very least imply they still care about the lore, so they totally aren't monsters, you guys. They're humans experimented on by the precursors. You just don't get it, it fits perfectly. You know how I talked about the seismic temples from Rogue not quite fitting the levels of technology we knew those who came before had? Yeah, well, this is that but tenfold. Assassin's Creed's focus was sci-fi from day one. It was technology-based, it was believable, given the in-universe rules they established. Fighting giant cyclops, teleporting around as if it was a normal Monday, and riding a flaming horse is a whole different level. Black Flag didn't have mermaids, AC1 didn't have dragons. The contrast between mind-controlling apples and the rest worked because the rest was grounded as shit. Nothing alien happens in the first game until literally the last 5 minutes. Here's what bad storytellers want you to not think about too hard. You can tell a fictional story and set said story in an internally consistent universe at the same time. Even if your narrative has some elements of fiction, if said fiction aligns itself with the universe you've presented, you're golden. Lord Run isn't real, but that doesn't mean it makes sense for you to open a door and find a sports car on the other side. Ghouls aren't real, that doesn't mean a little kid being trapped inside a fridge for 200 years makes sense. Worlds need rules. What Ubisoft did was drop sci-fi for fantasy and ask people to eat it up. And you know what's the best part? People not only did eat it up, they defended it. Genuine question. What difference is there between monsters in the new Assassin's Creed and monsters in God of War? Because the way I see it, one has mythological creatures like Medusas or Minotaurs, while the other one has mythological creatures like Medusas or Minotaurs. Except it only makes sense in one of the two. You know, the one that was created as a fantasy IP. I don't know if Valhalla also has bosses like this, but honestly it doesn't matter. Even if it doesn't, Odyssey does, and Odyssey is canon, and Valhalla is canon, and I wanna shoot myself with a shotgun. Odyssey is somehow even less of an Assassin's Creed than Origins. Put it this way, if they took away the modern day sections and called it the game The Odyssey, a fantasy RPG where you choose who to play as, can gear up with lightning hammers and flaming daggers and defeat monsters of folklore, could you in all honesty imagine this as an Assassin's Creed game? At least, Origins had a story connected to the Brotherhood. It had supposedly better stealth, it had memory corridors, so on and so forth, but Odyssey? Who out there can defend this game as part of this franchise? Which I guess leads us to Valhalla. for which I don't have a lot to say specifically that hasn't been already mentioned in the previous 2 games. In fact, I don't have anything to talk about at all gameplay-wise or about the narrative inside the enemies. The former because I feel I've said everything I had to say already, and the latter because I legit know nothing about it, and at this point I doubt it managed to surprise me. So let's talk about the modern day. Yes, I'm going to mention that part. Remember how Layla came to be because players missed the Desmond style of modern day after Black Flag, Unity and the like? Well, turns out what I said at the beginning ringed true, and pretty much no one liked her, so they straight up killed her body off in Valhalla, with her mind going to some kind of weird First Civilization matrix. There she meets a being of pure light called the Reader. The Reader is voiced by Nolan North. Yes, that Nolan North. The Reader is Desmond Miles. I don't know if you see the pattern here. They killed him off in AC3, yet they've had him voicing audio logs or mentioned in emails or cutscenes ever since then. Then they came up with Layla as a port attempt to try again his style of gameplay, but people disliked her character. Now they're getting rid of her at the same time as they try to retain players by baiting them on how Desmond is totally still alive, guys, he's just a weird precursor computer now. Don't you want to know where the plot will go on next? They're winging it as they go, it's beautiful, and I love how obvious it is how much they regret killing Desmond off. I'm actually beginning to think Kingdom Hearts has a less convoluted story by now.
Say, fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness?
The feelings of frustration felt towards the new games are actually hard to put into words, but they are universal in that everyone that likes the actual good games instantly get what you mean. But the new ones are good games that might hit you cry. And again, they might be fine open world RPGs, but they sure as shit are not good Assassin's Creed. There are franchises out there that are actually made from the ground up to get limitless sequels. You don't see anyone complaining about Zelda having been going on for 35 years. The problem is Assassin's Creed wasn't like this. There was a very definite end and a very definite and real set of characters. They could have finished Desmond's plot. They could have then removed the modern day and make nothing but Gaiden games from that point forward. But they didn't. The second they threw away any semblance of coherence out the window, they essentially killed and bastardized what the IP means. And at that point it's anyone's guess. We've moved on from a historical social stealth title to an open-world loot-driven RPG, so if next year's game is a first-person shooter, it shouldn't even surprise anyone, not with the track record the IP has by now. So there you go, that's the state the franchise is in. It's shit. The state is shit. The new games are liked by everyone but loved by no one, your typical flavor of the month you forget about after burning through 60 hours of your life. Ubisoft took what was a fairly original idea and just jumbled it together into the open-world interactive movie crafting RPG kitchen sink blob genre that every AAA game is nowadays, running counter to everything the original was designed to accomplish. Isn't it sad how this seems to happen a lot? A group of talented individuals comes along and creates a fascinating new IP, only for said property to be in time handed off to a new team that at best will only have the most superficial understanding of the source material, and at worst will make the whole thing spiral into an incoherent mess. At any rate, the only thing left to talk about now is a couple of very basic recommendations I'm gonna give you if you liked what Assassin's Creed used to be about. First of all, Hitman. I've said it before, but I'll say it again, it's the closest to Assassin's Creed we'll probably ever get. IO Interactive actually care about their franchise, and the new World of Assassination trilogy proved a success, so while I'm guessing most of you have already played them, if by saying did I get at the very least one person to check them out, I'll think of it as a success. Next, remember the interview with Patrice Désilets I mentioned back when talking about AC1? Time to go back to it. After leaving during Brotherhood, Désilets went on to join THQ as creative director for their new Montreal-based studio in June of 2011. For 2 years he worked on a new project titled 1666 Amsterdam, leading a team of close to 50 people. A presentation on the game was leaked back then, and it looks like it was a spiritual sequel to Désilets' Assassin's Creed, this time around with a twist of magic. Well, THQ declared bankruptcy in December of 2012, and in January of 2013 THQ Montreal was sold off to, try and guess it, Ubisoft. After which, in May of the same year, Désilets was let go of the company. I kid you not, he was fired, then they bought the company he was working on, then he was fired again. You see, the last thing Ubisoft wanted was for the original creator of Assassin's Creed to make a spiritual sequel that would compete with them, and so for the next few years the two parties went on to fight in a lawsuit regarding the rights to 1666. Thankfully, in April of 2016, Désilets won back all creative rights to the game, and the IP now belongs to him. But it was kind of a hollow victory at the time, as by that point whatever assets were created for the game were outdated, as the next generation was in full force. This story ends on a happy note though, as in December of 2014, Patrice Désilets and his team, some of which also worked with him in Assassin's Creed, launched a new studio called Panache Digital Games, and subsequently released their first video game, Ancestors: The Humankind Odyssey. None of this information is new, but what Désilets mentioned in this relatively new interview is how the idea to develop 1666 hasn't died down. So there you go, it might take years, but if nothing bad happens again, Désilets and his team at Panache will in time develop Amsterdam. And while I'll be the first to tell you the game will have changed since we barely saw it almost a decade ago, I for one will be waiting for it with open arms, hopefully as the true successor of a video game franchise I used to love. Oh boy, I cannot believe I actually made it. Now before you click off, let me tell you there's one final thing for you to see, something I started working on here and there whenever I was too tired of working on the main project, and also this way you don't leave this video with my dumb voice being the last thing you hear. But yeah, before that, let me tell you I'm both relieved and kind of sad that this whole thing is coming to an end. It might have been a few hours for you, but for me I've worked on this for the better part of a year. But I'm happy to finally get it off my chest. I feel like in a way this whole retrospective will serve as a coping mechanism for me to finally let go of this franchise. Being able to look back, know I said everything I had to say for whoever cares to listen to, and move on. So I guess the last thing to say is what you've heard countless times before. I really enjoyed making this video, and I'd love nothing more than to be able to continue doing this. I have quite a few games or franchises that I like to talk about in this manner. If you got this far and you enjoyed what you saw, I know you're tired of hearing it, but please tell me if you'd like more of this, be it by commenting or even better, subscribing to this channel. Hopefully even both, because nothing would make me happier. Tell me about your experience with Assassin's Creed. What game did you start with? Do you agree with my opinions? What games would you like to see me talk about? After such a monumental project, let me tell you I'll be reading the comment section practically every day, and I'd love to see what you thought of it. I don't think I have anything else to talk about, so with that, thank you for watching, and I'll hopefully see you next time.